Any star domain could be considered an overlord. For example, within the 9 regions Dao, there were over a dozen star domains on the surface, but their foundations were extremely deep. There were definitely some hidden in the dark, and even the great circle of star domains. If the number of star domains belonging to the top 5 sects in the left Dao holy region were added together, it would be close to 50 on the surface. As for the experts from the star fields after the top 5 and from all the other regions added together, it would not exceed this number. If one were to calculate in this manner, this faction was already extremely powerful. This was also the terrifying aspect of the left Dao holy region. Although it could not compare to the Anyang central region, it was not much different from the other sections. Only, there was no divine emperor realm expert in the left Dao holy region. The blazing flame ancestor was the only person who barely possessed the strength of a divine emperor. However, once the blazing flame ancestor's curse was fully unleashed, he would perish together with the blazing flame ancestor. Therefore, although he could be considered a divine emperor, he could only use it once. Using the Sea of People tactic to sacrifice several peak-stage perfected celestial domain cultivators wasn't impossible to resolve. It was just that there was no need to take the risk. Even so, the blazing flame ancestor was still the strongest cultivator in the left Dao holy region. However, things were different now. The Dao aura that Wang Baol revealed caused great waves to rise in the hearts of all the powerful cultivators from the various sects after seeing and feeling it. That was because the body of the origin Dao was a legendary existence. It was an extreme state that was almost impossible to achieve. Normally, a galaxy with a perfect 100-step cultivation realm would be considered a prodigy among prodigies. 2 of them would be considered a monster. If all 3 were the same, then such a thing was already heaven-defying. One could deduce an answer based on the knowledge gained from the ancient records. An initial stage starfield cultivator with an initial Dao body could fight against a perfected starfield cultivator. He could be considered invincible in the starfield. If an initial Dao body advanced to the mid-stage starfield cultivator, he could fight against an immortal deity emperor. He could even continue deducing, if an initial Dao body advanced to the late-stage starfield cultivator, he could easily defeat an immortal deity emperor, even if it would be difficult to kill him. If an initial Dao body advanced to the perfected starfield cultivator, he could even kill an immortal deity emperor and scatter his blood throughout the universe. This was something that even Wang Baol's former senior brother, Xianxia, was unable to do while he was in the celestial domain. He could only defeat the divine emperor at most. The 2 times he had killed the divine emperor were due to his own cultivation, which was already in the 9 serenities realm. He had stepped into the divine emperor realm without anyone knowing about it in the outside world. Therefore, when they saw that the path Wang Baol was taking was in this direction, most of the sects and clans in the left Dao holy region were shaken. Many powerful cultivators who had used mystic techniques to spread their divine thoughts were shaken. After being shaken by the blazing flame ancestor, they were even more shaken. They retreated and left the area. They were worried that once Wang Baol successfully advanced, there would be no need for Wei Yang to start a war with the dark sect. Wang Baol would come to seek revenge. The price was too high. It wasn't worth offending such a powerful enemy for the sake of the Realm Ascension Plate. Even though the Realm Ascension Plate was indeed a supreme treasure among supreme treasures, it was hard to say whether it would be a stroke of good fortune or a catastrophe between life and death. However, even though most of the sects and clans chose to retreat to the 9 prefectures Dao, as well as the 4 great sects of the left Dao sacred region who were ranked in the top 5, they couldn't retreat. In reality, even if Wang Baol hadn't revealed his origin Dao body, they would still choose to attack after weighing the pros and cons. Even if the blazing flame would stop them, they would still try to snatch the Realm Ascension Plate away. Now, with Wang Baol's original Dao body, they were filled with killing intent. Once Wang Baol succeeded in his promotion, then, the Federation with Wang Baol and the blazing flame ancestor. It would definitely bring about a drastic change in the situation in the left Dao sacred territory. The 9 prefectures Dao, the other top 5 sects, and even the sects behind them would all be threatened. This threat would affect the future of the sect. Therefore, in the next moment, An old voice spoke from within the mountain gate of the Tao of the 9 prefectures. There is a violation of civilization in the 19 prefectures. By the command of the Tao of the 9 prefectures, all of the prefectures will immediately launch an attack. As the voice spoke, streams of energy erupted out. There were 14 of them, all of them celestial domains. Shockingly, one of them emanated fluctuations of the great circle of the celestial domain as it shot toward the Federation. It wasn't just the 9 regions Tao. The other 4 great sects and clans in the top 5 all responded. Each of them sent their own star fields flying toward the Federation. As for the other 10,000 sects and clans, although they had no choice but to come out. However, their speed was clearly a bit slower. In the starry sky of the left Tao holy region, numerous figures were moving like beams of light. Some were charging forward, some were tearing through the air, and some were using magical items to fly through the air. They were getting closer and closer to the Federation from all directions. If one was able to look down at the entire left Tao holy region from an extremely high position, one would be able to see that the more than 10-star regions of the 9 regions Tao were currently gathering together. Vaguely, 9 enormous chains had gathered on their bodies. These 9 chains were the 9 great Taos of the 9 regions Tao. While their might was shocking, the other 4 directions were similar. One of them was a heaven-splitting axe, and the other was a meteorite that was the size of a galaxy. There was a giant blood-red cauldron and an illusory giant that was astonishingly large and was the size of a star. These were the great Tao of these sects. Their actions and the ripples that they stirred immediately attracted the attention of the side sects Saint Realm and the Wei Yang's central region. The latter stared at them but did not act rashly. This was because the dark sect's gaze and deterrence were very strong. The moment the Wei Yang clan moved, they would give the dark sect a chance. The war would likely start immediately, and both parties were not completely prepared. As for the side sect holy region, they were too far away. If they crossed the border at the same time, it would easily cause misunderstandings and even greater war. That was why they were watching. As the unending central region and the side sect holy region watched, the elites from the various sects and clans from the celestial domain were getting closer and closer to the Federation. In the vast expanse Tao Palace, the Lord of the Stellar Wings was silent for a few breaths. He stood up and bowed towards the spot where Wang Baol was meditating. Then, he took a step forward and arrived outside the solar system. He sat down cross-legged in the starry sky. A huge figure gathered behind him. It was like a god, standing tall in the starry sky. A hearty laughter rang out from another direction. It came from a sea of fire. A woman walked out from the sea of fire. She was dressed in armor, and her eyes were filled with viciousness. There was a cold smile on her lips. She sat cross-legged outside the solar system as well and spoke. "Little junior brother, don't be afraid. Eldest senior sister will protect you." The person who had come was Wang Baol's eldest senior sister. She was also one of the clones of the blazing flame ancestor. Her cultivation had also reached the celestial domain realm. Apart from eldest senior sister, the phantom image of a divine ox appeared in another direction. It raised its head and roared, and the flames around its body surged into the sky. "Kid, I'll help you." Wang Baol smiled, but he sighed inwardly. He felt that his master must have been too deeply immersed in the drama. Before Wang Baol's smile faded, the scent of incense wafted out from the 4th direction. A gentle-looking middle-aged man walked out from the void. His body was in a state of illusion and reality. When he appeared, he smiled at where Wang Baol was sitting cross-legged. He didn't say a word. He sat down cross-legged. The power of his incense shook the starry sky. It was Wang Baol's second senior brother, the only true second senior brother who had cultivated the Tao of incense. Wang Baol couldn't get up. His heart warmed even more. He stared at the 4 figures around him and suddenly sent a voice transmission. Then he closed his eyes. The cultivation in his body had increased from 15 steps to more than 50 steps. 54 steps. They were halfway through the 100 steps. Wang Baol's eyes lit up. He spread out his consciousness and enveloped the entire solar system. He sensed the 4 figures coming from all directions. At the same time, he sensed that they were outside the solar system, at that moment powerful presences that were previously unattainable and that he had to look up to were rushing towards him. The major powers of the star field had gathered together, and a great battle was about to begin within the left Dao sacred region. At the same time, the eyes of the side sect gathered. The Weiyang Central region was also using a special method to look at this place. At this moment, the divine will of the vast majority of the experts in the entire Weiyang Dao region was gathered in this tiny federation. One of them was from the side sect, the Ninth Phoenix sect, which was ranked third in the sacred region. The Bell Lady was sitting cross-legged next to her master as she looked over. Her expression seemed normal, but deep down, her emotions were turbulent. It was the same for the Seven Spirit Dao, which was ranked second in the side sect's holy region. It was the same for the mysterious and unfathomable Moonstar sect. The figures within were all within the sect's array formation, looking at the Federation from afar. Kong Dao and Zhua Yifan were among them. Li Wan'er was among them. There was also a blurry figure sitting cross-legged in front of a waterfall at the back mountain of the Moonstar sect. Although her eyes were closed, her divine thoughts had already crossed the galaxy and landed in the starry sky where the Federation was located. There were also Xie Haiyang and his son, who had returned to the Xie family. There were also many people who knew Wang Beol. They were all paying attention to him in every region of the Weiyang Dao domain. As everyone watched, Wang Beol's cultivation continued to climb from the 54th step to the 57th to the 8th step. Outside the Federation solar system, in the east, which was marked by the Earth, the galaxy distorted, the sound of the great Dao reverberated through the void. One could even see the starry sky collapsing and shattering. Black chains broke out from the collapsed starry sky. There were 9 of them, each formed from the great Dao of the 9 prefectures Dao. There were more than 10 mighty figures from the galaxy on top of the last chain. A figure stood. It was an old man dressed in a white robe. His cultivation was at the perfected galaxy realm, and he seemed to be able to suppress the laws and regulations. The moment he appeared, ripples appeared in the starry sky inside and outside the solar system. Even Wang Beol's cultivation paused for a moment. He opened his eyes and looked over. The second senior brother, who was guarding the area and cultivating the Tao of incense, sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes slowly and looked calmly at the 9 great Tao chains and the dozen or so figures from the galactic realms. "Halt!" the second senior brother said calmly. He raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, a loud boom rang out behind him. The starry skies distorted as well. Bubbles of all sizes and colors appeared one after another. Each of these bubbles contained a world, the foundation of second senior brother's Tao, the incense nation. If you magnified these bubbles countless times, you would be able to clearly see that the world contained countless living beings. These living beings were currently meditating, worshipping, and offering astonishing incense offerings. The source of these incense offerings was none other than second senior brother. As soon as the words left his mouth, he waved his right hand. As soon as the bubbles appeared, the power of the incense transformed into numerous symbols that contained boundless will power. They blocked the incoming 9 chains. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the symbols and will power collided with the 9 chains. The Tao resonated, and the hearts of all living beings trembled. As the 9 chains shook, the bodies of the more than 10 star domains above them rushed out to suppress second senior brother. The sound was so loud that it filled the sky. Second senior brother's body was blurry, and his face was a bit pale. However, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and waved his hand. Immediately, the countless incense sticks from the air bubbles gathered together again, forming an incense stick that was lit. As soon as the incense stick appeared, wisps of mist swirled around in all directions, once again blocking the way. Although they managed to trap the feet of the more than 10 star domains above the 9 chains, it was clear that they could not hold out for too long. At the same time, the white-robed old man from the 9 regions Dao looked over coldly from a distance. He did not immediately make a move. At the same time, similar scenes appeared in 3 other directions. The person who descended in the direction of the eldest senior sister was the tall giant. This giant was only an illusory Dao shadow, and several star domains within it formed hand seals at the same time. This caused the giant to explode with great power. Punch was thrown over. Although it was blocked by the eldest senior sister also coughed up blood. But she did not retreat. As for Master Xingyi, he was in an even more miserable state. His opponent was that shocking cauldron. Its suppressive power was shocking, causing him to cough up blood. His hair was disheveled as he continuously retreated. The one who should have been the most relaxed was Old Bull. However, his opponent was not one side. Instead, it was the heaven-cleaving axe and the meteorite. These two Dao shadows represented a sect that was ranked in the top 5 of the left Dao holy region. There were more than a dozen people from the star region who had arrived. They attacked at the same time. Even though Old Nyo wasn't ordinary, he was still shaken by the force of the attack. In that instant, there was a loud boom, the sound of the great Dao colliding, and the sound of the galaxy being torn apart. It erupted outside the solar system, but there were still people who didn't move. The white-robed elder from the 9 prefectures Dao didn't move. The 4 elders from the other 4 great sects, who were at the late stage of the star region, didn't move either. The 5 of them sat cross-legged in 5 different directions, their faces filled with vigilance. They couldn't move unless the flames burned. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and continued to absorb the massive amount of spirit qi gathered by the ascending realm plate. His cultivation was increasing every second, from 50 steps to 60 steps. It was as if his cultivation had reached such a stage that he could no longer conceal it, nor could he restrain it. His aura spread out involuntarily, causing the warring galaxies outside the solar system to sense it. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the white-robed elder from the 9 prefectures Dao, who was standing guard at the rear. He looked carefully at Wang Baol, who was in the solar system, and then at the projection of the ascending realm plate. Then he swept his gaze across the gap in the ascending realm plate. He suddenly spoke. Fellow Taoists, if the 4 sects still want to hold back at this moment and miss the opportunity, don't regret it. Fellow Taoists, you're being too paranoid. The great powers of our sect have already tried their best. Why don't the 9 Paths sect open the gap first? Our sect is willing to be the vanguard after the gap appears. After hearing the words of the white-clothed old man, the 4 late-stage star domain elders from the other 4 sects who hadn't made a move spoke slowly. That's the case. That divine bull is a blazing mount. It's a strange beast from the universe. How can it be easy to resist? The white-robed old man from the 9 regions Dao snorted coldly. He could naturally see that the almighty experts from the 4 sects had many reservations. In fact, the 9 regions Dao was the same. They weren't going to go easy, but rather, no one wanted to rush into the solar system first. That would cause the blazing flame ancestor to target them first. Everyone had cultivated to this level, so they were naturally not stupid. If they were placed outside, they would all be crafty old foxes. Thinking of this, the white-robed old man's eyes filled with determination as he suddenly spoke. Fellow Taoists, if the raging flames come, I will be the main force to hold them back. How about you and the other almighty experts from the 4 sects go all out? After a brief moment of silence, the 4 late-stage elders from the 4 sects nodded. Then they immediately issued a decree. In the next instant, a monstrous boom rang out from Old Nyo, Guru Xingyi, and eldest senior sister. The first to be broken through was naturally where Xingyi was. Blood sprayed out of his mouth. The instant his body retreated, 3 figures rushed out of his direction and headed straight for the solar system. They closed in at the first possible moment and were just about to step in when, amidst the roar, they were all blocked by a force. The thing that prevented them from entering the solar system was the protection that the ascending realm plate gave off. It was comparable to a spell formation, preventing the 3 cultivators from forcefully entering the solar system. The 3 of them looked at each other, but didn't say anything. They immediately attacked the spell formation that prevented them from entering. From the beginning to the end, they didn't go to the gap, nor did they mention it. It wasn't that they didn't know. On the contrary, at the moment they arrived, the 5 sects, including the Dao of the 9 regions, had already noticed the gap in the ascending plate. However, that place was too obvious. Anyone who was a bit vigilant wouldn't choose it. Very quickly, Outside the solar system, a loud boom rose again. As the wings of the stars retreated, as the eldest senior sister and second senior brother retreated, more figures rushed past and bombarded the protective barrier of the ascending realm plate. At that moment, Wang Bao's eyes flashed imperceptibly. Still not enough, he muttered to himself. His cultivation had also risen to 63 or 40 steps. He seemed to be in a hurry. He didn't know what spell he had used, but the absorption and increase in his cultivation had increased slightly. At the same time, outside of the solar system, the other sects from the other star fields arrived one after another, no matter how slow they were. As soon as they appeared, the eyes of the white-robed old man from the 9 regions Dao began to shine brightly. There's a gap in the ascending realm plate. Follow my lead and go suppress it. The moment the words left the mouth of the white-robed old man from the 9 regions road, the experts from the various sects of the left Dao holy region who had just arrived all frowned and hesitated. Oh! The white-robed old man narrowed his eyes and looked over. As his gaze swept over, the hearts of the 7 or 8 star regions that had just arrived were all shaken. The gaze of an expert from the great circle of star regions was not something that anyone could endure. Senior 3 Daos, said a peak mid-stage cultivator from one of the starfields. May I ask if your sect's patriarch 9 Daos is coming out of secluded meditation? The white-robed old man frowned. Recently, there had been a lot of bad rumors about his 9 provinces Dao Patriarch. The 9 provinces Dao Patriarch was not considered to have the battle prowess of a divine emperor, which made the 9 provinces Dao very angry. However, they couldn't find the source of the rumors. At this moment, he flicked his sleeve and lifted his right hand. An ancient jade slip appeared in his hand. He squeezed it slightly, and a vast Dao charm suddenly spread out. This Dao charm surpassed that of a star domain. It was at the universe level, which was the divine emperor level. As it spread out, a fierce light appeared in the white-robed old man's eyes. All of you, go break the gap. The expression of the mid-stage cultivator from the star field who had asked earlier changed, and cold sweat began to drip down his forehead. Recently, there had been many rumors regarding the 9 regions Dao's universe realm 9 Paths Patriarch. Some said that this 9 Paths Patriarch had already passed away, and some said that because he had once avoided reincarnation and returned to the world, he had been suppressed by the dark sect. There were also rumors that he was unable to leave the 9 regions Dao's mountain gate. This matter had spread throughout the entire left path holy region, causing the hearts of all the sects to tremble intensely. There were even some almighty figures who had deduced the secrets of the heavens. Although the answers they obtained were vague, they vaguely pointed to the matter of him passing away. Even now, even though the Dao charm revealed by the jade slip was indeed at the universe level, he was not completely sure. However, he did not dare to gamble. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, and the cultivator at the middle stage of the star region immediately bowed. Obey the decree. As he spoke, his eyes already had a decisive look. When he looked at the solar system, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was the first to rush out. The other sects and star regions behind him also did not dare to say anything. They rushed out one after another. A group of 7 people instantly approached the solar system. They stepped into the rising boundary plate that enveloped the solar system, where the gap was. As soon as they entered, these 7 people immediately attacked. Under the explosive power of the star fields, they bombarded the defensive barrier. In an instant, the illusory rising boundary plate shook intensely and slowly became translucent. As for Master Xingyi, eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and old Niu, even though they were already retreating, they were unable to block all of them. However, the top 5 sects, including the 9 prefectures Dao, maintained their suppression. At the same time, they each assigned 1 or 2 people to attack the defensive barrier of the solar system's realm ascension plate. The rest of them didn't approach. Within the solar system, the ripples of Wang Bao's cultivation had increased from 60 steps to 70 steps, and his aura was becoming more and more shocking. However, not all of them had arrived. Wang Bao sighed in his heart. The realm ascension plate was incomplete and missing a corner. If Wang Bao had only been promoted to an ordinary starfield, the integration of the realm ascension plate into the Federation would have been enough to support his breakthrough. Even a little more would have been enough, much less him alone. However, his promotion this time required 100 times more than that of an ordinary starfield. That was why the missing corner was crucial. Wang Baol wasn't confident that he would succeed. That was why he had exposed his promotion in front of everyone. He wanted to attract attention. He wanted to create a sense of danger in the sects and clans of the left Dao Holy region. He wanted to do it for the Realm Ascension Plate. He wanted to stop himself. As long as they came, as long as they stepped into the Realm Ascension Plate. Wang Baol was confident that he could use their life force to bring the Realm Ascension Plate closer to completion in a short period of time. He wanted to replenish what he was lacking in his promotion. This was a plan that Wang Baol had hatched after he returned to the Federation and grasped and studied the Realm Ascension Disc. He had discovered that the Realm Ascension Disc contained the ability to shift the universe. At the same time, there was a gap in it, therefore, once it was activated, the gap would be the most dangerous spot. However, even though eldest senior sister, second senior brother, Old Bull, and the exalted Star Wing didn't deliberately reveal any flaws and were indeed powerless to stop it, the 9 prefectures Dao College and the other 4 great sects didn't take any risks. They remained cautious. They allowed the other sect starfields to investigate. As time passed, if any clues were discovered, all their efforts would be for naught. Furthermore, Wang Baol could already predict that the incomplete Realm Ascension Plate would at most support him to 70 steps. After all, the complete and incomplete parts weren't just missing the missing parts. It was a complete and integrated enhancement. I was wrong. Even if Master hadn't come, these people wouldn't have taken the risk. The result would still be the same. Wang Baol sighed. He felt a little regretful. There were only 7 starfields in the gap. There were only 6 other starfields in the Realm Ascension Plate. In total, there were only 13 starfields. Other than one peak mid-stage cultivator, the others were all at the early stage. If I could have 10 more. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the membrane at the gap trembled. The 7-star domains within the gap attacked with all their might. The membrane was about to be blasted open, and the only mid-stage cultivator from the star domain. Surprise appeared in his eyes. Then he seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed, and he was about to retreat. However, just as he sensed that he was about to retreat, a cold glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He didn't hesitate any longer. He raised his right hand and pointed. Spin! The moment he said that, the giant ascending realm plate that enveloped the entire solar system began to spin. As it spun, a sense of translocation erupted. The white-robed elder from the 9 prefectures Dao College and the late-stage elders from the 4 sects all had a change in expression. They stood up abruptly, and the expressions on the faces of the other star domains changed as well. The bodies of the 6 early-stage cultivators from the 5 sects instantly turned blurry. There was no sign of struggle or resistance. They disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, they had all been teleported to the gap. There really is a trap. Damn it! The 5 great sects, including the 9 regions Dao sect, let out a low roar. The 6th cultivator, who had been teleported to the gap, had a change in expression. Together with the only mid-stage cultivator from the galaxy, his cultivation erupted and he was about to escape. However, in the next instant, Seal, Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged in the sun and star, had a vicious look in his eyes. As he spoke calmly, a powerful sealing force appeared at the gap in the ascending realm plate. It sealed off all the positions, causing the cultivators inside to. They wouldn't be able to rush out in a short period of time. Wang Baol! Shouts rang out from inside and outside the gap. The white-robed elder from the 9 prefectures Dao, as well as the late-stage elders from the 4 sects, rushed out at the same time. However, just as they rushed out, the sea of flames descended, enveloping everything in its path. The blazing flame ancestor stepped out of thin air. With a wave of his hand, he blocked all 5 of them. Blazing flame, how dare you! My Dao of the 9 prefectures ancestor will definitely suppress you. The white-robed elder from the Dao of the 9 prefectures shouted in a low voice, a cold glint in his eyes. Suppress? With the help of your sect's Dao array formation, He will only be able to reach the universe grade in a short period of time. Does he dare come out? Why is he pretending to be a divine emperor? Your grandfather is the only deity emperor in the left Dao sacred region. He managed to scare me last time, and now he wants to scare your grandfather? The blazing flame ancestor sneered. He thought to himself that if he were to scare him again, he would spread the rumors even wider. The recent rumors about the 9 prefectures Dao ancestor in the left Dao sacred region were naturally caused by him. At the same time, while the blazing flame ancestor was fighting with the elders of the 5 sects, Wang Baol spoke again with a cold look in his eyes. Sacrifice. As soon as he spoke, a huge suction force erupted from within the solar system and the ascending realm plate. Everything else was perfect, so as the force erupted, the gap immediately became the target of everyone. This place was sealed again as if it was sealed. The faces of the 13 almighty cultivators from the 13 galaxies within it changed drastically. They were about to blast it open, but it was clearly impossible. In the next moment, their bodies began to tremble. From their skulls, their eyes, ears, nose, mouth, every inch of their flesh and blood, every inch of their bones, and even every inch of their divine souls, there was the breath of origin under the suction force. It spread out on its own, transforming into wisps of white mist that shot toward the edge of the rising realm plate. The suction force was forced and it was domineering. As everyone's essences were sucked out, the unprecedented pain caused the 13 cultivators to let out miserable shrieks. Their bodies withered visibly, and their divine souls became transparent. Their life force, cultivation bases, and even all traces of their existence were sucked away by the suction force of the ascending realm plate. As the suction force was absorbed, the missing corner of the ascending realm disk, although not physically complete, appeared to be illusory threads. They intertwined with each other, causing the ascending realm disk to expand towards its illusory completion. At that moment, Wang Baol's cultivation erupted with a loud bang as the ascending realm disk absorbed and gradually became complete. 70 steps, 75 steps, 80 steps, 85 steps, 90 steps. His hair danced in the wind, as if he were a river of stars. His divine soul appeared, as if he were a giant, resonating with the great Tao. His fleshly body rippled, as if it were resonating with the starry sky, until his cultivation base. He had reached the 95 steps of the great circle of stars, just as Wang Baol's cultivation reached the 95th step of the perfected star realm. The more than 10 star domains at the gap in the realm ascension plate let out shrill screams. Their bodies withered instantly. Then, as if they had turned into dust, they vanished into the starry skies. Their bodies, their vitality, their souls, their cultivation, and everything else had been sacrificed to make up for the missing corner of the realm ascension plate. However, even if they were sacrificed, the ascending realm disk would still be unable to make up for what was missing. The real way to make up for what was missing was to make the ascending realm disk truly complete. That was too difficult. According to Wang Baol's estimations, if he wanted to do that, the number of star domains he had to sacrifice would reach an astonishing level. Of course, if he had the ability to sacrifice a universe deity emperor, he could do so as well. Other than that, there was another method. That was to find some extremely precious natural treasures. Or perhaps, for the entire stone-steel world, it was to find a soul with a special meaning that carried the weight of time. There might seem to be many methods, but in reality, none of them were possible. That was why after Wang Baol had studied the realm ascension plate, he had thought of a method. He wouldn't try to fill in the gaps with material things. Instead, he would weave an illusory web and use a large amount of spirit chi and the soul to fill in the gaps in the realm ascension plate. He would make it seem complete. He would then be able to support himself and break through to the celestial domain realm. However, now that his cultivation had risen to the 95th step of the perfected star realm, Wang Baol could sense that the realm ascension plate was powerless. Looking around, the dozen or so celestial domains that he had worshipped had only filled in 60% of the gaps in the realm ascension plate. What a pity! Wang Baol sighed softly. He was filled with regret. However, this scene was extremely shocking to the powerful cultivators from the various sects and clans outside the solar system. This, what a ruthless heart. Sacrificing a powerful cultivator from the galaxy to fill the gap. Wang Baol, you are too vicious. Roars filled with shock rang out from the powerful cultivators from the various sects outside the solar system. The white-robed elder from the Tao of the 9 prefectures narrowed his eyes. He was shocked by Wang Baol's sacrifice, and his body swayed as he retreated. He focused his gaze on the solar system. The other late-stage cultivators from the other 4 sects also retreated rapidly. The blazing flame ancestor didn't stop him. He snorted coldly and stood outside the solar system. His eldest and second disciples, as well as the divine ox, gathered rapidly. The stellar wing master hesitated for a moment before rushing over as well. He cupped his fists and bowed to the blazing flame. The blazing flame smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at the 9 regions Tao and the others, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Come on, let's go in. This time we won't stop you. The white-robed elder from the 9 prefectures Tao frowned. He was in a dilemma. If he attacked, he was worried that the realm ascension plate would still have a suction force. If he didn't attack, a stalemate wouldn't be an option. The elders from the other 4 great sects also had grim expressions on their faces. They had judged that there was danger at the gap, but they hadn't expected that the danger was actually a sacrifice. It was a good thing that they could clearly sense that Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged within the sun and star, hadn't attained a perfect level of cultivation. That way, they had achieved their goal. Wang Baol, if you agree to our 2 conditions, we don't need the realm ascension plate. The Left Tao Sacred Region also welcomes the promotion of your federation and recognizes the status of your federation. Form an alliance with each other and stop fighting. The white-robed elder from the 9 prefectures Tao suddenly spoke. Without waiting for Wang Baol's reply, the white-robed elder spoke again. First, you must immediately advance to the star domain. You cannot continue to accumulate the power of perfection. Second, the Federation cannot expand for another 10,000 years. Maintain this scale. Third, you must follow the instructions of the Left Tao Sacred Regions Parliament and act in coordination with external enemies. With these 3 conditions, if you agree, the Left Path Holy Region Council will give you a spot in the Federation, and you will be protected by the Left Path Holy Region. If you do not agree, then today, we will attack in full force and destroy your Federation, the white-robed old man said. The aura of a perfected starfield exploded out. The other starfields in the 9 prefectures around him did the same, causing the starry sky to tremble. 9 great Tao chains suddenly appeared once again, enveloping the entire area. It was as if they wanted to trap the solar system within. The other 4 sects did the same. The cauldron rumbled, the giants roared, the heaven-cleaving axe and the meteorites emanated boundless Tao might, as if they wanted to solidify all of the fate of the solar system. More than 50 celestial domains surrounded the area, each of which was filled with shocking energy. The starry sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Faced with all this, even the blazing flame patriarch's expression turned grim. The divine ox and his eldest disciple were his clones, and they were the same. Only the second disciple remained expressionless. However, there was determination in his eyes. As for the exalted cultivator from the stellar wing, he narrowed his eyes, as if weighing the pros and cons in his heart. However, he seemed to have thought of something in the end. Determination appeared in his eyes, and his fighting spirit rose. Seeing that both sides were in a stalemate, the blazing flame ancestor suddenly sent a telepathic thought to Wang Baol from the bottom of his heart. Baol, I was rash this time. Use your worst-case scenario. Do you need me to sacrifice a portion of my cultivation to suppress the gap? Master is concerned about me. How could I be rash? I am grateful. Thank you for this, Master. It is my miscalculation that is not to blame, Master. Wang Baol stood up from his cross-legged position and raised his head to look outside the solar system. He first bowed deeply towards his master. As he swept his gaze across the elites from the 9 prefectures Tao sect and the other sects, a murderous look appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. Although he had been scheming against the sects, if they hadn't come, the previous incident wouldn't have happened. I'm still a little short. Wang Baol's eyes were filled with determination. He wasn't an indecisive person. Even though he needed his master's help to make a last resort, it wouldn't affect his master much. He had only limited it to the Federation for a period of time. That period of time was enough for him to find a replacement. With that thought in mind, Wang Baol suddenly sent out a telepathic thought. There's no need for Master to personally suppress it. I just need to draw the Raging Flame Galaxy over and suppress it at the gap in the Ascending Realm Plate. This spell will cause a loss of spirit chi in the Raging Flame Galaxy. However, I will be able to find a replacement within half a year at most. As I release the Raging Flame Galaxy, I will also be able to replenish the missing spirit chi. However, during this half a year, due to the suppression of the Raging Flame Galaxy, I'm afraid that Master will be confined to the Federation. Disciple. That's it. The Blazing Flame Ancestor laughed. He didn't seem to care at all. He didn't even bother listening to what Wang Baol had to say after that. He raised his right hand suddenly and grabbed at the air. With that grab, a ball of flame appeared out of thin air. The Blazing Flame Ancestor held it in his hand and tossed it casually towards the gap. The ball of flame moved at a rapid speed. It reached the gap in an instant and expanded abruptly. Instantly, the void rumbled. The ball of flame grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it was the size of the gap. The flames within it churned. A vast galaxy could be seen within. It was the Raging Flame Galaxy. This scene stunned the white-robed old man and the others, and their expressions immediately changed. They wanted to stop it, but it was clearly impossible. In the next instant, as the ball of flame appeared, it suddenly pressed down on the gap. With a loud bang, the solar system shook violently. From within the ball of flame, a shocking amount of spiritual energy exploded out. This spiritual energy spread rapidly, forming many threads that filled up a corner of the Ascending Realm Plate. The gap that was already 60% filled was instantly filled up. Even though it was still incomplete, from the perspective of filling up the void, it was already complete. The instant the filling up of the void was completed, the Ascending Realm Plate rumbled. Wang Baol's cultivation rose once again from the 95 steps that had stopped. 96 steps, 97 steps, 98 steps, 99 steps, up to 100 steps. Wang Baol's hair danced in the wind, and his aura rose infinitely. As everyone outside the solar system was shaken, the light in their eyes exploded, and they spoke suddenly. Why should I be the one to give you the 3 conditions instead of the 3 I gave you? Today, I will step into the galaxy. As he spoke, the sound of the starry sky rumbled out from his body, shaking the great Tao. The entire solar system became one, fusing with his body. Countless natural laws erupted madly. Wang Baol, the white-robed elder from the 9 prefectures' Tao college's expression changed drastically. The other elders from the 4 great sects did the same. They were filled with killing intent. They might have been on friendly terms with each other previously, but now, under their combined attacks and pressure, Wang Baol had chosen to advance to the perfected star realm. This represented Wang Baol's attitude. His words made the white-robed elder and the others even angrier. Seeing that Wang Baol was about to advance, the 5 of them looked at each other and didn't hesitate. They attacked at the same time, heading towards the solar system. The Blazing Flame Ancestor was about to stop them when Wang Baol's voice reverberated in the starry skies. Master, there's no need to stop us. Please return to the solar system to rest. Let them do their thing. After the disciples advance, we will go to their sects and pay our respects to them. The Blazing Flame Patriarch laughed heartily. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept up his own disciples, Master Starry Wings, and the old bull into the solar system. As soon as they entered, the 5 great sects in the area made their move. They had already landed. Rumbling could be heard as the 9 great Tao chains of the Tao of the 9 prefectures spread out without limit, encircling the solar system layer by layer, as if they were completely sealing it. The giant waved his hand and grabbed the heaven-cleaving axe. The 2 sects actually appeared to have fused their Tao together, and the axe struck the protective barrier of the ascending boundary plate of the solar system. The sound was monstrous, and the ascending boundary plate that protected the solar system trembled a few times. Although it caved in, it did not shatter. Instead, it quickly recovered. At the same time, the meteorite also descended, and with a boom, it smashed down. It caused the edge of the solar system to be heavily caved in, but it was similarly not damaged. Then, the attacks from the dozens of galaxies formed a storm of divine abilities and spells, engulfing the solar system. However, the realm ascension plate was a supreme treasure. Even if the gap was only a false one, the defense it formed still shocked everyone who had attacked. They were shocked beyond words. They were unable to do anything to the realm ascension plate in a short period of time. This was the difference between Wang Baol and the past. After experiencing so many things, his thoughts had changed a lot. He was still ruthless and didn't lack to gamble, but his foundation was full of confidence. There had been some errors in his calculations during the battle today, but that was only for his cultivation. If it was a safety issue, Wang Baol was 90% certain. That was why he didn't even look at the powerful cultivators from the various sects that were attacking the solar system outside. He didn't care about the waves of ripples that reverberated within the solar system due to the explosions in the outside world. Naturally, the Federation cultivators took action to resolve these ripples. At that moment, Wang Baol was completely focused on his own breakthrough. After his cultivation reached the 100 steps of the perfected stellar realm, he didn't hesitate at all. As he accumulated his strength to the maximum, he exploded with a loud bang. It was as if there was an invisible pillar of light that represented Wang Baol's cultivation. It continued to climb into the void at an extremely fast speed. Even as it climbed, it would still encounter some invisible barriers that blocked its path. However, these barriers only collided with the pillar of light before they shattered with a loud bang. They couldn't stop it at all. The entire process lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As Wang Baol's cultivation soared, the Tao aura on his body grew stronger. His hair danced in the wind, and his body began to emit a refreshing fragrance. The rules and laws around him were revealed. Above him, countless mesh-like existences appeared in the solar system. The void below him was also churning, and he was located in the center of the solar system. The entire solar system was spinning around him. The spinning speed increased, and more rules and laws appeared. The starry sky rumbled and shook the heavens and earth. Finally, cracking sounds came from within Wang Baol's body. The tens of thousands of stars in his body had all become stars. The core was Tao, and 9 circles surrounded him. The tens of thousands of stars dotted each other. After they became stars, they continued to expand, causing the starry sky in his body to spin as well. The size of the starry sky was shocking. There were tens of thousands of galaxies in it, and each galaxy wasn't weak. They were formed from the evolution of special galaxies, forming one spiral after another. Eventually, they formed within Wang Baol's body. The spiral of stars gathered together and formed a galaxy. With a loud boom, Wang Baol's hair fluttered in the wind once again. His soul materialized, and his physical body emitted a strong light. The instant his cultivation advanced to a galaxy, the 3 of them fused together rapidly. His soul, physical body, and cultivation all merged into one. There was no distinction between them. There was no longer the pure power of the soul. There was no longer the simple power of the physical body. There was no longer the usual fluctuation of cultivation. After all of them merged into one, Wang Baol's every move contained the power of the soul, it contained the power of the physical body, and it contained the fluctuation of cultivation. All of this caused his Tao charm to erupt instantly. Behind him, a shocking divine ox that was larger than the solar system was formed. It was even refracted outside. Even the old ox's original body seemed to be inferior to it. It was as if this was the real divine ox. However, that was not all. On the divine ox's back, Wang Baol's illusory figure suddenly materialized and sat cross-legged in meditation. As he closed his eyes, waves of ripples spread throughout the entire Left Tao Holy Region. At that moment, the rules and laws of the Left Tao Holy Region were strongly affected. All the galaxies, the starry skies, and all the stars trembled slightly. The hearts of countless cultivators were trembling violently, faintly. A voice seemed to reverberate in the minds of all the living beings in the left Tao holy region. My Tao is free and unfettered. The voice of the great Tao. This is impossible. As Wang Bao's voice reverberated in the minds of all the living beings in the left Tao holy region, all the galaxies outside the solar system, who had stopped their attacks in shock and were retreating rapidly. All of their expressions changed drastically. The white-robed elder from the 9 prefectures Tao seemed to have seen a ghost. He couldn't control himself even with his composure, and he cried out in shock. Only by advancing to the divine emperor realm can the sound of the great Tao spread throughout all life. You only advance to the starfield realm. How is this possible? Even the legendary body of the beginning Tao wouldn't be able to achieve this. Unless your life level is already at the divine emperor realm or even higher. That's why the sound of the great Tao appeared before you advanced to the starfield realm. You still have secrets. You're not Wang Baol, not a Federation cultivator. Who are you? The white-robed elder went crazy. The elders from the 4 great sects beside him were shocked and lost their voices. Their scalps went numb, and they groaned in their hearts. If they had known that the voice of the great Tao would appear after Wang Baol's promotion, they wouldn't have tried to stop him. The voice of the great Tao represented that its Tao was written within the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe were part of the heavenly Tao, but they weren't something that the heavenly Tao could influence. They were the foundation of everything. To possess such a Tao, to a certain extent, it was equivalent to possessing the might of a divine emperor who was at the universe level. The universe level contained the universe within themselves. That was why they could be called divine emperors. They used the power of gods and the might of emperors to make all living beings in the universe invincible, unreachable, and untouchable. Now, when they looked at Wang Baol's dermic projection, they felt a piercing pain in their eyes, as if they were about to bleed. Their minds were in turmoil and they retreated. The blazing flame ancestor was also dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Wang Baol, and his mind buzzed. He subconsciously looked at his first disciple and the old bull. I taught a divine emperor? Yes, your old bull. Old bull. Bull. Eldest senior sister. Master is mighty. Second senior brother thought for a moment and said softly, as the blazing flame ancestors stared at each other, and the experts from the 5 great sects in the outside world retreated rapidly, Wang Baol's dermic projection, which was larger than the size of the solar system, slowly opened its eyes and said calmly, You are not free. You are not free. In the starry skies, outside the solar system, the gigantic shadow of the divine ox stood above the galaxy. It seemed to be able to prop up the void, causing the entire left Tao holy region to tremble violently. However, the source of all this was not the shadow of the divine ox. Instead, it was Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged on its back and wearing a long green robe with his hair flying in the wind. His hair was as green as the clouds, representing freedom. His long hair was like the Tao, and it fluttered in the wind. It represented freedom. His eyebrows were like sharp blades, and his eyes were filled with stars. His entire body was filled with the Tao aura. The vast universe within his body made Wang Baol's Dharma idol seem to have surpassed a god and become a supreme being. The moment he spoke, his words had reached the level where his words would follow the Tao. You are not free. As soon as those words were said, countless laws and principles appeared outside the solar system. They formed threads that twined in all directions and rearranged themselves. They rearranged themselves according to Wang Baol's great Tao, according to his will. They turned into shackles that appeared on every cultivator's body. At that moment, the unending heavenly Tao dimmed, and the dark sex power of the heavenly Tao dissipated. Only Wang Baol's great Tao became the only one here. This wasn't the power of the galaxy that the stone-steel world could display. This was the power of the universe in the stone-steel world. Whether it was the 9 prefectures Tao, the other 4 great sects, or the cultivators from the various sects and clans who had rushed over, everyone's bodies trembled violently at that moment. As the shackle appeared, their bodies immediately became extremely heavy. It was as if something that originally belonged to them had been forcefully taken away from their bodies, causing the bodies of all the cultivators in the area to immediately become extremely awkward. In fact, even their movements slowed down. This was a form of deprivation of all freedom, of all physical strength. It wasn't over. All of you felt uneasy. When these words were spoken, it was as if a windstorm had descended from the starry sky. It swept out in all directions, causing the void in the starry sky to distort violently. The Tao within the bodies of all the cultivators trembled as they were suppressed. It was as if another shackle had sealed their souls, their will and their senses. This was to deprive them of all freedom and the breath of spirit. At that moment they couldn't move their bodies or their minds. All the cultivators' minds went blank. It was as if time had stopped flowing in their bodies. Wang Baol raised his right hand, opened his palm, and faced the void. He slowly clenched his fist. As he clenched his fist, the starry sky rumbled and the void shattered. The dozens of sealed starfields began to show signs of shattering. Cracks spread out, as if they were about to collapse. It was as if Wang Baol's palm had transformed into the starry sky. As he clenched his fist, he wanted to suppress all the cultivators in the area. There were already 7 or 8 early-stage cultivators in the starfields who couldn't take it anymore. Before Wang Baol could fully clench his fist, a loud boom rang out. Their bodies exploded within the 2 seals. They were torn to shreds. His spirit and soul were also shattered. His body and soul were destroyed. The cracks in the bodies of the others also increased. However, these were galaxy regions, and there were many of them. There were even perfected galaxy regions like the white-robed elder among them. There were also 4 late-stage cultivators in the galaxy regions. In the next instant, as the 8 galaxy regions fell, the white-robed elder's body trembled violently. A violent force erupted within his body. As the force erupted, his entire body seemed to burn. It was clear that at this critical moment, he had chosen to burn his own cultivation and soul, allowing his cultivation to increase exponentially. He had managed to break free from Wang Baol's Tao shackles. He let out a shrill roar. "Everyone, why aren't you burning the Tao of the various sects? Do you want to die here?" As soon as he spoke, the 9 chains formed by the great Tao of the 9 prefectures Tao began to burn with a loud bang. They flew towards Wang Baol's Dharma idol and wrapped around it. At the same time, the 4 late-stage elders from the other 4 sects knew that they were in a life-and-death crisis. They saw that the white-robed elder was already on fire, so they gritted their teeth and unleashed their cultivation as if they were on fire. They too chose to burn. They managed to activate the Tao shadows of their respective sects, causing the giant cauldron, meteorite, heaven-cleaving axe, and the giant to all burn. As they burned, the elders of the 4 sects let out a shrill cry that spread in all directions. The cauldron crashed towards Wang Baol, the meteorite crashed, and the heaven-cleaving axe came crashing down beside Wang Baol. The giant's roar shook the starry skies, and he crashed into Wang Baol with his body. That wasn't all. As the great Tao of the 5 great sects burned and suppressed Wang Baol together, loud booms rang out from all 5 directions in the left Tao sacred region. Those 5 directions. They were the 5 great sects in the left Tao sacred region, including the 9 prefectures Tao. The 5 great sects were all paying attention to this place. They saw Wang Baol making his move, and they saw that their own cultivators were in imminent danger. How could they not be anxious? After all, this was their strongest combat ability on the surface. Therefore, in the next instant, the 5 great sects foundations exploded. Each of them formed a dazzling arm that contained boundless Tao charm, pierced through the void from the 5 directions and appeared directly on the battlefield outside the solar system. It didn't touch Wang Baol. Instead, it grabbed the cultivators from its own sects and retreated rapidly. The solar system is not a place where you can come and go as you wish, Wang Baol's dermic projection said calmly. He ignored the various great Tao that were hurtling towards him. His body instantly turned blurry and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already far away. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The power of his physical body, his soul, and his cultivation were all fused together to form this punch. It was aimed at the 5 hands formed by the 5 great sects, which were retreating rapidly in an attempt to save Wang Baol. It was aimed at the 5 arms that were escaping. The 5 arms trembled. In the next moment, they merged together without hesitation, forming an even brighter palm. The moment Wang Baol's fist was aimed at him, it struck him directly. Amidst the rumbling, Wang Baol's fist collided with the palm formed by the 5 sects' accumulated resources. The starry sky trembled. The great Tao rumbled. The palm trembled violently. The cultivators from the various sects within spat out blood. At least 30% of them had their physical bodies disintegrated, their souls shattered, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. However, the hand formed from the accumulation of the 5 sects' resources was indeed extraordinary. It retreated rapidly as it trembled. Even though all the sects had died, more than half of them were still protected. As it retreated, it disappeared into the starry sky in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and stared at the starry sky in the distance. At the same time, the items formed from the burning great Tao from the various sects, which he had managed to avoid by shifting his dermic projection in a blurry manner earlier, also flew towards him and pressed down on him once again. Chains, giant cauldrons, giants, sky-splitting axes, meteorites, and a shocking aura appeared around him. They burned everything. However, just as they were about to come into contact with Wang Baol spoke calmly. Waning moon! Immediately, the spell of the waning moon was activated. The Tao of the waning moon was time, and it didn't belong to the stone-steel world. With Wang Baol's current cultivation level in the galaxy, as he activated it, time suddenly reversed around him, instantly reversing by dozens of breaths. The burning great Tao of the various sects around him were affected as well. They retreated from their burning state in an instant and retreated back into time. However, before they could leave, Wang Baol raised his hand and suppressed all the items manifested by the great Tao of the 5 sects. He threw them to the gap in the ascending realm plate that had been filled by the raging flame galaxy. He sealed it immediately, causing the gap to rumble. The pressure on the raging flame galaxy was greatly reduced, and it was replaced by the great Tao of the 5 sects. It became a new item to fill the gap. This scene shocked all the cultivators in the solar system who were paying attention to the battle. It shocked the myriad sect clans in the left Tao holy region who were looking at the scene from afar. It also shocked the many factions in the side sect holy region who were observing the scene. This isn't the galaxy. The power of a divine emperor. How is this possible? They weren't the only ones. At this moment, all the sects and clans in the Weiyang Central region, as well as the Weiyang clan, saw what was happening. Waves of shock rose up in their hearts, and the progenitor opened his eyes, his pupils constricted. This is the true third step? Even further away, in the netherworld, a gaze seemed to pierce through everything and stare at this place. The blazing flame ancestor's eyes were filled with confusion. He still couldn't understand why his disciple, after breaking through to the galaxy, had become capable of becoming a divine emperor. He had a guess, but it was too unbelievable. It reminded him of some rumors from ancient times. On the other hand, the Federation cultivators in the solar system were excited. However, they didn't know much about the galaxy, so they didn't notice anything. They only knew that Wang Baol was extremely powerful. However, the Heaven Palm Grandmaster, the Exalted Star Wing, and the Purple Gold Grandmaster were different. The waves of emotions in their hearts were surging. The Heaven Palm Grandmaster sucked in a deep breath. All the thoughts in his heart, all of them vanished, and he no longer dared to show any signs of unwillingness. As for Guru Starry Wing, he was trembling, and his eyes shone with intense light. He knew more than most people, because he had once seen a paragon cultivator from the outside world, the Holy Queen of the sect. She was his daughter. Therefore, he knew a secret. All of the cultivators in this universe cultivated incomplete Tao. They were all incomplete. In the outside world, although there were different names for the different levels of cultivation, there was a unified judgment. This judgment was made from the first step to the 5th step. According to what he had heard in the past, This universe's star field should belong to the third step in the universe, and the Divine Emperor was the fourth step. However, in reality, because the Tao was incomplete, it was far inferior to the cultivators in the outside world. The difference was due to the individual comprehending different Tao. It was about the same realm. There were occasional exceptions, but there were still some minor differences. Those who were able to make exceptions were the strongest in the universe. However, no matter how exceptional they were, it seemed impossible for them to reach Wang Bao's level. He had just stepped into the galaxy and demonstrated the Divine Emperor's control over the Great Tao. There could only be one explanation. Could it be that Wang Bao, due to some special fortuitous encounter, has embarked on a complete Great Tao, becoming the third step in the true sense of the word? The cultivator from the stellar wing was greatly shaken. The purple gold patriarch was also extremely excited and thankful for his previous choice. He felt that he had done the right thing in his life. He had resolutely chosen to merge into the solar system. As for the 17 sons of the 7 spirits Tao, they were all equally excited as they murmured to themselves. Daddy is really Daddy. Wait for me, Daddy. My cultivation base will break through very soon. When that time comes, I'll definitely go down to your knees and have some fun. There was also the mysterious Starry Moon sect. Sitting cross-legged on the cliff in front of the mountain waterfall, Patriarch Star Moon looked away from the Federation. His eyes filled with emotion as a smile appeared on his face. The agreed time is almost up. At that moment, a thought appeared in the minds of everyone in the entire Weiyang Dao domain. That was, from now on, there would be one more peak expert in the Weiyang Dao domain. That person's name was Wang Bao. At that moment, Wang Bao, who had risen to prominence in the Weiyang Dao domain, stood outside the solar system. After suppressing the 5 great Dao sects at the gap in the ascending realm plate, he stared at the spot where the palm formed from the 5 great Dao sects foundations had disappeared. He narrowed his eyes. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. The price I have to pay isn't enough, Wang Bao said calmly. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and threw 4 punches into the starry sky. Each of these 4 punches was the strongest combat power he could muster after the fusion of his physical body, soul, and cultivation. They transformed into 4 gigantic fist shadows that rumbled with the power of the Great Tao. They charged towards the 4 great sects other than the 9 prefectures Tao. They were so fast that they pierced through the void and arrived in the starry skies where the 4 great sects were in an instant. They charged straight towards the main stargate of the 4 great sects. As the cultivators from the 4 great sects cried out in shock, Wang Bao's 4 fist shadows. They landed in different starry skies. The 4 great sects each unleashed a tremendous amount of power and unleashed their full strength. However, amidst a series of rumbles, Wang Bao's fist shadows smashed into the mountain gate. Countless buildings collapsed, and a large number of cultivators coughed out blood from the tremors. Even the stars were shaking. They were knocked off course, causing a storm to sweep across their starry skies. Wang Bao's Dao charm dissipated with his fist, filling the starry skies where the 4 great sects were. All the cultivators felt their bodies sink, and their souls were suppressed. The stronger their cultivation, the deeper they felt. To the 4 great sects, this punch represented Wang Bao's attitude and his warning. Then Wang Bao looked in the direction of the 9 prefectures Dao. What he had done previously was not enough to establish his might today. Even if he had thrown out 4 punches, he still would not have been able to achieve the deterrence that he wanted. Therefore, the source of all this was the 9 prefectures Dao. It was where Wang Bao wanted to establish his might. As the 4 fist shadows disappeared into the distance, Wang Bao raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards the solar system. With that grabbing motion, the ancient green bronze soared outside the sun and star, which had been expanding continuously previously, suddenly trembled violently and disappeared in the next instant. When it reappeared, it had shrunk significantly. It was in Wang Bao's hand. After being lifted by him, the cultivation in his body exploded. The power of the scabbard rumbled and slashed towards the direction of the 9 prefectures Dao. A sword chi that was the size of a galaxy exploded in front of Wang Bao. It pierced through the air and headed towards the location of the 9 regions Dao. creating countless explosions and sharp sounds as it whistled through the air. As the sword landed, Wang Baol released his grip. The ancient green bronze sword disappeared, and when it reappeared, it returned to its original position. The cultivators of the vast expanse Dao Palace were in shock. At that moment, in the left Dao sacred territory, at the main star mountain gate in the starry sky where the 9 regions Dao was located, the void was torn apart. Sword Qi appeared and slashed at the star. The star trembled as if it was about to be cut in half. Countless cultivators from the 9 prefectures Dao spewed out blood. A shocked sigh came from the depths of the 9 prefectures Dao. A gigantic figure, exuding the aura of a universe-grade cultivator, materialized. It raised its hand and pointed at the sword Qi that was slashing at Wang Baol. A loud boom rang out. The figure's finger collapsed, shattering into pieces. The sword Qi dissipated as well. However, Wang Baol's Dao aura had turned into a suppressive force. Wang Baol's voice echoed throughout the 9 prefectures Dao. This is a warning. His voice and Dao aura spread like a storm, shattering the mountain gates of the 9 prefectures Dao. The stars trembled violently as well. A portion of the area couldn't take it anymore and collapsed, turning into countless meteorites that scattered across the starry skies. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. It's the 9 prefectures Dao's fault. We deserve this calamity. After a long while, the universe-grade patriarch from the 9 prefectures Dao spoke slowly, his voice filled with fatigue and age. At that moment, the entire left Dao sacred region was silent. Everyone understood that the situation had changed. Wang Baol didn't continue to pay attention to the 9 prefectures Dao. Outside the solar system, Wang Baol's Dharma idol turned around and bowed deeply towards the blazing flame patriarch as a disciple. Master! The blazing flame ancestor's eyes lit up instantly. He puffed out his chest and stroked his beard. A smile appeared on his face, and he nodded his head in high spirits. Baol, you did well. Very well. I am very pleased. Boss, second brother, and old bull, you have to work hard too. You can't play all day. What Master has taught me is that I must work hard in the future and listen to Master's teachings. I must reach the level of little junior brother as soon as possible. Eldest senior sister's expression was solemn. She looked at Wang Baol with warmth in her eyes. When she looked at the flames, she was extremely respectful. There was even some exaggerated fanaticism. Old Nyo, who was beside her, also spoke solemnly. Your disciple is awesome. You are even more awesome. Second senior brother was silent for a moment before saying weakly, Master is mighty. Wang Baol blinked. His heart was filled with warmth. He cupped his fists towards the blazing flame ancestor and bowed once again. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Master, how about visiting my hometown? The blazing flame ancestor laughed heartily and nodded happily. Wang Baol laughed as well. As he walked towards the solar system, his Dharma idol shrank until it became as small as an ordinary person's. He followed behind the blazing flame ancestor, and under the respectful welcome of the elites from the various factions in the Federation, he walked towards Earth. Along the way, the blazing flame ancestor's laughter was loud and clear. Joy filled the entire starry sky. The solar system regained its peace. The divine ox Dao shadow formed by Wang Baol's divine ability was hovering above the solar system, threatening the entire universe. Within the solar star, Wang Baol's actual body closed his eyes. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. Accompanying his master was his Dharma idol avatar. It wasn't that he was disrespectful, but that he had just advanced to the galactic domain. His actual body still needed some time to comprehend and consolidate his cultivation. Generally speaking, it was difficult for a person's height to determine the true level of a civilization. However, there were very few absolutes in this world. Therefore, when a person's height reached the limit, the level of a civilization would rise by far too much. This was the case for the Federation. This was the case for Wang Baol. His cultivation might only be in the galaxy, but the battle he had fought against the 5 great sects had shown him to be as powerful as a divine emperor. The 4 punches he had thrown at the 4 great sects had shocked everyone. What shocked and alarmed the elites of the various sects in the never-ending Dao domain the most was the sword he had used to slash at the 9 prefectures Dao realm. That strike had been unleashed by the universe-grade supreme treasure, the ancient bronze sword. It contained all of Wang Bao's cultivation, soul, and physical strength. Combined with the power of the supreme treasure, the power unleashed was so strong that it could injure a universe-divine emperor realm cultivator. The patriarch of the 9 regions Dao might have some problems of his own, but within the mountain gates of the 9 regions Dao, he had indeed been able to use some special techniques to reach the universe grade. His finger had crumbled. The few divine emperors within the Wei Yang clan had instantly placed great importance on Wang Bao. After all, if the former were to leave the mountain gates of the Dao of the 9 prefectures, he would only be a slightly stronger perfected galactic realm cultivator. As for the latter, he would be able to go anywhere he wanted, and he would be able to erupt with power that could threaten divine emperors. This allowed the Federation to rise up completely. This was because not only did it contain Wang Bao's combat strength, which was comparable to that of a divine emperor, but it also contained the blazing flame patriarch. With the combined efforts of the master and disciple, it would have been fine if the dark sect hadn't been present. The Weiyang clan might have been fearful, but if they had hardened their hearts and risked the death of 2 divine emperors, it wasn't as if they couldn't suppress them. The price for doing so was high. However, if the time came, the Weiyang clan wouldn't hesitate. However, with the dark sect's greatest enemy on their side, the 2 superpowers could erupt into a war that would spread throughout the entire Weiyang Dao domain at any moment. Therefore, the Weiyang clan did not dare to move at this moment. Once they moved, the dark sect would definitely not let go of this opportunity. At that time, the Weiyang clan would be in an extremely passive position, and the possibility of their destruction would increase by 20 to 30%. And when a person, or rather a faction, could increase the probability of the other party losing by 20 to 30%, that person or faction would already be standing in an undefeatable position. This was the case with the Federation at this moment. Therefore, the Weiyang clan quickly expressed their goodwill and announced that the entire Dao domain had not only acknowledged the status of the Federation, but had also sent out a large amount of resources as gifts. However, this also included scheming. The status they had acknowledged was shockingly the number 1 sect in the left Dao holy region. Their goal was clearly to sow discord, causing the other sects in the left Dao holy region, especially the 9 regions Dao, to suffer too great a loss of face. They had no choice but to fight the Federation. They would use this as a hindrance, because the Weiyang Dao region could only tolerate the rise of the Federation. This was already the limit. They did not want to see a future in the left Dao holy region that had never existed before, a domain lord who had unified the left Dao holy region. At the very least, they would have to wait until the war between the Weiyang clan and the dark sect was concluded. Or perhaps, they could use this as a bargaining chip, rather than letting things get out of control. The never-ending clan's actions were in line with their interests. That was why the never-ending clan visited frequently in the following days. The various sects in the Sidor holy region also arranged for powerful individuals of a certain status to come and present their gifts. Similarly, in the left Dao holy region, Wang Bao's battle had shaken all the sections. As a result, there were many admirers and visitors in the following days. However, there were almost no applications to integrate into the solar system. The various sects and clans in the left Dao holy region didn't want to offend either side. They were all watching. Wang Bao didn't pay any attention to these matters. Instead, he handed the matter over to the Federation president, Wu Mengling, and the others. His avatar accompanied his master, the blazing flame patriarch, to relax in the solar system. While his main body sat cross-legged in the sun and star, he stabilized his cultivation. He had already sensed that the combat prowess he had displayed after advancing to the starfield had exceeded his previous judgment. This made Wang Bao feel puzzled as well. However, the answer, Wang Bao had his own guesses and judgments as well. There are 3 reasons for all of this. One is that my original form is the black wooden board. Another is that it has something to do with the immortal inheritance that ancient times gifted me. Another reason is that in my previous life, I had left the stone-steel world and comprehended the Tao beyond the stone-steel world, especially the waning moon. Wang Baol mumbled to himself. He naturally knew that the time art of the waning moon wasn't the Tao of the stone-steel world. That was why its power within the stone-steel world was heaven-defying. At the same time, the inheritance of immortals was very elusive. Wang Baol felt that it was more like an opportunity, or perhaps a proof of qualification. He wasn't able to understand what it was exactly. As for the black wooden board, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He thought back to what he had seen with the help of the statue in the dark river. The wooden nail that had pierced into the forehead of the true emperor. I feel like the truth is getting closer and closer. Since my main body is stuck in the forehead of the real emperor in the Weiyang Dao domain, why was I summoned into this universe? Is this the emperor's plan to save himself, or do I actually have another mission? Back then, all heaven had only planned to use a single finger to seal the Weiyang Dao domain. However, after seeing my main body's black wooden board, why did it turn from a single finger to an entire arm is what he's sealing really goo. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes shining brightly. He had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that all heaven is sealing goo, me, and the emperor's avatar? Wang Baol fell silent. He thought of Chun Qingzi. Could it be that Chun Qingzi really didn't know that he was the one who was supposed to seal and prevent anyone from going out? Why would he turn a blind eye to it? Previously, Wang Baol had thought that it was because of his emotions, and because of his master, Ming Kunzi. But now his thoughts were wavering. Could it be? Chun Qingzi's mission on the surface is to seal the ancient remnant soul, so that the immortal's inheritance cannot leave, while the one who is secretly sealed is the emperor's avatar. If the emperor's avatar cannot leave, then the real emperor will not be complete. If the emperor really has a large number of avatars scattered, then could it be that this is where his last avatar is located? If it really is what I think it is, then the emperor definitely didn't mean for me to be summoned into this universe. The more Wang Baol thought about it, the more he felt that the seal on the stone tablet realm, it was clearly preventing the return of the emperor's avatar, and he was here because what he saw with the help of the statue in the Nether River was clearly an enemy of the emperor. Do I really have a mission that I have forgotten about? Destroy the emperor's avatar? Make it incomplete? Then what is the origin of the centipede? Is it a part of the immortals? Or is it the real emperor's avatar? Or is it the person who was sent here by the emperor's true body to break the situation? Wang Baol had a headache. The more he knew, the more confused he became. Also, the black wooden nail is me. Then, is it the black wooden nail from back then that had consciousness? Or did someone use the unconscious black wooden nail as a supreme treasure to destroy the emperor and nail it between the emperor's brows? If the black wooden nail from back then had consciousness, then what is my consciousness now? If it's the latter, then who controlled me and used it against the emperor? Wang Baol was silent. After a long while, he suddenly laughed. It's useless to think too much. If I keep going, I'll naturally know everything. Now, what I need to consider is how to get Master's Raging Flames to remove the restrictions in the Federation as soon as possible. I need other items that can be used to fill the gaps in the Realm Ascension Plate. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and pondered. After a long while, his eyes shone brightly. There is one existence that fits perfectly. It is a soul that, to the entire stone-steel world, bears the weight of countless years and has experienced the restarting of the universe from almost every era. It also has a special meaning. Purple moon. Wang Baol suddenly raised his head. His gaze spread out from the solar system and stared into the depths of the starry sky. At the same time, in the void within the 9 netherworld, a gaze spread out as well. It looked at the spot where Wang Baol was looking. The owner of the gaze was sitting cross-legged in the 9 netherworld. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the ordinary wooden sword in front of his knees was Chun Qingzi. Junior brother, this is what I have prepared for you. A great tonic. As Wang Baol and Chun Qingzi stared at each other, one of them from within the Federation's sun and the other from the depths of the 9 netherworlds. As they stared at the starry skies, their gazes converged on a certain spot within the Weiyang Dao domain. A figure, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating in an area that only a mighty figure could find, suddenly shuddered. Could be seen that this figure was a woman. At first glance, she looked very beautiful. She was none other than Ziyue. However, her body was completely obscured by mist. It was as if there were numerous souls within it, and each soul seemed to be the host soul. As they continuously roamed within her body, the woman's face and figure changed rapidly. It was also visible to the naked eye. Sometimes it was a young man, sometimes it was a young woman, sometimes it was an old man, and sometimes it was a middle-aged man. From the beginning to the end, there was not a single soul that repeated itself. It was as if the soul within her body was boundless. However, without exception, no matter how she changed her appearance, her expression was cautious and filled with intense unease. In the end, when her face turned back into a beautiful woman, her eyes shone brightly. She raised her right hand and quickly formed a hand seal, as if she was deducing. When she was deducing, if someone looked in all directions, they would be able to see that there were no stars in the place where the purple moon was. There were countless specks of dust floating in the starry sky. Most of these specks of dust contained the aura of ancient times. Moreover, some of the buildings that were considered complete could be seen to have features that did not match the characteristics of this era. Looking at it from a distance, the ruins formed by the dust were very large. The area covered was probably the size of a galaxy. However, this was not the complete part of it. There were even layers of rings of light surrounding it. Within each ring of light, there seemed to be ruins from different eras. It was as if there were no other life forms in the area. There were only traces of the passage of time. From a distance, it looked like an enormous, immovable vortex. This place did not exist within the boundaries of Weiyangdao domain. It was the land of sinkholes, a place where history was buried. It was like a junkyard that was constantly being cleaned up. Whether it was the Dao domains of the Nine Serenities realm or the living, anything that could not be permitted by the laws of this generation would be expelled here. As time passed, the junkyard in the ruins was filled with countless chaotic ripples. When these ripples and chaos reached a certain level, they would form a storm that would destroy everything. It would tear up parts of this place and turn them into the most primitive nutrients that would be sent into the entire Weiyangdao domain and scattered throughout the starry sky. It would turn into the foundation for the formation of stars and the appearance of spiritual qi. It could be said that the existence of this place was an indispensable part of the universe, as well as a part of the operation of its own mechanism. Even before the dark annihilation storm descended, this place was still a place that no living beings were allowed to enter. No matter if it was the living or the dead, they were not allowed to get close to it. If someone accidentally barged in, they would be contaminated as soon as they got close. If they were affected, their minds would become chaotic and they would die. They would become a part of this place. Even the almighty experts of the star area were no exception. Unless they had special methods and had reached the great circle of the star area, they could only stay in this place for a period of time. Of course, if one's cultivation base was at the universe level, they could come and go freely in this place. However, they would still be affected, and the effect would gradually increase as time passed. Therefore, this place wasn't suitable for searching, and this characteristic made this place very suitable for hiding. Of course, this was only suitable for some special souls. Because of the chaos and confusion here, it wasn't a dangerous place for some souls with special meanings. It was more like a holy land. Ziyu was one such example. She basically had no influence here. At the same time, she could make use of the chaos and confusion here to make her star Dao more complete. That was why, after the Earth Federation had left, she had recovered some of her past life's memories. After arriving at the sinkhole, her cultivation base improved day by day. At the same time, she relied on the scattered seeds outside to indirectly control the surroundings. At the same time, she was 99% safe. After all, if she were to hide, even if the Divine Emperor was here, he would have no choice but to give up on capturing her. This was also the reason why Ziyu's cultivation of the Tao of Stars had spread to the various sects in the 3 major regions in secret over the years. She had even gained the attention and enmity of others, but she was still able to continue to live a carefree life. Even after she had been intimidated by Chun Qingzi and Ziyu had escaped, she hadn't been completely afraid. However, over the years, there had been 3 times when she had felt a strong sense of fear. The first time had been when Wang Beil had used the Heavenly Fate book to search for Ziyu on the Heavenly Fated Star. The second time had been when Wang Beil had locked onto the Tao essence in the mystic realm of the Federation. Ziyu had immediately reacted and changed her position. She had also made a lot of preparations. However, now, the sense of danger had erupted once again, and her body had clearly trembled a few times. After a long moment passed, she looked up, and a vicious expression appeared on her face as she muttered to herself, "A catastrophe?" As she spoke, her eyes narrowed, and she performed another incantation gesture with her right hand. She slashed out toward herself, and her body began to tremble. Gradually, she split into 3, leaving one sitting cross-legged on the spot. At the same time, the other 2 split into 2 directions at top speed. One of them turned into a speck of dust even further away. The last body didn't stop and disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, within the solar system star, Wang Beil's real body stood up from his cross-legged position with a deep look in his eyes. He took a step forward with a calm expression. As he took that step, ripples appeared in the void beneath his feet. As the ripples spread out, it was as if the starry sky had been peeled off. An image slowly appeared. In the image was the sinkhole. Wang Beil had locked onto Ziyu twice, and he had already figured out the approximate location where she was hiding. Now that he had made up his mind to capture her, he didn't hesitate at all. He walked towards the image within the ripples. As his feet landed, Wang Beil's true form disappeared instantly. At the same time, in a city on Earth, the blazing flame ancestor, who was walking amidst the heavy traffic, was marveling at the splendor of the mortal world in the Federation's civilization. Beside him were Wang Beil, eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and old Niu, who had transformed into a burly man. Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya were also accompanying him. The blazing flame ancestor seemed to view the 2 girls as his daughters-in-law, and the more he looked at them, the more satisfied he became. On the way, his eldest senior sister would occasionally make fun of Wang Beil and the girls. The atmosphere was harmonious, and the blazing flame ancestor was like the ancestor of a family. He brought the younger generation on a journey, occasionally giving Zhou Xiaoya and Zhao Yaming pointers on their cultivation levels, and they laughed and laughed along the way. He had many treasures, and he would give one to each of them every now and then. As a result, Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya each had dozens of dermic treasures on them. Wang Beil smiled from the side. However, very quickly, almost at the instant his actual body left, the blazing flame ancestor suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sun, then at Wang Beil, who was beside him. "You went out." "I'm handling some small matters," Wang Beil said with a smile. "Dharma idol, you don't have to accompany me," the blazing flame ancestor said with concern. "It's fine, don't worry, master." Wang Beil bowed warmly and continued to bring his master around the mortal city. Along the way, they blended into the crowd around them. However, even though everyone was familiar with Wang Beil's appearance, no one could recognize him after seeing him. It was as if Wang Beil's appearance was different in everyone's eyes. As they strolled, ripples appeared in the sinkhole of the Weiyang Dao domain, in the void beyond the rings. Wang Beil's true form appeared out of thin air. As soon as he appeared, his own great Dao immediately rippled the rules and laws in the area. The sinkhole instantly roared, and countless bolts of lightning exploded in all directions. Even the rings began to spin slowly. It was as if Wang Beil's arrival had a huge impact on the entire sinkhole. The entire sinkhole was a celestial body formed by dozens of rings. Looking around, this place was incomparably vast. Each ring was made up of countless dust and ruins. As for the depths, they emitted a purplish-red light. When this light entered one's eyes, it would cause one's eyes to hurt and then explode. The color seemed to be purplish-red, but in reality, it contained an extreme color that was beyond what ordinary life forms could see. At the same time, it contained information that had existed for countless years. Therefore, even if the galactic domain saw it, even if it didn't die, it would still have a strong impact on one's mind. However, to Wang Baol, this was nothing. He merely narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze across the sinkhole. As the Tao aura filled the air, he stood outside and searched for anything suspicious. The moment Wang Baol arrived, Ziyu's pupils constricted in the purple-red area at the center of the sinkhole. She couldn't control the shock on her face. What shocked her was Wang Baol's cultivation. She had never expected that Wang Baol's cultivation would increase so quickly. At that moment, she felt an intense sense of danger. What shocked her even more was that Wang Baol's appearance had caused such a shocking reaction in the sinkhole. One had to know that the sinkhole was only so intense when the dark annihilation storm arrived. Other times, it was extremely quiet. However, at that moment, the chaos and confusion within seemed to be going out of control. The reason for all of this was Wang Baol's arrival. What is Wang Baol's cultivation level? Could he be recalling his previous life? Ziyu shuddered. She didn't recall many memories from her previous life, but there was one scene that she couldn't forget. That was in the first few lives by the river, when she was about to catch a spirit rain in the river. She was stared at by a gaze that came from the void. That gaze had frightened her to this day. After recovering this memory, she had carefully considered it for a long time. She had even used some special methods to judge and analyze it. She had a vague feeling that the person staring at her should be Wang Baol. Therefore, she had previously arranged for Chong Lizi to test him, but she had never been able to confirm it. It was only when she had been locked onto by Wang Baol's Tao essence that she had a vague feeling that it might be Wang Baol. Now that she had witnessed it with her own eyes, Ziyu already had an answer in her heart. Her face turned even paler. She felt that her 3-life spell was still unstable. Her body swayed, and she was about to retreat. However, at that moment, Wang Baol, who was outside the sinkhole, opened his mouth and spoke calmly. Noisy! As soon as he spoke, countless echoes reverberated throughout the sinkhole. These echoes appeared in every ring, and as they reverberated, illusory shadows appeared in every ring. Most of these shadows looked like black wooden planks, and there were even a few shadows. They were Wang Baol's previous life. There were the Celestials, the Devil Blades, the resentful cultivators, the zombies, and the little white deer. These shadows repeated Wang Baol's words at the same time. Instantly, the entire sinkhole spun in circles, and the violent and chaotic laws and rules within them. It froze instantly. It was as if the so-called chaos in this place had to be quelled in front of Wang Baol. That was because Wang Baol's Tao was to be free and unrestrained. That was because Wang Baol's soul had experienced all the lives, from the creation of this universe to the present. It was extremely heavy and incomparable. That was because Wang Baol had been present in every life since the beginning of this universe. All of this allowed Wang Baol to use his presence in every life to suppress everything. He could use his years of experience to shake everything, and he could use his Tao to destroy the chaos. The laws and rules of the heavenly Tao in the outside world repelled everything here. However, Wang Baol's Tao and existence could not be repelled by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, no matter what the reason was, he was supreme here. No matter how chaotic this place was, it had to be obedient in front of him. This was because of his status, and this was the suppressive force of a god. After the suppression, the sinkhole was peaceful. Wang Baol's Tao aura immediately calmed down in the sinkhole, and he sensed the only fluctuation within. This fluctuation did not come from his physical body, but from his mind. Under Wang Baol's Tao aura, the fluctuation in his mind could not be hidden. He instantly sensed it, and he sensed the lock on his divine thoughts in the purple-red region at the core. I found it, Wang Baol said calmly. He took a step forward. It was as if he had shrunk the stars into an inch. In an instant, he had crossed all the rings and appeared in the central region, right in front of Ziyu's hidden figure. The moment Wang Baol appeared, Ziyu let out a sharp sound and retreated abruptly. Her hands formed hand seals, and threads gathered rapidly in front of her. enveloping Wang Baol as if they were tearing through the void. There were hundreds of thousands of threads. They were densely packed and covered the entire area. It was like a heavenly net. The shadows of the stars appeared on each thread. In that instant, the Weiyang Central Region, the Left Dao Sacred Region, and the Side Sect Sacred Region all had cultivators from their respective sects and clans. Some were elites, some were seniors, some were men and women, some were old and some were young. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators. No matter what they were doing in different places, their bodies trembled. They sat down cross-legged. Their faces were flushed, and they seemed to resonate with Ziyu. They were all Ziyu's starseeds. There were also some threads that weren't connected to the three outer realms. They were connected to the ruins and dust in the different rings of the sinkhole. Ziyu was going all out. She was using her trump card. The moment she unleashed the art of the Star Dao, Wang Baol's opponents seemed to be the hundreds of thousands of people. At the same time, the threads contained a large number of rules and laws. There were both this life and his previous life. They contained more than half of the Dao that had existed in the entire universe since it had been rebooted. The power of the Dao surpassed that of the starfield. To a certain extent, Ziyu's Dao was considered complete in the incomplete Great Dao of the Stone-Steel realm. It wasn't as complete as the Divine Emperor's, but it still had some aspects that the Divine Emperor was wary of. As the power erupted, Wang Baol's eyes narrowed slightly, but only briefly. If it had been on a different battlefield, Wang Baol might have needed to fuse his dermic form and go all out to suppress Ziyu. However, he didn't need to do so here. Although this place was suitable for Ziyu, it was more suitable for Wang Baol. That was because, in the history of the Stone-Steel world, Wang Baol had been earlier than Ziyu. This place, compared to the weight of time, it was like authority. Suppress, Wang Baol said calmly. He raised his right hand and pressed forward. Immediately, the sinkhole rumbled once again. All of Wang Baol's figures that appeared within it raised their hands and suppressed him. Behind Wang Baol, as all the rings in the area rumbled and spun, Wang Baol's true form, the black wooden board, appeared. It was extremely large, and it was an unprecedented sight. As his palm landed, it suppressed it. In an instant, Ziyu let out a shrill scream. The hundreds of thousands of threads in front of her began to collapse. Every time one of them collapsed, the stars on it would shatter. In the three outer domains, those who had been planted by her would spit out blood. Their bodies would be reduced to ashes. That was because they had died a long time ago. Ziyu had used the art of planting stars to keep them alive like puppets. Those who hadn't been reduced to ashes had also dried up. All of their auras had been withdrawn by Ziyu. At that moment, Ziyu's expression was ferocious. Her aura erupted, and a purple color spread out from her body. It was as if Wang Baol's palm. It became the sky in front of her, as if it wanted to conquer the sky. However, it still didn't work. Wang Baol's palm continued to fall, and the threads continued to collapse. Ziyu's shrill screams grew even more intense. Her body was clearly standing in the void, but the void beneath her seemed to have become an impenetrable place, making it impossible for her to escape. She couldn't hide, and her body was showing signs of collapsing. The faces of countless souls appeared on her body in an instant, but they died one after another. Hundreds of thousands of threads suddenly collapsed, and Ziyu's aura weakened to the extreme. Fear and shock appeared in her eyes. Wang Baol's palm stopped above Ziyu's head. "Little fox, haven't you come to your senses?" Ziyu's body trembled. She raised her head with difficulty and looked through her palm at Wang Baol. At that moment, Wang Baol was a little blurry in her eyes. He seemed to contain boundless great Dao, like the ruler of heaven and earth. He was majestic and mysterious. She couldn't see his face clearly. All she could see was a pair of eyes that were exactly the same as the ones in her memories. Fear surfaced in her previous life, and Ziyu's mind felt like it was about to explode. Vaguely, she regained some of her memories. In her memories, she seemed to be in a little girl's room. Placed on a shelf, she watched the little girl draw curiously, until one day, she saw a little person fly out of the painting. The little girl brought the little person to the door. She seemed to be a little curious, so she shook hard and fell off the shelf, smashing onto the little girl's head. With this smash, she saw the appearance of the little person clearly. This smash seemed to have entered the world. I am enlightened. Ziyu's body trembled. She looked at the palm before her and at the blurry figure behind it that seemed to contain the might of the heavens. Waves of emotions stirred in her heart. It was as if Wang Bao's words were like a huge rock that had fallen into her heart, stirring up huge waves that drowned her. At the same time, the images buried deep in her memories were revealed. They filled her mind. She saw her true form. It was just a doll that was placed on a shelf in a little girl's room. It was lifeless, had no breath, and had no thoughts. She didn't even know when she had gained consciousness. She only knew that she was looking at a little girl. Other dolls were also looking at her. They were like an old ape or a little tiger. They were all looking at her, until one day, the little girl put them into the world she had drawn. And so they had real life. In the world she had drawn, they became the first gods. But unlike the other gods, she did not know why, but she always felt insecure. Perhaps it was because she had been alone for too long, or perhaps it was because of that figure back then, that gaze, that sentence that made her feel terrified, and that was why she lacked a sense of security. She had always been afraid that one day, she would be erased. That was why, in her fear, she had given her hair to anyone who she felt could protect her life. This habit, even if the world changed time and time again, and the universe restarted again. It continued to exist in her world, and unlike the old ape, she and the little tiger had inevitably entered reincarnation. After that, she would wake up in a muddle-headed state. She would forget too many things from the past, and forget many images. The only thing she remembered was that she had no sense of security in this universe. The only thing she remembered was her past habits. That was why she had the seed star Dao. She remembered that this cultivation technique was not something she had obtained by killing her lover. Instead, it was something that had been passed down in the mysterious ruins of the vast expanse Dao Palace. That ruin was her cave abode from an unknown era. She had created the Dao of stars. I remember now, Ziyu mumbled. She had woken up many times since she had entered this universe, but she had never been able to recall all her memories like she was now. You are the person from back then, the little white deer, and the soul that had pushed open the door and walked out of Master's bedroom. Ziyu lowered her head, giving up all resistance as she spoke bitterly. Wang Bao looked at Ziyu calmly and retracted his right hand. He stood in front of Ziyu and looked around before speaking calmly. Since you have recalled your past life, are you willing to use half a 60-year cycle for me? Only half a 60-year cycle? Ziyu was taken aback. She raised her head again and looked at Wang Bao. She had thought that she would definitely die this time, and the recovery of her memories made her lose all will to resist. She knew that if it was someone else, perhaps she could still struggle a little. However, against the person before her, there was nothing she could do. It didn't matter if it was in the past or now. 100 years from now, I will give you your freedom, Wang Bao said slowly. Ziyu's breathing quickened. Her hope was rekindled. She looked deeply at Wang Bao and lowered her head. Why 100 years? Wang Bao didn't say anything. He just stood there and looked calmly at Ziyu. His gaze made Ziyu fall silent for a moment. She sighed softly and raised her right hand to grab at the air. Instantly, a life that had been split up by her. In the distant ruins at the edge of the ring, a speck of dust materialized and formed a thick purple fog. It whizzed toward the area. It approached instantly and circled around a few times. As if hesitating, Wang Bao's expression remained the same. He didn't rush her, as if he had enough patience to wait. After the purple fog circled 3 times, as if Ziyu had made up her mind, the purple fog instantly surged and fused into Ziyu's body. It caused her body to instantly become more solid, and the fluctuations of her cultivation and aura increased significantly. As you command, Ziyu said softly after she was done. Wang Bao remained silent. He looked at Ziyu, his eyes as calm as ever. Ziyu fell silent again. After a long while, She gritted her teeth and formed another seal. Soon, the third life that she had released earlier. The third life that was hidden in the void was summoned back by Ziyu under the immense pressure of Wang Bao's gaze and fused into her body. Her aura became even stronger, and her soul was completely intact. She didn't dare take the risk, especially when faced with Wang Bao. She didn't think that she had a chance of succeeding, because that was her inner demon. At the same time, 100 years was a very short period of time. She believed that Wang Bao wouldn't lie to her. That was why she didn't dare hide any thoughts. Under Wang Bao's gaze, she finally retracted the other 2 lives that she had released. Now that she was complete, Ziyu took a deep breath and bowed to Wang Bao. Let's go. Wang Bao retracted his gaze. He didn't bind Ziyu and turned to walk forward. The more he didn't bind her, the more Ziyu didn't dare to act rashly. She silently followed behind Wang Bao. As he walked out of the core region and out of the rings, ripples appeared beneath Wang Bao's feet outside the sinkhole. As the ripples spread, the solar system emerged. Just as Wang Bao was about to step into it, Ziyu hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Senior, is the old ape on the faded star? Is he all right? Does Senior know where Xiaohu is? The old ape is fine. I know Xiaohu. He's not bad either. Wang Bao replied calmly and stepped into the ripples. Ziyu stared at the solar system within the ripples, at the moon within, and sighed softly as they entered. In the next instant, within the solar system's starry skies, as the ripples distorted, Wang Bao and Ziyu walked out one after another. Senior, what do you need me to do? At this point, a complicated look appeared in Ziyu's eyes. She turned her head to look in the direction of the moon many times. I need you to suppress the gap in the ascending realm plate. I can't leave that place while suppressing it, right? Yes. Wang Bao nodded. Senior, can you give me some time? I want to go to the moon, Ziyu said softly. Wang Bao looked deeply at Ziyu and nodded. Gratitude appeared on Ziyu's face. After bowing to Wang Bao, she turned and headed in the direction of the moon. Her cultivation wasn't ordinary to begin with. In the span of a few breaths, she had traversed the starry skies and arrived near the moon. She was obviously hesitant here. After a long period of silence, she walked towards the moon step by step until she reached the giant corpse on the moon, which was the cave where her husband was in this life. The cave was originally quiet. The giant corpse was in a deep sleep and had not woken up. However, the moment the purple moon approached, it seemed to have sensed something. At the bottom of the cave, the giant corpse's eyes seemed to be about to open as it let out an unconscious muffled growl. The growl grew more and more intense, to the point that the ground began to tremble. Clearly, the giant corpse was about to wake up, and a storm began to sweep out of the cave and sweep through the area. Ziyu listened to the growl and felt the trembling of the ground. She was silent for a long time before she murmured softly, I'm sorry. The moment she said that, the ground stopped trembling, the growl stopped, and the ripples stopped spreading out. Only after a long time did a bitter sigh come from the cave. If you go, I don't want to see you again in my life. Wang Bao sat cross-legged at the gap in the realm ascension disk, watching everything from afar. He knew the story of the giant corpse and Ziyu. He knew that the giant corpse had been the hope of the vast expanse Dao Palace, an existence like the first Dao child. However, in the end, it was destroyed by Ziyu. Ziyu coveted the cultivation techniques of the Dao of Stars, so she didn't hesitate to kill him cruelly. Not only did she suppress him, she also locked his body and soul, causing him to be in endless pain. With this as the price, she eventually passed down the cultivation technique of the Star Dao. In the end, she had fallen in love with the wrong person. The reason why Ziyu was like this was because after her memories were restored, she knew all of the karma. That type of Star Dao had been created in her previous life. For the sake of her own cultivation technique, she had treated her lover cruelly. That was why she had apologized. Of course, there were some possibilities. Ziyu had done this on purpose, showing her remorse and kindness to Wang Bao, hoping to gain more security. Wang Bao didn't care about the specifics. That wasn't important. In this world, there was no such thing as a perfect person in the world. Ziyu, no matter what she thought in her heart to Wang Beol, it was enough for her to fill in the gaps and suppress the realm ascension plate. Ziyu clearly understood this as well. That was why she didn't do anything out of the ordinary when she went to the moon. She returned with a complicated look in her eyes, but she used all her strength to tidy up her state. When she returned to Wang Beol, she bowed. "Senior, I'm ready." "Good." Wang Beol nodded. He raised his right hand and pointed at the void. Immediately, the galaxy where the gap in the realm ascension plate was located began to rumble. Huge waves rose up in the starry sky, forming a huge whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, there was a fire bead. The bead was filled with a large number of stars. It was the miniature version of the raging flame galaxy. Countless threads extended from the bead. These threads shuttled through the vortex and spread out in all directions, forming a net around the area. Ziyu was a little nervous when she saw this scene. However, before she could hesitate, Wang Beol raised his right hand and grabbed at the bead formed by the raging flame galaxy. Immediately, a powerful force rose and wrapped around the bead. He broke free from the large net thread, broke free from the whirlpool, and was pulled out by Wang Beol. As the raging flame galaxy was pulled out, waves of ripples spread out from the gap to the entire solar system. If one were to look from outside the solar system, one could see that the solar system was shaking. It was as if it was about to lose its balance. Signs of tilting appeared, causing all the civilizations in the solar system to be shaken. Fortunately, Wang Beol was prepared. He released his Tao essence and suppressed it slightly, causing the negative situation of the solar system losing its balance. It was temporarily pacified. "Ziyu, if you don't jump in now, when will you do it?" Wang Beol's voice was like thunder, reverberating in Ziyu's mind. It caused her heart to tremble, and the hesitation in her eyes was replaced by determination. She knew that she couldn't escape, so she could only turn around. She bowed once again to Wang Beol. "Senior, please keep your promise." As she said that, Ziyu didn't hesitate anymore. Her body swayed, and she jumped directly into the galactic whirlpool. This jump caused the raging flame galaxy to lose its connection, and it collapsed. The threads that formed the net instantly sensed something, and they shot toward Ziyu. They were so fast that in an instant, hundreds of threads touched Ziyu's body. After they entered her body, they connected to her divine soul. Ziyu's expression was distorted, as if she was in intense pain. However, her soul was special, and it could bear the weight of time. Therefore, although she was in pain, she didn't collapse. In fact, she quickly adapted to the pain, allowing more threads to fuse with her from all directions. The number quickly reached thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions. In the end, Ziyu was enveloped by the endless threads, dragged into the depths of the vortex, and the vortex in the starry sky also slowly disappeared. As it disappeared, a new wave of fluctuations spread out from the entire solar system. It was the aura of the ascending plate that erupted after it was complete. At the same time, waves of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air from the solar system and filled the entire starry sky. This was a feedback. The reason why such a scene had happened was enough to prove that the suppression of the purple moon was more suitable for the realm ascension plate than the suppression of the raging flame galaxy. Although it wasn't considered complete, it was infinitely close. The feedback force was controlled by Wang Beol with a wave of his hand and fused into the raging flame galaxy bead in his hand. The amount of energy that the bead had expended during the suppression was instantly replenished and even surpassed. It was only after he had done all that Wang Beol turned his head and looked at the figure of his master, the blazing flame ancestor, who had appeared in the void behind him. "Master!" Wang Beol bowed and handed over the bead formed from the raging flame galaxy in his hand. The blazing flame ancestor had arrived a long time ago. Naturally, he had sensed Wang Beol's return and the changes in the gap immediately. Now, seeing that Wang Beol had done as he had previously said and received the bead formed from the galaxy, the blazing flame ancestor suddenly felt a little reluctant to part with the pearl. He blinked and threw the blazing flame galaxy pearl in his hand away. The pearl immediately turned into a long rainbow and shot into the starry sky. The blazing flame ancestor raised his right hand and formed a seal. He pointed, and the size of the pearl suddenly expanded. Amidst a series of violent sounds, the pearl finally turned into a star. It was similar in size to a star, but it was a planet. Although it did not fuse with the Federation, it existed in the solar system and looked like a planet. However, if one walked in, they would see that it was only a door, and the blazing flame galaxy was inside. I feel quite comfortable here, so I won't be going back. Baal, you don't have a problem with me leaving the blazing flame galaxy here, do you? Don't worry. When the critical moment comes, I'll integrate the raging flame galaxy into the solar system. It might not be of much use to you, but to others, it'll be another wave of advancement. Sigh, I'm getting old, so I don't want to make trouble anymore. The blazing flame ancestor coughed a few times and looked at Wang Baol. Wang Baol smiled and cupped his fists at the blazing flame ancestor. It's good that you like it, Master. I welcome you to stay in the Federation. The blazing flame ancestor laughed, satisfied. It was impossible for him to leave the Federation. To Wang Baol, the Federation was very important to him. In the blazing flame ancestor's heart, Wang Baol was now his only disciple. He was also one of the two closest people in the universe. The degree of importance was beyond words. That was why he didn't go anywhere. He wanted to stay here and protect it. Deep in his heart, the curse had to be used. He hoped that it would be used at the most critical moment for his disciple. Just like that, the blazing flame ancestor remained in the solar system even though he was not restricted. He became one of the foundations of the solar system, increasing the battle prowess of the solar system. At the same time, his position in the left Dao sacred region reached its peak. Even if the 9 prefectures Dao was unwilling, they would not act rashly for a short period of time. That was because, half a month later, the 9 serenity sticks appeared in the living world, in the starry sky of the Weiyang Central region. The underworld star above the underworld river was vast and boundless. As it shook the entire area, the army of the underworld sect descended from the underworld river. The battle between the underworld sect and the Weiyang clan was about to begin. The catastrophe that was destined to engulf the entire Weiyang Dao domain had truly arrived. At the end of this volume, the next volume, Shattering the Void War had descended. The manifestation of the sticks and the opposition of the 2 heavenly Daos within the stone-steel world caused the rules and laws of the entire Weiyang Dao domain to collide violently at all times. The collision of the heavenly Daos also directly affected the operation of the starry sky, causing countless civilizations to show signs of collapsing. It also caused frequent storms to appear in the starry sky, causing the entire stone-steel world to sink into darkness and chaos. The Dark Sect, which represented death, brought with it countless souls from the lost civilizations of a generation. They formed an indescribably violent force and attacked all the forces of the Weiyang clan alliance. Battlefields appeared one after another in many places. Battles were happening in every instant. Because of the opposition and repulsion of the heavenly Daos, the entire starry sky could be seen collapsing in too many places. Booming sounds continuously reverberated in the stone-steel world. As for the impact on the cultivators, it was even greater. The collision of laws and natural laws caused all cultivators who cultivated the unending heavenly Dao to be unable to continue comprehending their Dao. Their cultivation bases also became chaotic. Once the unending heavenly Dao collapsed, their cultivation bases would become rootless water. Even if they could switch to the dark Dao, unless they switched early, their foundations would still be damaged. Even if the left Dao and side sects were unwilling to participate in the battle, even if the first to be affected and the most affected place was the Weiyang Central region, the alliance agreement from the ancient times and the fluctuations of their own Dao. Left Dao and side sects had no choice but to fight. And the large sects naturally wouldn't be the first to fight in these 2 regions. Thus, countless small civilizations and small sects and families could only brace themselves and be transported to the Weiyang Central region to enter the flesh battlefield. Only sects and families with universe-grade battle power could stay on the sidelines during the early stages of this war and protect themselves to the greatest extent. However, not all the powers with universe-grade battle power chose to stay on the sidelines due to all sorts of karma. There were still a few powers that entered the battlefield. The Xia family was one of them. This super-large family that had risen to prominence after betting on the Wei Yang family back then had once again appeared in the starry sky. The Xia family patriarch had chosen to fight. The war was ongoing. The unorthodox and the unorthodox were fighting in the Weiyang central region, so the mainland wasn't affected too much. However, with the participation of countless small sect clans in the war, it was empty. One could imagine. As the war continued, it was only a matter of time before they would be severely affected and affected. The solar system in the unorthodox sacred region was one of the few places in the Weiyang Dao region that could be considered a pure land. On one hand, it was because of Wang Baol and the Blazing Flame ancestors' combat prowess. On the other hand, it was also the protection of the Ascending Realm Plate. This made it so that the Wei Yang clan wouldn't take the initiative to provoke him. Wang Baol's past status made it so that the Dark Sect couldn't stop him or disturb him. Therefore, as the chaos in the Stone Tablet realm spread, everything in the solar system went on as usual. My Tao is freedom and freedom. The only shackle I have now is the Stone Tablet realm. Therefore, shattering the void will be the path that I will take next. At that moment in the solar system in the new Martian city where Wang Baol used to live, he sat there and was serving his master, the Blazing Flame ancestor. In front of him, he spoke softly as he filled a cup of tea. The void represented the sea of stars and the universe. Shattering the void could be compared to breaking the galaxy, or it could be compared to restarting the galaxy. At the same time, there was another meaning. It was leaving. When the Blazing Flame ancestor heard that, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. The master and disciple weren't the only ones in Wang Baol's former residence. Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya were accompanying him. Second senior brother sat cross-legged not too far away. His body was faintly discernible, as if he was cultivating. As for eldest senior sister, on the other end, she looked at the donkey and Xiaowu, who were opposite them, with a profound look on her face. The donkey bared its teeth. It didn't know where its courage came from. Perhaps it had swallowed too much of the heavenly Tao's aura, causing it to float a little. That was why it looked as if it didn't want to provoke Wang Baol. Xiaowu was also on high alert. It stood firmly with the donkey and faced eldest senior sister. This is interesting. This little thing is actually a heavenly Tao. And this little kid, he's clearly not a creature from this world. Baol, these two little things aren't bad. Why don't I dissect them first, Aya? Which one should I dissect first? The eldest senior sister clicked her tongue, her eyes began to glow. The donkey's fur stood on end. As it bared its teeth, Xiaowu's eyes lit up as well, as if he was weighing something in his heart. However, in the next instant, as the eldest senior sister clicked her tongue and shouted, Wang Baol looked at it and smiled, paying no attention to it. However, the old ox instantly appeared beside eldest senior sister. It looked at little five and the donkey with interest. The appearance of the old ox made the donkey shudder. Little five's expression became even more solemn. He thought for a moment, and under the curiosity of the old ox and eldest senior sister, he slowly walked over. He walked until he was beside eldest senior sister and the old ox. Xiaowu cleared his throat, a fawning expression on his face. Seniors, I understand this donkey. With me joining in, I can help you dissect it better. As he spoke, Xiaowu turned around beside them. Together with the old ox and the eldest senior sister, they faced off against the donkey. His expression was solemn, and his eyes were sharp. The donkey was stunned. Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh at the sight. Wang Baol blinked as well, a faint smile on his face. He knew that his master was only fooling around with the donkey and little five. Wang Baol had some guesses about the donkey's mutation. The main point is this little five. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and gave little five a deep look. Then, he turned his gaze away and placed the cup of tea in front of his master, the Blazing Flame ancestor. He spoke softly. Master, how many universe-level mighty figures are there in the current Wei Yang Dao domain? And how many of them are not, but have the ability to fight? Wang Baol did not have a complete understanding of these matters. After all, he had just stepped into this level not too long ago. The blazing flame ancestor only had a complete understanding of such matters. Universe level. This is the term used by the heretics and the side sects. In the Wei Yang clan, it is called the Divine Emperor. Of course, there are many times when the two are mixed together. They are actually the same term. The blazing flame ancestor picked up the tea and took a sip. Deep down, he enjoyed being able to answer the doubts of this disciple in front of him. First, let's talk about the never-ending central region. There are currently 4 divine emperors in the never-ending race. You should have seen them before, right? One is called Dishan, one is called Guangming, and the other is Xianxia. As for the last one, it is Jijia. This Jijia divine emperor is not simple. I only found out recently that he is actually the incarnation of the original ancestor of the never-ending race, Never-ending Z. Therefore, overall, there are still 4 divine emperors of the Weiyang clan. However, there is another universe grade in the Weiyang central region, and that is the Xie clan's patriarch. As for the side sect's holy region, it is very mysterious. Up until now, no one knows what sect it is or where it is. There must be a universe grade in there. Let's say there is one. At the same time, there is the first son of the Seven Spirits sect. His name is Devil Dao, and he is extremely savage. He is also at the universe grade. As for the other sects, there shouldn't be any. As for our left Dao holy region, we are far from that. Although there was a universe grade in the past 20,000 years, he died. Blazing Flame Ancestor didn't seem to be willing to say much about this person. He changed the topic and began to summarize. In other words, in the entire Weiyang Dao territory, there are only about 7 people in total. As for that old bastard from the 9 prefectures Dao, he's a universe-grade cultivator in his sect, but after leaving, he'll only be at the Great Circle of Starfields. Therefore, it doesn't count. We can only look at his battle prowess as a universe-grade cultivator. There are 8 or 9 people who have the battle prowess of a universe-grade cultivator. You and I count as 2, that old bastard from the 9 prefectures Dao is 1, and there are 6 others. 3 of them are in the side sect, and the other 3 are in the central domain. Adding all of them together, there will be less than 20. These are the peak of the stone tablet realm on the surface, and whether or not there are some hidden in the dark, I can't say for sure. But according to my observation, even if there are hidden, there will only be 1 or 2 more at most. There is no way there will be more than 3. Is that all? Wang Baol frowned slightly. He glanced at little 5, who was with his eldest senior sister and the old bull, pressing the donkey under him. Suddenly, he sent a voice transmission to his master, the Blazing Flame Ancestor. Master, have you heard of the Mystic Dust Empire? The Blazing Flame Ancestor's pupils constricted instantly. Baol, where did you learn about the Mystic Dust Empire? By chance. Master, could it be that there's something strange about the Mystic Dust Empire? There's more than that. In the central region of Weiyang, there is indeed a Mystic Dust Empire with considerable influence. There's even a universe-grade ancestor who ignored the Weiyang clan's edict, withdrew from the alliance, and became independent on his own. However, the Blazing Flame Ancestor looked deeply at Wang Baol. He spoke softly. That was something that happened not long after the Dark Sect was suppressed and the Weiyang clan won. It has been too long since then. The patriarch of the Dark Dust Empire was also personally killed by Weiyang Zi. He used the Heavenly Dao to wipe away all traces of the existence of the Dark Dust Empire, causing the world to forget everything. Logically speaking, only a mighty figure with a cultivation level that has broken through to the universe grade can undo the memories that were sealed in the past. This is how I did it, but how do you know about the Mystic Dust Empire? Even if someone with cosmic combat power told you, unless you say it now, with your previous cultivation level, you would forget it after hearing it. It's impossible for you to remember it. As soon as the Blazing Flame Ancestor said that, even though Wang Baol's cultivation had reached the galaxy and possessed cosmic combat power, His eyes still narrowed slightly as he looked at Little Five once more. The words that the other party had said when he had first appeared and the Rockman ancestor that he had met in a remote galaxy outside the Divine Eye galaxy with the cultivation of a star appeared in his mind. The other party's reaction back then was that he had only let him off after he had revealed his senior brother Chan Qingzi's name. After that incident, Wang Baol had his doubts as well. It seemed like the other party wasn't only because of Chan Qingzi, but also because he had Little Five by his side at that time. That's interesting. Master, I'll make a trip out to verify something, Wang Baol said after a moment of silence. He could tell that his master hadn't discovered Xiao Wu's identity, after all, given his master's strength. If he still couldn't find any clues about Xiao Wu, there would be even fewer people in the Weiyang Dao domain who could. Before that, even though Wang Baol had guessed that Xiao Wu had a strong background and was very strange, he hadn't expected him to be like this. Therefore, even though his original body was still in the same spot, his Dao essence had condensed outside the solar system, forming his Dharma idol body. In a flash, he left the solar system and headed straight for the starry skies. The moment his Dharma idol left, the blazing flame ancestor had sensed it. At the same time, Little Five, who was pressing down on the donkey and had a ferocious look on his face but a smug look in his eyes, suddenly trembled and disappeared. What replaced it was a hint of hesitation. He swept his gaze outside the solar system and seemed to feel a little guilty. While he was feeling guilty, Wang Baol's Dharma idol sped through the starry skies at an astonishing speed. With every step it took, it seemed to be able to break through the starry skies and move step by step. In the starry skies now, the laws of the two heavenly Dao laws were clashing. Almost all the cultivators were suppressed. However, Wang Baol didn't feel any discomfort at all. On one hand, his cultivation was too high, and his body had formed a universe. On the other hand, regardless of whether it was the Dark Sect's heavenly Dao or the Wei Yang clan's heavenly Dao, the laws were contained within Wang Baol's body. It could be said that Wang Baol was like a fusion of the two. Therefore, no matter how chaotic the starry skies were, he remained as normal as ever. The aura around him was extremely powerful. No one could detect it wherever it passed. However, no matter how hard they tried to restrain the pressure coming from his body, it couldn't completely disappear. As a result, countless civilizations along the way. The instant he passed by, it was as if the might of the heavens had descended. All living beings were shocked and discolored. All the stars lost their color as Wang Baol walked past. Even the flames of the stars dimmed slightly. At the same time, in the 9 prefectures Dao, the patriarch, who was unable to leave the mountain gates. He opened his eyes abruptly in the secret chamber and stared at the starry sky. He could feel the ripples of Wang Baol's dermic projection. It was as if a torch had appeared in the pitch-black wilderness. It was very dazzling. This was the combat power of the universe. At this level, every move would affect the heavenly Dao and the starry skies. It would be difficult to hide it from other people who had the same combat power. The power it contained was too strong. It was like a tiny bug falling into a spider web. It wouldn't cause too much of a ripple. However, if it was a flying bird with the tenacity of the web, the ripples it would cause would be enough to topple rivers and overturn seas. This caused the patriarch of the 9 prefectures Dao to be silent, and a dark glow appeared in his eyes. There was envy, jealousy, malevolence, and malice in the dark glow. However, it was eventually suppressed by him, and he closed his eyes again. Wang Baol's expression remained the same. He had also felt the gaze of the patriarch of the 9 prefectures Dao, but he didn't pay any attention to it. His teleportation might seem lengthy, but in reality, from the solar system to the original God's Eye galaxy. Everything had happened in the span of a few breaths. In the next instant, when the ancestor from the 9 prefectures Dao withdrew his gaze, Wang Baol's figure appeared in the original God's Eye galaxy. It was empty. After the God's Eye civilization left, there was no life in the area. Wang Baol returned. He swept his gaze across the area and didn't stop. He lifted his feet and landed. When he appeared, he was outside the galaxy where the Rockman ancestor was. Wang Baol's eyes shone with a strange light when he arrived. This galaxy was different from what he had seen in the past. There were no signs of life. As he walked in, what appeared before Wang Bao's eyes? It was a ruin. It was a pile of rubble from the collapse of the stars. There were no rockmen. There had been an extinguished star in the past, the Rockman Patriarch. Now the star had disappeared. To be more precise, it had turned into countless pieces that floated in the starry sky. Wang Bao stood there and watched everything from afar. As the Tao aura spread out and swept across the area, he could sense the thick ripples of time that existed here. This place had been destroyed for hundreds of thousands of years or more. Then what did I encounter back then? Wang Bao narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. An illusion? That shouldn't be it then. There's only one possibility. What I encountered back then was indeed a real scene. However, due to some special triggers, time and space were messed up, allowing me to see the Rockman Patriarch from a long time ago, before he was destroyed based on the other party's aura. It seems like he recognized Chun Qingzi. At that time, Chun Qingzi's cultivation was already extraordinary, and the Darkshan Empire hadn't fallen yet. This shouldn't have been a big deal. Wang Bao's eyes flashed. It was as if he had just encountered a time distortion. It wasn't too shocking, but he clearly remembered that he could communicate with the other party. Most importantly, the Rockman Patriarch had given him precious materials to refine the warship. Communication was real. The materials were also real. Looking at it this way, the matter was shocking. It involved the great Tao of Time. The Tao of Time was the foundation of Wang Bao's waning moon. If it could be turned into a divine ability, it would be a Tao technique even more terrifying than the waning moon. If it could be turned into a divine ability, Wang Bao narrowed his eyes at the thought. The most important thing behind this shocking matter was what special catalyst had caused all of this to happen. The answer was self-evident. Wang Bao closed his eyes. Images and conversations of Xiao Wu he had seen in the meteorite ruins surfaced in his mind. What's your name? The national emblem of our mystic dust empire is a parrot. That's why my father named me the fifth son of the extreme. Father, you can just call me Xiao Wu. Interesting. A smile appeared on Wang Bao's lips. His Dharma idol disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was at the spot where he had found Little Five. The meteorite was also gone. It was as if it had never appeared. Even when Wang Bao's Tao aura spread out, he couldn't find it. However, he was there, sensing the faint traces of time. The traces were so faint that even the Divine Emperor wouldn't be able to detect it. Only Wang Bao, who cultivated the Tao of Time and cultivated the Tao of Time in the outside world, which was more complete than the stone-steel world, could sense it. All of this is even more interesting. As Wang Bao muttered, his Dharma idol disappeared once again. At the same time, Wang Bao, who was sitting in front of the blazing flame ancestor in the solar system, raised his head and smiled at his master. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for him. Then, he picked up his own teacup, took a sip, and turned to look at Xiaowu. As he looked at Xiaowu, Xiaowu also raised his head to look at Wang Bao. Their gazes met instantly. Xiaowu's eyes instinctively dodged as if he had been electrocuted. However, he reacted in the next instant. His expression was uglier than crying. He forced himself to curry favor with Wang Bao. He looked at Wang Bao eagerly and said softly, "Dad, Dad." As soon as Xiaowu spoke, Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya's eyes widened. This was the first time Xiaowu had addressed Wang Bao in such a manner in front of them. Therefore, Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya's eyes were instantly filled with shock. They looked at Xiaowu and then at Wang Bao. Wang Bao, who was drinking tea, coughed even though his cultivation was astonishing. However, he had been through a lot. He put down the teacup calmly and spoke calmly. You are a direct descendant of the mystic dust empire. I am not worthy of this title. Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya's expressions softened the moment Wang Bao said those words. Even though they knew that it was impossible previously, they still felt a lot of turmoil in their hearts. Now, with peace of mind, new doubts surfaced in their hearts. They looked at Little Five, clearly curious about the mystic dust empire that Wang Bao had mentioned. Just as Wang Bao spoke about the mystic dust empire, Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya looked at Xiaowu. The eldest senior sister's pupils constricted, and a barely noticeable glint flashed across old Nyo's eyes. The blazing flame ancestor who was standing opposite Wang Beol. His eyes narrowed. The donkey took advantage of this opportunity to stomp its four hooves and flee at high speed. It looked at the crowd from afar with lingering fear, as if it had just survived a disaster. As everyone stared at it, Xiaowu's body trembled, and he looked like he was about to cry. "Dad, don't you want me anymore? Did Xiaowu do something wrong? Can you tell Xiaowu to change? Please don't reject me." "Xiaowu, answer 3 questions," Wang Beol said slowly. He shifted his gaze away from Xiaowu and swept his gaze across Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya. He was even more certain of his own guess. That was because, according to what his master had said, without sufficient cultivation, Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya wouldn't be able to remember the name of the Mystic Dust Empire even if they heard it. However, judging from their expressions, it was obvious that they had already remembered it. The blazing flame ancestor had also seen this scene. The master and disciple looked at each other, and as Xiaowu nodded nervously, Wang Beol spoke slowly. "Xiaowu, there's no need to show such fear on purpose. Whether you answer me or not, I won't do anything to you. After all, it's all thanks to you that the donkey has changed so much over the years, especially when I recalled the appearance of the purple gold civilization in the Divine Eye civilization, capturing the donkey, you and Yimeng. When you tried to threaten me, you showed signs of exposing yourself. However, when you saw that I could handle it, you didn't expose yourself." As Wang Beol spoke, Xiaowu stopped trembling. Instead, he fell silent. He stood there with his head lowered, not saying a word. "So, you can think about whether or not you want to answer me," Wang Beol said softly. He didn't lie to Xiaowu. He wouldn't go against the next 3 questions that he was going to ask even if he didn't answer them. He would even try his best to help them so that they could part on good terms. The first question, "Xiaowu, who are you?" The second question, "Why did you choose me?" The third question, "What is your purpose?" Wang Beol's 3 questions seemed ordinary, but each of them had a deeper meaning. The first question was about identity, and it was about the beginning. For example, his real identity, including all of his background and so on. How he answered all depended on his heart. The second question was to tell Xiaowu that he already knew everything. The third question was to ask where the end point was. Similarly, there were all sorts of answers. It all depended on his heart, and it all depended on how he explained it. Xiaowu was silent for a moment. He raised his head to look at Wang Beol. There was a complicated look in his eyes, and there was a bitter smile. After a long while, he sighed, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply to Wang Beol. "Daddy is indeed daddy." Xiaowu is impressed. Each of these 3 questions may seem simple, but in reality, my answers will represent my heart. What you want, Daddy, is not the answer, but my attitude. Wang Beol looked at Xiaowu and nodded with a smile. Xiaowu smiled bitterly and walked directly to Wang Beol's side. After cupping his fists and bowing to him and the blazing flame ancestor, he sat down on the ground and sighed. "Father, I am really called the 5th son of the extreme. I am indeed from the Mystic Dust Empire, but not in this period of time. To be more precise, I am from the past. When the Mystic Dust Empire was destroyed, I was sent away. The reason I chose father was because, upon hearing your question, I understood that you already knew a lot. Indeed, after I woke up, I searched for a long time. It was only when I sensed your aura that I appeared. I felt that you were very close to me, as if I had been waiting for you. I don't know why I felt this way. As for my purpose, Father, you've asked me this question before. I didn't lie to you, and I have no ill intentions. I just want to go home, and I hope that you can help me return home. The Dark Dust Empire has fallen," Patriarch Raging Flame suddenly said, his eyes shining as he looked at Little Five. "Grandmaster Raging Flame." Little Five quickly cupped his fists and said softly, "Grandmaster, I don't know how to explain this, but let me tell you a few facts. First of all, my hometown is called the Weiyang Dao Domain. However, in the history of the Weiyang Dao Domain where my hometown is located, there has never been an underworld sect. And the Dark Dust Empire was indeed destroyed by the Weiyang clan because of its independence. The person who acted was known as an imperial emperor in my hometown's Weiyang Dao domain. At the same time, although the Dark Dust Empire fell, my father, who is also the emperor of the Dark Dust Empire, did not fall. I can sense that he is waiting for me to return. When I first woke up, I thought that this was my hometown. However, I soon realized that this isn't it. I don't know why I'm here, Little Five said softly. His words made the blazing flame ancestor stand up abruptly, disbelief written all over his face. Wang Bao's pupils constricted as well. He took a deep look at Little Five, and the image of little Missy and her father appeared in his mind, the words he had said after his epiphany in his previous life. This isn't the real Weiyang Dao domain. You mean to say that in your hometown, there is also the Weiyang Dao domain. There is the Weiyang clan, the Dark Dust Empire, and only the Dark Sect doesn't exist. The blazing flame ancestor narrowed his eyes. He tried his best to suppress his emotions. However, his heart was still in turmoil. Unlike the people and matters that Wang Bao had come into contact with, the blazing flame ancestor was a local cultivator in the stone-steel world. He didn't know anything about the true Weiyang Dao domain. Wang Bao wouldn't have known about this level of secret if he hadn't learned about it from Wang Yi's father. As the blazing flame ancestor spoke, Little Five, who was standing beside him, smiled bitterly. Blazing flame ancestor, that is indeed what I mean. The Weiyang Dao domain here is very similar to my hometown, but the development of history is different. It is as if a river flows out from a single source. It appears to be of the same nature, but at the crucial juncture, it is moving in a different direction. That's why I'm from the Mystic Dust Empire. I'm not from the Mystic Dust Empire here. I'm from the other Weiyang Dao domain. This is the Stone Tablet Realm? The blazing flame ancestor was silent for a moment. He muttered to himself. Wang Baol had told him this name. Before Wang Baol had told him the cultivators at the pinnacle of the starry skies. Most of them had sensed and made judgments. However, they lacked the necessary information. Therefore, in the blazing flame ancestor's mind, it wasn't a big deal even if the entire starry skies were formed from a stone tablet. However, according to what Little Five had said, if this place was so similar to his hometown, then the things contained within would cause the blazing flame ancestor's heart to tremble violently. There were both the Weiyang tribe and the Mystic Dust Empire. They were like mirror images. Where are they? There can't be two people who look exactly the same, right? Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya, who were standing at the side, were also stunned. Zhou Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, I haven't found them yet. I don't think so, Xiao Wu replied respectfully. He hesitated for a moment after he finished speaking. He looked at the silent Wang Baol, then at the blazing flame ancestor, whose eyes were filled with shock. He decided to say something. Also, I've seen the universe-grade cultivators here. I feel that there's a huge difference between them and the universe-grade cultivators in my hometown, such as my father, HMM. The eyes of the blazing flame ancestor lit up once again. The light made Little Five shudder, and he took a few steps back and smiled bitterly. Patriarch, don't be agitated. This is just a judgment based on my cultivation. It might not be accurate. Continue. The blazing flame ancestor was silent for a moment. After calming down his inner turmoil, he spoke slowly. Little Five hesitated. Speak. Wang Baol raised his head and looked at Little Five. With Wang Baol's words, Little Five took a deep breath and said what he wanted to say. The universe-grade cultivators in my hometown, such as my father, I feel that his level is much higher than the universe-grade cultivators here. It's as if the universe-grade cultivators here are somewhat unstable and incomplete. They seem to be at the same level, but in reality, they are like a mirage. It's as if fake. The blazing flame ancestor suddenly spoke. He couldn't help but recall a saying that had circulated in the starry skies countless years ago. This place was all fake. I can't say that it's fake. I can only say that there are many flaws, but there are exceptions. For example, my father. He gives me the feeling that not only is he not incomplete, he's even more complete than all the cultivators I've met in my hometown. Little Five said. He looked at Wang Baol strangely. Baol, do you know the truth about this universe? The blazing flame ancestor's breathing quickened as he turned to look at Wang Baol. Wang Baol sighed softly. There were some words that he didn't know how to describe. He simply spread out his Dao aura and used the Dao to touch his master's mind with the things that he knew about this world. Other than the black wooden nail, Wang Baol didn't hide anything else. As Wang Baol's Dao aura touched upon it, the blazing flame ancestor's eyes became dazed. He gradually became lost. Finally, he let out a long breath with a complicated look on his face. It's neither real nor fake. I see. As he muttered, the blazing flame ancestor revealed a look of exhaustion. The truth had a huge impact on him. Even with his current cultivation, he still needed some time to digest it. After a soft sigh, the blazing flame ancestor's figure disappeared. Baol, I'm going to rest. Old Bull and eldest senior sister also disappeared. To outsiders, they had left with the blazing flame ancestor. However, Wang Baol knew that this was caused by the shock in his master's heart. Following the blazing flame ancestor's departure, Xiaowu was at a loss. He stood there and stared at Wang Baol. Wang Baol's expression had already calmed down. What Xiaowu had said didn't cause too much of a stir in his heart. After all, he had known for a long time that the thing that affected him the most was merely confirmation. It confirmed some of the things he had known previously. At the same time, it made his understanding of the stone-steel world clearer. Combined with Little Five's background, Wang Baol had already sketched out a set of patterns in his mind. Countless years ago, in the real Weiyang Dao domain far away in the outside world, there was a god. His name was the Emperor. Perhaps he was an immortal, or perhaps he was an existence above immortals. No matter what, he was unimaginably powerful. However, he was not without a worthy opponent. The black wooden nail between his brows was the key to suppressing him. In order to escape, he sent out countless clones to form one Weiyang race after another in the countless universes outside the Weiyang Dao domain. Then, he withdrew them one by one to strengthen himself, giving him hope of escaping. Perhaps Gu and Luo came from different universes, but they were both under the Emperor's command for a period of time. Just like what he had seen with the help of the statue in the temple under the Styx River, there were many smaller figures around the majestic figure sitting cross-legged in the starry sky. Each of those figures was most likely a paragon. The Imperial Emperor has been nailed, and Gu and Luo Xianxia are far away. At the same time, the Emperor of the Xianxia Empire, who had a world-shaking cultivation base in the Weiyang Dao domain, was most likely one of those vast figures. He had chosen to be independent. But in the end, he had been suppressed by the Imperial Emperor. While the entire empire had been destroyed, he had probably calculated something, so he had arranged for his first wife's son to enter the time formation. When he appeared before him in the present time of the stone-steel world. Combined with Luo's finger and the seal on his entire arm, as well as the Weiyang clan patriarch inside the stone-steel world, he was unable to leave. And yet, he had appeared here. This might have become the most crucial point for the Emperor's clone due to the calculations of various parties. Wang Baol's thoughts were clear. He felt that even if his analysis wasn't completely correct, he was still on the right path. This is a big game of chess. The stone-steel world is a chessboard. One side of the game is played by the Emperor, while the other side is played by powerful figures like the Mystic Dust Emperor and Luo. As for the chess pieces, they are both the clone of the Emperor and me. I believe that Little Five is the same. Wang Baol sighed softly. He sorted out his thoughts and was about to put them to the bottom of his heart. He was about to ask Little Five about the events that had caused the change in time. After all, no matter what, he was the only one who was stronger. That was the foundation that supported everything. However, at that moment, perhaps because he had too many thoughts on his mind that day, after an invisible collision during the process of sorting out his thoughts, an unbelievable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Why did I choose the stone-steel world as the chessboard? Why am I here? Is there a possibility that the chessboard isn't in one place, and I'm not alone. All the avatars of the Imperial King have another me in the unending boundaries formed by different universes. This thought caused Wang Bail's eyes to widen. Even with his cultivation level, his mind was still shaken by this thought. The Emperor turned into 100,000 bodies, forming 100,000 worlds. The nail turned into 100,000 gods, forming 100,000 thoughts. That was a possibility. The high officials' autobiographies had once said that the so-called coincidences were, in fact, more profound arrangements. That was why the stone-steel realm had become a chessboard. No matter how powerful the Xianxian Emperor was, he was still no match for the Imperial Emperor. However, he was able to accurately arrange for his children to appear in front of him. Furthermore, he had formed his own will within the stone-steel realm and his own soul. To reach his current level, was all of this really just a coincidence? Was it possible that within each of the 100,000 worlds formed by the 100,000 clones of the Imperial Emperor, there was a version of himself that existed within each of the 100,000 worlds? This war with the Emperor has been going on from the beginning to the end. I thought that I was special, but in fact, in every unending subregion I have myself. I am only 1/100th of the original Blackwood spike. This guess and thought caused Wang Bail's mind to tremble violently. In that instant, the universe within his body began to shake and show signs of instability. Waves of black fog spread out from Wang Bail's 7 orifices and gathered into the starry sky. In his mind, countless voices of his own gathered together, forming a roar that shook his soul. You are only one part of 100,000. Your success and failure are meaningless, whether you can leave or not. You will be absorbed by your true form. You are only a thought of your true form. Isn't that absurd? This is the truth. That's the truth. No matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you fight, it will be useless. The battle between your true form and the Emperor has been going on for countless years, forming countless universes. Have you seen the battle between the ancient immortals and the immortals? The battles that have been going on for countless generations in countless reincarnations. This is a battle between mighty figures. What are you? It's just a thought from your true form. These voices converged and rumbled, forming a raging wave. It erupted in Wang Bail's mind, as if it wanted to drown him within. It spread throughout the galaxy within Wang Bail's body, as if it wanted to shake him from his foundation, destroy him. This was the destruction of the Tao. What freedom! If one's own existence was just a thought from others, then the so-called freedom was self-deception. The so-called freedom was just nonsense. Wang Bail's mind rumbled even harder. It was as if lightning had struck, and he began to struggle. What he was thinking wasn't whether the thought was real or fake, but why he was like this. Something isn't right. Something is very wrong. Why did I suddenly have this thought, this guess? Why did this guess, the moment it appeared, shake my mind so strongly? Even if that was the case, I shouldn't have been so shaken. Wang Bail's body trembled. His expression was twisted, and the black fog above his head grew thicker. This scene shocked Zhou Xiaoya and Zhao Yaming, as well as the donkey, second senior brother, and Xiaowu, who stood in front of Wang Bail. Their expressions changed drastically. Mental demon, second senior brother said suddenly. He had attained the Tao through incense offerings, and he had his own unique understanding. What he saw at that moment was clearly the mental demon seizing Wang Bail's body. In his anxiety, second senior brother approached in an instant. He raised his right hand and pressed it on Wang Bail's shoulder, trying to share the burden. However, in an instant, his body trembled violently, and his body turned blurry as he took a few steps back. This is possession. Little Five seemed to have realized something as well. He exclaimed in shock. A white light flashed from the mask in Wang Bail's arms, and little Missy's figure materialized. With anxiety, she raised her hand and pressed it between Wang Bail's brows. However, at the moment of contact, little Missy's body trembled as well, and she took a few steps back. Both she and second senior brother were unable to stop her at all. The black fog on Wang Bail's body dissipated even more, and the black fog gathered even thicker above his head. At the same time, a strong gust of wind blew in the surroundings. The blazing flame ancestor, who had left to rest, descended in an instant. Eldest senior sister and old bull also materialized in an instant. Their expressions changed drastically, and anger appeared in the blazing flame ancestor's eyes. He raised his left hand and pressed it against the top of Wang Bao's head. His eyes widened, and he let out a low growl. "How dare you use demonic thoughts?" As he spoke, he unleashed his curse. His right hand formed an incantation gesture, and he pointed at the black fog that had gathered above Wang Bao. However, the instant he pointed, the black fog churned rapidly, and a blood-red color surged out of it. As it dyed the fog red, the illusory image of a centipede flashed, and it charged toward the blazing flame ancestor's finger. The collision caused the blazing flame ancestor's body to shake violently. He took 3 steps back, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His killing intent exploded. He looked at the blood-red centipede within the blood-red fog. After the collision, the centipede had retreated quite a bit. As he looked at the blazing flame ancestor, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "It's you!" The blazing flame ancestor's killing intent grew even stronger. He had learned of the existence of the blood-red centipede from Wang Bao's Tao rhythm. Now that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, the curse that had accumulated in his body was about to erupt. The blazing flame ancestor could tell that the blood-colored centipede didn't actually exist. However, it had a connection with Wang Bao that no one else could destroy. Only Wang Bao could cut it off, if he were to forcefully interfere. The only thing left was the curse. Based on what the blazing flame ancestor knew at that moment, if he were to risk the curse and perish together with his opponent, it would be worth it. After all, he was already so old. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. However, Wang Bao was still so young. How could he just watch as he was possessed? The churning power of the curse in the blazing flame ancestor's body finally made the blood-colored centipede wary. However, just as the blazing flame ancestor was about to unleash his curse, suddenly, a hoarse but determined voice rang out. It reverberated throughout the area. "Thank you, Master. I'll do it myself." The person who spoke was Wang Bao. His eyes were wide open, revealing traces of blood. His eyes were clear as he raised his head to look at the blood-colored centipede above his head. The blood-colored centipede was visibly shaken, and it looked at Wang Bao in shock. "You actually woke up on your own? Have you figured it out? This is indeed beyond my expectations." "I figured it out," Wang Bao said calmly. The cultivation in his body exploded, and he raised his right hand and punched out. This punch instantly sucked in the spirit chi from the solar system, forming a black hole-like existence. It tore through the sky and earth with an earth-shattering force, drowning the blood-colored centipede in an instant. The blood-colored centipede didn't seem to exist, so outsiders couldn't harm it. However, Wang Bao himself had karma with it, so his attack could form a true power to the blood-colored centipede. As a loud boom rang out, his cultivation erupted, reaching the combat strength of the universe grade within the stone-steel realm. In an instant, the blood-colored centipede's body was torn apart. The fog dissipated, but it didn't die. What was there was just its divine thought. "Interesting, Wang Bao. Next time, I'll definitely succeed." After saying that, the fog completely dissipated, and the surroundings returned to normal. With the concern of the blazing flame ancestor and the others, Wang Bao comforted the centipede. As exhaustion surfaced on his face, the blazing flame ancestor left. Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya also left with their worries. Only Xiao Wu and the donkey stayed by Wang Bao's side. Wang Bao sighed softly and raised his head to look at the distant starry sky. He had indeed come to a realization. It didn't matter if his previous thoughts were true or false. He was himself. Furthermore, it wasn't impossible for the stone-steel world to be used as a chessboard. There had been 3 major changes that had occurred in the stone-steel world. One had been the entry of the ancient era, which had affected the evolution of the place. The other had been Luo's seal, which had formed the dark sect and changed the structure of the place. The other was the crack that Wang Yi's father had created outside the stone tablet realm, which had allowed the father and daughter to enter, Little Missy had then drawn pictures to describe all living things, which had interfered with the normal development of the place. That was how the stone tablet realm had been created. These couldn't be replicated, so they had to be the only one. This realm is my anchor. No matter what the truth is, it's the only one, and I'm the only one. Wang Bao's gaze slowly calmed as he spoke calmly to the nervous little five behind him. Little five, you can cause changes in the time around you, making the things of the past truly appear strange. I want to gain some insights, and I need your cooperation. In return, I will do my best to send you home in the future. Okay? After hearing Wang Bao's words, Xiaowu's spirits were lifted, but his expression was a little sad. Why is Daddy so courteous? Don't be like this. I'm not an outsider. It's Xiaowu's honor to be able to share Daddy's troubles and become a small brick in Daddy's supreme cultivation. Xiaowu's good fortune is something that Xiaowu has always dreamed of. Therefore, Daddy, Xiaowu is begging you to give this to Xiaowu. To you, this may seem insignificant, but to Xiaowu, this is the opportunity that he has yearned for his entire life. Let me be able to offer my filial piety to you, Daddy. Xiaowu's expression was sincere. His eyes were filled with fervor, and his words made the donkey feel nauseous. However, to Xiaowu it sounded as if it was only right and proper. It was as if he wasn't the one being studied. It even gave the impression that if Wang Bao didn't agree, it would be a huge humiliation and a shocking blow to Xiaowu. In reality, Xiaowu's state of mind was very easy to understand. He didn't feel safe at all. After all, no matter who had stepped into the teleportation array formation countless years ago and woke up to find themselves in an unfamiliar world, it would be the same. In his mind, he had to be a useful person. That was the only way he wouldn't fall behind and become cannon fodder. At that moment, his sincerity moved the heavens, his desire moved the earth, and the light in his eyes was like that of a star. It could melt all coldness. Wang Bao, who had been immersed in his emotions earlier, couldn't help but blink his eyes. He looked at Little Five, then at the donkey lying on the ground in the distance, looking as if it was retching. He coughed and raised his hand. Xiaowu arrived quickly and greeted Wang Bao's hand with his head, causing Wang Bao to touch his head directly. All right. Wang Bao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Thank you, Daddy. Xiaowu's face was filled with gratitude. It was as if he was afraid that Wang Bao would go back on his word. He sat down cross-legged, his eyes filled with docility. It was as if from this moment on, no matter what Wang Bao asked him to do, he would do it without hesitation. The donkey retched for a long time. It suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It seemed to sense a strong sense of danger. The donkey was instantly on high alert. It was as if it had a premonition that it would lose its position. It ran quickly to Wang Bao and imitated Xiaowu's actions. It sat there, and even its expression was the same. It started shouting, "Son, ah son." Wang Bao was annoyed. He flicked his sleeve and flung the donkey far away. He ignored the donkey's aggrieved expression as it landed on the ground. Instead, he looked at Xiaowu. "Show me your powers." Xiaowu glanced at the aggrieved Xiaowu in the distance. He was secretly delighted. He was proud of his quick reaction. He felt that he had been completely safe in his father's eyes. Therefore, when he heard Wang Bao's words, he quickly focused his mind and tried his best to disperse the unique law that he had possessed ever since he came out of the teleportation array formation. This law didn't belong to this universe. It didn't even belong to his hometown. He didn't know how it had come about, but he could sense that this law could allow him to possess an undying body to a certain extent. To be precise, what appeared before Wang Bao at that moment might not even be his true self. As for the specifics, Little Five knew that as he spread out the law, his father would definitely be clearer and clearer than him. Little Five took a deep breath and spread out the law on his body with all his might. As it spread out, wind gradually appeared around him. There was clearly no real wind, but he could feel the strangeness of the wind. It was a Tao wind that did not move a hair, but moved the mind. As the wind appeared, invisible ripples appeared in the air around him, causing the passage of time in the world. Vaguely, some incomplete shadows appeared around him. Those were the shadows that had existed in this spot long before time. Wang Baol was shocked by what he saw. His eyes shone brightly, and his Dao charm spread out with all its might, enveloping Xiaowu and allowing him to carefully sense the rules emanating from Xiaowu's body. At the same time, his natal Dao star also went all out, pushing its power to its limits. It wanted to copy the law, but it was clear that the status of the law was too high. Wang Baol was able to sense and touch it for a moment, however. Even with Wang Baol's current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to do so in a short period of time. However, Wang Baol wasn't in a hurry. Xiaowu wasn't in a hurry either. Time passed slowly. Wang Baol's life became much simpler than before. Basically, one of his avatars was sent out to accompany his parents. He was like a normal child, accompanying Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya from time to time. As for his Dharma idol, it sat cross-legged in the starry sky outside the solar system, enveloping everything and threatening everything. Its main body had been in seclusion with Xiaowu for several months now. The donkey was bored. It didn't know what it was thinking, but it decided to leave Wang Baol's place of seclusion. It went to the clone where Wang Baol accompanied its parents and transformed into a puppy. It was as obedient as it could be. Every day, it seemed to focus all its energy on how to make Wang Baol's parents happy. Wang Baol didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. He felt that a donkey could turn into a puppy without caring about its pride. It wagged its tail vigorously every day to please others, ate dog food, and even ate it with relish. All of this. It was obvious that Xiao Wu's seclusion with him had greatly stimulated the donkey. During Wang Baol's seclusion, the reputation of the Federation spread throughout the entire Left Dao Holy region. It was known by countless factions, large and small. At the same time, many of the fringe sects and clans sought safety. In order to avoid war, they began to make frequent contact with the Federation. They spared no expense to integrate into the Federation system. Wang Baol didn't participate in any of this. Wu Mengling, Li Xingwen, the Sky Palm Grandmaster, the Purple Gold Grandmaster, and the others took care of it. Everything was in order, and the Federation's influence was growing every day. Most importantly, the Federation's neutrality gradually became a reality as time passed. The never-ending clan treated the Federation as if they were invisible. Other than the reward they had received in the beginning, they didn't do anything else. The reward was meant to sow discord, but looking at it now, there was nothing they could do about it. This had already made many sects and clans feel the power of the Federation. During Wang Baol's seclusion for more than half a year, the never-ending clan and the dark sect fought frequently. The flames of war rumbled, and the impact grew larger and larger. Even in the Left Dao Sacred Zone, there were a few small-scale invasions. However, the solar system and the surrounding starry skies were like a forbidden zone. The dark sect didn't appear at all. In the eyes of many sects and clans, this could be described as a coincidence. However, there was one time when both parties involved in the battle between the Dark Sect and the Weiyang clan had entered the Left Dao Holy region and were approaching the solar system. The Dark Sect, which was pursuing them, stopped there. It seemed to hesitate for a moment before it chose to leave. Before it left, it cupped its fists in the direction of the solar system. This scene completely shocked all the watching clans and sections. As the various clans were puzzled, many clues regarding Wang Baol were gathered. Gradually, all the various factions received an answer. The Federation Patriarch, Wang Baol, was once the dark child of the previous generation. He was also the junior brother of the Dark Sect's Heavenly Dao, Chun Qingzi. Both of them had the same master. However, due to differences in ideals, Wang Baol gave up his identity as the Dark Child and didn't participate in the battle. The answer was too detailed. Rather than saying that it had been discovered, it was more accurate to say that someone had intentionally released it. Regardless, as Wang Baol's identity as the Dark Sect was revealed, the entire Weiyang Dao domain was once again in an uproar. Amidst the uproar, with the Weiyang clan tacitly acknowledging it and the Federation not refuting it, the solar system once again became the center of attention. It had to be the center of attention, because this might be the only place where one could stay safe and sound in this calamity. At the same time, during this half-year-long seclusion, Wang Bao's true form finally gained something after Little Five released his Tao principles time and time again. The name of the waning moon no longer fits. To Wang Bao, he had never truly created a divine ability in his entire life. Even if he did, it could only be considered a spell. As for divine abilities, they were Tao arts. They were the different sounds produced when the rules and laws were transformed into strings. Wang Bao didn't have the right to say what Xiaowu's Tao should be called. However, as he stored the Tao star laws, he finally managed to do so after experiencing countless times over the past half-year. After successfully storing the Tao, Wang Bao finally understood why Xiaowu's body had the characteristic of being immortal. No matter what kind of injuries he sustained, it didn't seem to harm his foundation. That was because this special Tao had already fused into Xiaowu's soul, body, and bones. Xiaowu was extracting his body from the past, unconsciously, every single moment. Therefore, regardless of his injuries, it didn't matter. Even if he died, it wouldn't affect the operation of his Tao. The past him would instantly appear and replace the present, continuing to operate. This kind of immortality. The deeper Wang Bao understood it, the stronger the shock he felt. It was a pity that even if he could copy it, he wouldn't be able to use it on himself. It was the same as the only way he could copy the Tao. The source of this Tao had already been locked onto Xiaowu. Unless Xiaowu died completely and the Tao was broken, only then would others be able to mold it back into their own bodies. Otherwise, no one would be able to achieve the same level as Xiaowu. To destroy this Tao and kill Xiaowu completely, the method was simple. The moment Xiaowu was killed, all of his past lives would be killed at the same time. He would kill them all at the same time. He couldn't miss a single one. The timing had to be exactly the same. Otherwise, if he missed a single one, all the shadows of his past would immediately be resurrected. If the timing wasn't the same, it would be the same. However, it was too difficult to do that. At the very least, Wang Bao knew that he couldn't do it now. Wang Bao could tell that this wasn't something that Little Five had come up with on his own. Instead, it was something that a mighty figure with an earth-shattering level of cultivation had sacrificed his lifespan and cultivation to imprint it onto Little Five. It had made him one with the Tao, a perfect match. Mystic Dust Grand Emperor? Wang Bao murmured to himself. This name had appeared in his mind after he had imprinted the law. From this, I can tell how powerful a true Supreme Emperor is. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. Little Five, who had a low level of cultivation, possessed such an indestructible body. If he had been at the universe level, the extent of his power was indescribable. Even so, he was still no match for the Supreme Emperor. Wang Bao shook his head and stopped thinking. He didn't continue thinking. Instead, he immersed himself in the Tao that he had imprinted from Little Five. At the same time, he opened the seclusion area and sent out the lively Little Five. He also sent out Little Five, who was proud of his father's efforts. After that, he began to fuse with the waning moon divine ability as he gained enlightenment, trying to create another divine ability. Since he couldn't take over the source of this Tao, to Wang Bao, merging with the waning moon and taking another path was the most suitable choice for him. The name of the waning moon is no longer suitable. Perhaps calling it water moon is more suitable for my Tao. Wang Bao muttered to himself. The waning moon divine ability and the Tao on Little Five's body continued to fuse, expelling all the conflicting aspects. He took in the suitable areas and gradually fused the two Tao that he had yet to fully acquire together. It formed a Tao that had never appeared before. It was a Tao that he had created out of thin air. Water moon. After a long while, Wang Bao slowly opened his closed eyes. His body gradually became blurry, and his surroundings became blurry as well. It was as if the ground beneath him had turned into a calm surface of water. At that moment, his body. It was as if he had become a drop of water, falling from mid-air towards the surface of the water. There was a ding. As the drop of water fell into the water, ripples appeared on the calm surface of the water. With the drop of water as the center, ripples spread out in all directions. There were not many ripples. There were only 9 rings. One ring represented 100 years. The 9 rings of ripples caused everything in the past 900 years to materialize on the surface of the water, forming countless images. These images fused together, causing mortals to look at the surface of the water if they were there, because they were unable to instantly receive such a vast amount of information. Their eyes went blind, and their souls were on the verge of collapse. Even cultivators and those below the planet level were unable to withstand it, and the possibility of death was extremely high. After all, the countless information and images had entered the planet in an instant, so only when they reached the star would they not die. However, serious injuries were unavoidable. This was just a glance. If they were truly enveloped by this divine ability, even if the star domain were to come into contact with it, it would be hard for it to escape collapse. Even with the protection of a supreme treasure, this divine ability would be able to kill its past self. It would cause the person to lose their past and become incomplete, just like how there was no moon in the sky. No matter how full the moon was in the water, it would still be illusory. How could the Tao intent not collapse? Therefore, Wang Baol named this divine ability Water Moon. If it was only Water Moon, the divine ability would still be incomplete. It wouldn't be able to form a great Tao of its own. That was why Water Moon was only the first half of the divine ability that Wang Baol had created. There was also the second half. Wang Baol felt that it should be called the Mirror Flower. The Tao of the Mirror Flower lay in the mirror image. From the ripples in the water of time, an object from the past was taken out and allowed to appear in the present moment. Even though it existed for different periods of time and was difficult to fix, and it wasn't a real existence according to the essence of matter. In reality, it was no different from reality. The flower in the mirror was also a flower. Wang Baol's eyes were calm as he lowered his head to look at the surface of the water. He raised his right hand and pointed downwards. He took out a handful of sand that had existed here for more than 700 years and held it in his hand. The sensation and even the probing of his soul were identical to a real existence. Interesting. Wang Baol looked at the sand in his hand and smiled. He didn't send it back to the past. Instead, he pinched it and melted it in his hand, forming a red hairpin that stuck into his hair. Then, he raised his head to look in the direction of the faded star. He lowered his head to look at the mask in his arms and spoke softly. There are some things that I don't need to bother Senior Faded Star anymore. Tell me, how about I use this method to bring you to meet your father? I don't need to clear my doubts, but I need his help. As Wang Baol spoke, little Missy's figure materialized in front of him. She looked at Wang Baol with a gaze that for the first time was filled with a strong mix of curiosity, complexity, and doubt. When Wang Baol's cultivation had broken through to the star domain, she hadn't looked at him like that. When Wang Baol had defeated the inner demons, she hadn't looked at him like that either. She had even tried to extrapolate. There had been many times when she had been surprised and disgruntled, however. She hadn't looked at him with such a strong gaze. You're becoming more and more like my father. Not just my father, but my uncles as well. I don't know how to describe you. In short, you're becoming more and more like him. Little Missy was silent for a moment. She spoke softly. So, Wang Baol's gaze was gentle, and he looked at little Missy with a faint smile. Can you really rely on yourself to meet my father? Little Missy felt inexplicably nervous as Wang Baol looked at her like that, and she quickly averted her gaze. I've been calling you father-in-law for so many years. I have to try and see if I can meet him. Wang Baol laughed. As the Tao rhythm spread, the water surface around him changed once again. The method was simple. Even though the water moon 9 rings could only last for 900 years at most, the mirror flower would open 900 years ago and take out the person he had been 900 years ago. With the mirror flower as the foundation, the mirror flower would open once again. The cycle would repeat itself, and the limit of one's cultivation would be the limit of time. That was the limit of time. He would walk through the years in the past and meet that important person. All right. Little Missy thought for a moment and said softly. Listening to little Missy's gentle voice, Wang Baol's lips curled into a smile. He recalled the times when he liked to tease her, and he also recalled many of the past events when he was still in the Federation. For example, when he was on the cruiser heading to Ethereal Tao College, the way he ate the chicken drumstick, the years when he became head prefect in the Tao College, and the habitual kicking of his crotch. It was also his dream. Be it losing weight or being proud of himself, he still remembered what he had hoped for when he was a child, to become the Federation president. For this dream, the image of him working hard was still in the depths of his memory. There was also the autobiography of a high-ranking official that he was familiar with, the Dean of Mars Achievement. The past was rushed, and life was like a dream. Unintentional memories always made people sigh and sigh. It was like a leaf that had experienced spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Its color gradually changed. So, unintentionally, my appearance has changed. Wang Baol muttered to himself. I've grown up. Wang Baol sighed softly. Unknowingly, he had stepped into the cultivation world. Although it had not been 200 years, it was not too far off. The exact time was a little blurry to him. This was not because it had been too long. In fact, from the perspective of cultivation, it was a miracle that his cultivation had reached his level in less than 200 years. However, it seemed to make sense to him. After all, as the truth continued to be revealed, Wang Baol had come to understand that he was fundamentally different from the life in this universe. The main reason why his memories were blurry and his personality had changed was that he had experienced far too much in the limited period of time. The trip to the fated star, in particular, had had an earth-shattering impact on his life. That was why many times Wang Baol felt that he was getting old. It wasn't his body or his soul that was aging, but his heart. It seemed like he was no longer suspicious of many things and had gotten used to them. However, it was precisely because he had gotten used to them that he was no longer as passionate as he was when he was young. The price of no doubts. Wang Baol looked at the distant starry sky and smiled. He suddenly took out the wishing bottle from his storage bag. Senior, I wish to return my state of mind to the time when I was young and in high spirits. The wishing bottle was silent. With a whoosh, it broke free from Wang Baol's hand. With a hint of disgust, it returned to its storage bag. Seeing that, Wang Baol let out a few rare laughs. Even though the color of the leaves had changed, he was still him. The youth from before was still in his heart. This is good. Wang Baol raised his right hand and waved it gently. Ripples appeared around him. The ripples spread until they covered everything around him. The surface of the water appeared beneath him once again. As Wang Baol's body dripped down like water, the 9 ripples on the surface of the water spread out. He hadn't been born 900 years ago, but that didn't matter. He had created the water-moon technique himself. It could be said that in the entire Wei Yang Dao domain, there weren't many people who were more suitable than him to use this technique. That was because his true form had witnessed the entire process of the universe turning into a stone tablet. From the beginning to the end, he had always been there. As he raised his right hand and pointed at the surface of the water, the world he was in seemed to have changed. It changed instantly, and he returned to the place he had been 900 years ago. It was empty. He pointed again, and the surface of the water rippled and formed 9 rings. Just like that, Wang Baol cast his spell calmly. The world he was in changed time and time again, causing him to walk through the long river of history. He didn't even know how many times he had walked through it. He saw the birth of this life in the universe, and then he arrived at the universe of the Celestials. Soon, he arrived at the world of zombies, followed by the world where the endless demon blades were, and then the vast and chaotic world of resentful cultivators. Wang Baol watched everything calmly. He didn't know when little Missy had been sitting beside him. She didn't say anything. They stared at the changing starry sky together. After an unknown period of time, the scene on the surface of the water stopped. A little white deer appeared, and a little girl sat on its back. In front of it was a tall and straight figure with white hair that couldn't hide the vicissitudes of life. The moment she saw the figure, little Missy, who was beside Wang Baol, trembled. The figure that was walking in the starry sky in the scene paused in its steps. Almost at the same moment, Wang Baol raised his right hand and pointed at the image. Then, the world around him changed once again. Everything disappeared and was replaced by the image. In front of him was the ancient but tall figure. The little white deer closed its eyes. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, and the little girl was dozing off. There seemed to be a power of law that prevented them from meeting each other in their past and present lives. Father. Little Missy's body trembled. She looked at the back of the figure and murmured softly, Senior. Wang Baol lowered his head and cupped his fists in a bow. The white-haired figure slowly turned around, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. He was handsome and elegant at the same time. His gaze was gentle, like that of an elder. He was the supreme from the outer realm who had finally appeared before Wang Baol in the storyteller's past life. Wang Baol knew that his surname was Wang, but he didn't ask for his name. That wasn't important. What was important was that they had met again in the long river of time. You've grown up, the white-haired middle-aged man said softly as he looked at Wang Baol and Wang Yi with a gratified smile on his face. Father! Little Missy couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she ran over quickly and threw herself into her father's arms. Like a child, she cried even more. Wang Baol didn't disturb her. He took a few steps back and looked at the little white deer, who was sleeping with its eyes closed. He gave Little Missy a chance to catch up with each other as a father and daughter. At the same time, he was observing the deer from his previous life. Even though he had been immersed in his previous life on the fated star and walked through the life of the little white deer, this was the first time he had seen his previous life from such an angle and in such a way. You look happy. Wang Baol smiled. He could feel and see that the little white deer was genuinely happy. It seemed to be the most satisfied thing for it to be able to accompany Wang Yi. Time passed. Wang Baol didn't listen to the conversation between Wang Yi and her father. He believed that if the Supreme Being was unwilling, he wouldn't be able to hear it with his cultivation. Therefore, he decided to seal off his surroundings first. After an unknown period of time, Wang Baol heard a call. Little friend. The voice was gentle and full of goodwill. Wang Baol turned around and looked at Wang Yi's father. With a respectful expression, he bowed once again. Father-in-law, you can just call me Baol. Wang Baol blinked. He had already analyzed in his heart that if he called her father-in-law, there was a high chance that he would be slapped back into reality. However, if he didn't call her father-in-law, he felt that he wouldn't have the chance. Therefore, he might as well try calling him father-in-law first. Perhaps the other party would acquiesce, right? After all, he was so outstanding. Baol wasn't afraid. That's right. Wang Baol lowered his head. As he consoled himself in his heart, he heard Wang Yi's father's voice. It was obvious that he had changed. Say that again. Wang Baol blinked. Between cowardice and not cowardice, Wang Baol thought about it for 2 breaths before he finally managed to respond with much difficulty. According to my father-in-law's wishes, my father-in-law can just call me Baol. Wang Baol did not know where he got the courage to do so, but he braced himself and finished his sentence. Then he lowered his head and waited. After a long while, a cold snort came from in front of him. There was doubt in the voice, and there were also cold words that reverberated in Wang Baol's ears. You have guts. However, if you want to become my son-in-law, you will have to go through many trials. From now on, you must not allow my daughter Yi to suffer the slightest bit of injustice. Can you do that? Wang Baol had his head lowered the entire time. He kept his body sealed and didn't look forward. However, as he listened, he felt that something was amiss. Therefore, he secretly spread his cultivation. With a sweep, he discovered the white deer and little Yi on its back. The Supreme Being was no longer there. Only little Missy stood in front of him, looking pleased with herself. Wang Baol hesitated. His cultivation didn't dissipate as he spoke softly. Father-in-law, you must have misunderstood. She's always been the one bullying me. How dare you? My daughter is gentle and obedient. She bullied you because... Wang Baol saw little Missy holding back her laughter in front of him with his divine perception. He didn't know what method she used to imitate her father's voice. She was responding smugly. Wang Baol didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before Wang Yi could finish her sentence, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Wang Yi. The latter immediately covered her mouth and winked at Wang Baol. You've been mischievous again. Wang Baol sighed. Little Missy couldn't hold it in any longer. She clutched her belly and laughed. She looked happy, which made her, who was already beautiful, even more mischievous. Wang Baol felt a little helpless. He looked left and right before asking, "Your father left? When did he leave? Take a guess." Little Missy looked at Wang Baol with a faint smile. Wang Baol had a headache. After a while he tried asking, "Stop fooling around. I still have important matters to discuss." That. The first sentence should have been said by your father. What happened after that? Which sentence did you start with? I won't tell you. Little Missy laughed again, her face beaming with joy. Wang Baol was a little depressed. Little Missy, on the other hand, didn't see that. After laughing for a while, she walked up to him, patted Wang Baol on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't think about it. My father said that it's not that he doesn't want to see you, but that with your current cultivation level, if you take the initiative to come and see him, you won't be able to withstand the pressure of time and space as well as his own body. It will be detrimental to your great Tao. He also said that he was very grateful to you. He also said that he already knew why you came. He asked me to give you a jade slip which contains what you want. He also said that he would always be waiting for us outside the stone tablet realm. Also, Little Missy spoke quickly, and after a long speech she continued. In the end, my father said that this jade slip is not a thank you gift. The real thank you gift is that after you leave this place, he will bring you to my hometown and open a sky-treading bridge for you. I don't know what that means. Anyway, since ancient times, only my father has walked the sky-treading bridge in my hometown. He said that that was the beginning of the great Tao. Oh right, and in the end, he said that you should treat me well, cherish me, love me, and not let me suffer. Anyway, that's all I've told you." Little Missy coughed and glanced at Wang Baol. She handed over a jade slip. Wang Baol was a little confused. The amount of information was a little too much. He needed to digest it for a while before he instinctively took the jade slip. After going through everything in his mind, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He didn't know what the sky-treading bridge was, but for some reason, when he heard the name, his Tao aura fluctuated. It was as if the name itself could resonate with the Tao. Sky-treading. It's not equal to the heavens, nor is it ascending to the heavens. The word, sky-treading, is extremely domineering. It's more like a complete transcendence. Wait for us outside. Wang Baol was deep in thought. He didn't believe that the Supreme Being would say the last sentence like that. It must have been added by Little Missy herself. Therefore, Wang Baol didn't think too much about it. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the jade slip in his hand. The Tao aura dissipated and fused into the jade slip. Before he could see anything, a calm divine thought was reflected in the jade slip, reverberating in his mind. In my entire life, other than learning other people's techniques in the early stages, I have mostly created my own abilities. Information techniques, remnant night, flowing moon, dream Tao, origin Tao mark, and the ancient Tao without immortal techniques, etc. These contain my own Tao. I can cultivate them in a short time, but I won't be able to master them. This is because at the end of every great Tao here, my figure is the source. If I were here, others wouldn't be able to use this as a stepping stone, therefore, is suitable. Her future is limited, but she is not suitable for you in my life. I have seen countless divine abilities from other people. Up until now, there have been very few Taoist magics that have caused me to be amazed. The only exception is one. Even at my current level of cultivation, I still find it hard to forget. I can't help but sigh in admiration. Furthermore, the source is empty, and there is no will to occupy it. If you succeed, you can use this Tao to transform yourself into another Tao. This Tao is known as the 8 Extreme Tao, using the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as the foundation. You can cultivate the Extreme Metal Tao, Extreme Wood Tao, Extreme Water Tao, Extreme Fire Tao, and Extreme Earth Tao. Only then will you be considered to have achieved a small success. As for the 3 Extreme Tao, you will have to comprehend them on your own until you have perfected the 8 extreme Tao. If you can combine them together, the vicissitudes of time will last forever. Who will be able to do anything to you other than that? Since you have already comprehended part of the flowing moon, you can also learn from me the Tao of the remnant night. However, you must remember that the Tao of outsiders can be used to kill. Do not try to comprehend it if you do not know the source. As the voice ended, Wang Bao's mind rumbled. All sorts of information regarding the remnant night and the cultivation methods of the 8 extreme Tao exploded in his mind, causing his mind to tremble violently. He was unable to maintain the state of spacetime, causing the void around him to collapse instantly. Little Missy seemed to have expected this. She returned to the mask quickly. In the next instant, as the surroundings collapsed, layers of the universe that Wang Bao had walked through when he first arrived appeared. They changed every 900 years, collapsing layer by layer. As the rumbling continued, Wang Bao's figure appeared in the Federation and the new city on Mars. As he appeared, the entire planet on Mars shook violently. At a glance, a layer of ripples spread out from Mars, spreading towards the entire solar system. The ripples looked shocking, but they didn't contain any destructive power. It was a complete manifestation of the Tao. In the blink of an eye, they swept across all the planets in the solar system, causing the blazing flame ancestor to stand up abruptly with a look of shock on his face. This Tao rhythm seems like an inheritance, but this is too overbearing. Compared to me, I can't be compared. Compared to this overbearing, that's basically like a feather. As the blazing flame ancestor took in a breath, all the powerful warriors in the solar system felt great waves in their hearts. When they looked at Mars, their respect deepened. Especially this Tao intent, it rushed out of the solar system and directly spread through more than half of the left Tao sacred region. It was like a tidal wave, causing at this moment the laws of the entire Weiyang Tao domain to tremble. The ancestor of the 9 regions Tao. His expression changed drastically. Whether it was the side sect or the Weiyang race, all the universe-level cultivators were looking in the direction of the solar system. What kind of Tao energy is this? So domineering. The progenitor of the Weiyang race, who seemed to be an imperial emperor clone, also had a change in expression. In the underworld river, Chen Qingzi's face appeared as he looked deeply into the solar system. Not only that, outside the stone-steel realm, in the true starry sky, there was an ancient stone steel floating in the void of the endless abyss. The surface of the stone steel was filled with cracks. At that moment, it suddenly shook, and another crack appeared. The shaking attracted the attention of countless people in the void. There were countless powerful and savage spirits in the void, but none of them dared to approach this place, because, other than the stone steel, there was also an ancient ship. On the ship was a middle-aged man with white hair. He sat there quietly, staring at the stone steel as if he had been staring at it for countless years. At that moment, a smile appeared on his face, seeking the Tao. This was Wang Bao's summary of his visit to Wang Yi's father during his trip to the River of History. It was also his original intention. Indeed, he wanted to use the water moon mirror flower Tao technique that he had comprehended to seek the Tao from that supreme being. The path of cultivation had reached his current level. There was still a path ahead of him. However, no matter how Wang Bao deduced, no matter how he thought, there was always a vague feeling. The path in the stone-steel world was no longer suitable for him. His galaxy was different from the others. Just as Little Five had said, his Tao was more complete. That being the case, the direction of his future path was even more important. Although the Tao of freedom had been carved into his soul, it was precisely because he wanted to be more free and more free. That was why he needed to be stronger. That was why his fate was in his hands, not the heavens. Therefore, he needed to search for the Tao. As for those who could help him in this aspect, in the entire stone-steel world, perhaps the ancestor of the never-ending race could do it. However, it was clearly impossible for both sides. Perhaps his senior brother Chen Qingzi could do it too. However, the two of them were strangers. Furthermore, his senior brother's Tao was the Tao of heaven. It was the Tao of darkness. It was like the sky only had darkness, and it was incomplete. As for his master, Blazing Flame Ancestor, his Tao of Curses had already reached the limit. Perhaps if it wasn't for the fact that the Tao of the stone-steel world was incomplete and all other reasons, his master, Blazing Flame, would have long since advanced to the universe grade with his natural talent. However, he was only at the perfected celestial domain now. He was only at the universe grade when the curse erupted and he used his life to prove his Tao. That was why, after much thought, Wang Baol chose to seek help from Wang Yi's father. The two had made an agreement in his previous life. That was the reason why his fate was connected to Wang Yi's for many lifetimes. It was a single line. It would be the result when Wang Yi recovered in the future. During this process, Wang Yi's father, the supremacy from the other realm, was his strongest ally. Perhaps I won't look for him. Soon, that senior will look for me as well. Because in the stone-steel world, if one wishes to advance to the universe realm, one will have to pay a huge price. Wang Baol murmured. No one had told him. Even the Blazing Flame Ancestor himself was ignorant. The other universe-level cultivators probably didn't understand either. Wang Baol was the only one who could vaguely sense that his Tao was complete. There should be 3 methods. The first method is similar to making a grand wish. After expanding the galaxy to a certain extent, one reaches a certain limit and gathers the luck. One can then break through and enter the universe level. This limit should be at least a domain. As for the principle, it should be the same origin as second senior brother's Path of Incense, for example, the Patriarch of the 9 Regions Tao, or the Tao Devil Son of the 7 Spirits Tao. They used this method to advance. However, the latter was clearly more perfect. Although the side sects of the Holy Region are a mix of fish and dragons, there must be something fishy about it, making it so that there are very few people who can split the Emperor's fate. That's why his universe-grade advancement was successful. The left Tao Holy Region is different. There's master here, especially where Xianxia has been active for many years. Perhaps there are other reasons that caused the 9 Regions Tao Patriarch to not gather enough fate and can only reach the universe grade within his sect. This is also the reason why my rise caused the 9 Regions Tao to be so anxious to stop me with all their strength. I'm afraid that my breakthrough will make it impossible for the Patriarch of the 9 Regions Tao to advance. He will be stuck in his current state forever. As for Master, his hometown has already fallen. His Tao foundation has collapsed, so he can't take this path. However, this method of breakthrough has a huge drawback. He is destined to never leave the stone-steel world. Once he leaves, his Tao fruit will wither, and his cultivation base will fall again and again until he becomes ordinary, as if he is locked up. Other than that, there is the second method. One is willing to become a heavenly Tao puppet and borrow endless laws and rules from the heavenly Tao to advance to the universe realm. This method may seem simple, but there is a limited number of slots, and once one becomes a heavenly Tao puppet, one's life and death, as well as one's will no longer belong to them. The few divine emperors of the Weiyang clan should be like this. In the end, they are still of the same origin as the first method. However, under the prerequisite of having the luck, borrowing the heavenly Tao strength will make the advancement smoother, and their combat abilities will be stronger after the advancement. If the heavenly Tao can leave the stone-steel world, they can also use this method to leave. As for the third method, it is also the most advanced path within the stone tablet realm. That is, to transform into the heavenly Tao. Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly. I am the heavenly Tao, so naturally, there are no boundaries. For example, Xianxia. And looking at it now, I'm afraid that the ancestor of the Weiyang clan is following the same path. The heavenly Tao of the Weiyang clan might be an incarnation of him. Wang Baol's thoughts gradually became clear. The Tao that I'm looking for is the fourth method. I'll cultivate the Tao of the real universe in the outside world within the stone tablet realm. Then outside the stone tablet realm, I'll attain the Tao. With that, I'll step into the universe realm. That way, I'll have no restrictions and be free and unfettered. Wang Baol was silent for a long time before he suddenly laughed. He stopped thinking about these things. Instead, he took out the jade slip from within the new Martian city and studied it carefully. He continued his seclusion. This time he was in seclusion. He wanted to master the 8 extreme Tao and the Kenyi Tao techniques. The former would be the path he would take in the future. The latter would be his trump card in terms of combat power. Time passed slowly as Wang Bail studied and studied it. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The war between the never-ending clan and the dark sect continued to heat up. The flames of war between the two sides had spread to more than half of the never-ending central region. There had even been a few battles between divine emperors. Although most of them were simple attacks, this also represented a signal that the war was heating up. Most importantly, the dark sect had finally revealed the battle prowess of other divine emperors besides Xianxia. There were a total of 3 divine emperors, and they were not cultivators from the dark sect. Instead, they were spirits of the dead from the underworld river. It was obvious that Xianxia's special technique had given them powerful cultivation bases. The price they had to pay was definitely not small, but for a war. This matter caused a huge commotion. The 3 spirits of the dead were also given honorific titles. One was named Nether Saint, and the other was named Bone Emperor. As for the last one, his true form was a spirit burial tree. He had transformed into an old man and called himself the Spirit Burial Tree. However, this was not what shocked the entire Weiyang Dao domain. What truly shocked everyone was the battle between Nether Saint and Sacred Emperor Weiyang Light. In the end, the Sacred Emperor cried out a name. Divine Emperor Vast Moon. Divine Emperor Vast Moon was killed by Xianxia 30,000 years ago. Looking at it now, it was obvious that Xianxia had prepared for the dark sect's rise to power for far too long. This was especially so when he thought back to the divine emperors of the Weiyang clan who had been the rulers of the starry sky until now. He wondered if there were still people who had been transformed by Xianxia. Once he thought about it, many things caused great waves to rise in everyone's hearts. Fortunately, with the appearance of the Bone Emperor and the Spirit Burial, such things did not appear again, which caused the unending clan to be slightly less shocked. However, the guesses about the original identities of these 2 people did not stop. After all, it was impossible for a new divine emperor to appear in such a short time. Therefore, the 3 people who appeared in the dark sect must have some background that could be investigated in history. The brief war between the divine emperors hadn't affected the left Dao holy region, but with the Federation's current status, there were too many small civilizations and sects that wanted to join in. They constantly acted as eyes and ears, sending news of the battle reports to the Federation. At the same time, under the arrangements of the Blazing Flame Ancestor, the Federation had also arranged for a team to head to the Weiyang Central region. Their purpose wasn't to participate in the battle, but to watch the battle like eyes so that the Federation could quickly learn about the situation on the battlefield. They would be able to learn about it very quickly. As Wang Bail's Dharma idol and doppelganger were both outside, he knew all of this. However, he didn't have the time to care about it at the moment, because his entire mind was immersed in the study of the 8 extreme Dao and Kenyi. The first thing he understood was not the 8 extreme Dao, but Kenyi. Perhaps it was the sky, but the world was empty. Perhaps it was the starry sky, but the universe was pitch black. There was no light, no light. It was as if there was nothing. Perhaps the only thing that existed was the bottomless abyss. Black seemed to be the color of the entire place. It was cold, as if the entire atmosphere was here. Wang Bail was no stranger to this feeling and state. In his previous life on the Fated Star, he had experienced the same things in the previous lives he had experienced with the white deer. It was dark, cold, and nothing else. Time passed, and the darkness and coldness reached its limit. It accumulated to an extreme. It was as if the entire nothingness, the entire universe, and the entire world were about to gradually turn into the ultimate. Wang Bail saw a ray of light. The ray of light bloomed like a bright flower in the distance amidst the darkness of the world, turning into an endless beam of light. It carried an indescribable power in all directions, as if it could drive everything away and tear everything apart. It filled the air in an instant. Wang Bail was no stranger to this scene. It was exactly the same as when he was in the state of a black wooden board when he was comprehending in his previous life. The birth of a new universe was exactly the same. However, what was born here was not a new universe, but a rising sun. The first sun rose slowly from the black abyss in the distance. As it appeared, more and more dazzling rays of light exploded towards the entire black world and the endless void around it. It didn't matter if it was burning or dispersing. An aura that seemed to be charging forward courageously and not looking back rose from the first sun. It caused the pitch-black world to appear as if it was an eternal fire, an eternal light. It caused the darkness-like color to seem as if it had been torn into pieces, continued to dissipate and be replaced. When the morning sun rose up into the sky, it turned into a red sun. In heaven and earth, in the starry sky, in the world, and in the void, all the black colors like demons, ghosts, and evil devils were destroyed in an instant. They collapsed and dissipated. It was as if there was righteousness in the human world, sweeping away all evil in the world. When righteousness reached its peak, it was not evil. Instead, it was righteous and domineering without anger. Booming sounds continued to ring in Wang Bao's ears. Roars reverberated in all directions. The red sun was in the sky, and the world was clear. This scene caused Wang Bao's body to tremble violently, and waves of emotions surged in his heart. After a long while, even though the dark night had dissipated in Wang Bao's mind, and the red sun and all the images gradually blurred, in his heart, the scene of the rising sun within the pitch-black void abyss was like the scene of dawn breaking. However, it did not dissipate for a long time. The aura and Tao intent that was revealed within it caused Wang Bao to ponder over it for a very, very long time. This is the remnant of the night, the remnant of the night. A few days later, Wang Bao opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Deep in his heart, he was extremely impressed by Wang Yi's father, who had created this Tao technique himself. This was because the remnant of the night was no longer a Tao technique to a certain extent. It was more like a form of faith. Is it a letter technique? Wang Bao muttered. He had heard this term once from the jade slip he had left with Wang Yi's father. Wang Bao was ignorant about the letter technique, and he wouldn't study it in depth. That was because he remembered a sentence. Other people's techniques could be used to kill, but not to think deeply about it. For example, the technique of the remnant of the night seemed to have nothing to do with killing. However, in reality, according to Wang Bao's judgment and comprehension, this was the supreme technique that he had obtained in terms of killing. Even the curse of his master, the blazing flame ancestor, seemed to be too different from it. They were not on the same level. The latter might be mysterious, but it was too dark. However, the domineering and imposing manner of the former seemed to represent the righteousness of heaven and earth. It suppressed everything. To be my enemy is the night. At that moment, lightning seemed to flash across Wang Bao's entire body. His scalp felt slightly numb because of that sentence. That was because the more he thought about those words, the more domineering and murderous they became. This made Wang Bao understand Wang Yi's father even better. He had completely realized that Wang Yi must have walked the path of cultivation, using killing to attain Tao, and had killed countless people throughout her life. It was probably uncountable. The reason why he had been able to successfully comprehend the art of the last night must have something to do with the experiences he had gained in his previous life. Of course, the most important thing was the inheritance that Wang Yi had inherited. This inheritance seemed to be a recognition of his qualifications, allowing him to push open this Tao that did not belong to the stone-steel world. Wang Bao took a deep breath and silently digested the art of the remnant night in his heart. He calmed himself down and continued to deduce it in his heart. He unfolded it time and time again, and as he became more and more familiar with it, he resisted the urge to comprehend it deeply and opened his eyes. He gave up on the idea of studying its origins. Just looking at it from the perspective of killing, the degree of mastery that I have now is sufficient. Wang Bao's eyes showed determination. He took out the jade slip again and looked at the 8 extreme Tao. This was the path that he needed to deeply comprehend and walk down in the future. My Tao is already free and unfettered. The 8 extreme Tao will be the guardian of my Tao. Wang Bao whispered softly. His mind slowly calmed down and he integrated into the 8 extreme Tao. His body gradually became blurry, and water appeared around him. The sound of water falling into the lake was heard over time, and it did not disappear for a long time. It set off 9 layers of ripples, and Wang Bao's figure became even more blurry. The comprehension of the 8 extreme Tao was definitely not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. The origin of this technique was too deep, and its origins were too great. Even Wang Bao could not learn it in a short period of time. The stone tablet realm did not give him much time. Therefore, in comprehending the 8 extreme Tao, Wang Bao chose the water moon technique. He returned to the past and traveled between the long river of time in the past and the present. There, it was as if he had spent eternity comprehending the Tao. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. When Wang Bao unwittingly activated the complete water moon technique 8 times, it was as if he had not merely walked through it, but had gained a deeper level of understanding. That was why he could feel the limits of the water moon. If he walked, the limits would be even further. For example, he could walk to the time of the white deer and continue, but if he cultivated in time 8 times, that would be his current limit. The good thing was, 8 times was enough. The moment Wang Bao's body turned blurry, his figure slowly became clear again. When he opened his eyes, a hint of vicissitudes appeared in them. In the instant outside, he had comprehended the 7,200 years of the 8 complete years. So, this is the 8 extreme Tao, Wang Bao muttered. The vicissitudes in his eyes disappeared, and what replaced it was a wave of the 5 elements. It was faintly discernible on his body, and faintly in his pupils. It was as if a giant tree had appeared. There was a surging water, a burning fire, a burial ground, and a weapon of all living beings. The top 5 of the 8 extreme Tao were the foundation: the extreme metal Tao, the extreme wood Tao, the extreme water Tao, the extreme fire Tao, the extreme earth Tao. These 5 Tao had to be completed one by one. If one wanted to cultivate the 5 elements to their full potential, one had to find the 5 supreme treasures related to the 5 elements and turn them into one's own Tao seed. The higher the quality of the Tao seed, the greater the improvement Wang Bao would receive. A Tao seed was better than a Tao foundation. Then, the first thing I need to cultivate is naturally the extreme wood Tao. Wang Bao's eyes flashed. That was because there was probably no other existence that could surpass his actual body in terms of the wood element. The black wood nail. Therefore, the extreme wood Tao was unparalleled to Wang Bao. Unparalleled. Black wooden nail appear. Wang Bao's eyes shone with a strange light. He raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, a black wooden board materialized behind him. The black wooden board was illusory, but it exuded a sense of vicissitudes. As it floated with a thought from Wang Bao, it instantly appeared in front of him. It appeared to be the size of a palm, but the aura emanating from it. It was enough to distort the laws and laws. However, Wang Bao's brows furrowed slowly. This is just a projection that existed in my previous life, Wang Bao muttered. What do I have to do to reveal my true form and complete the foundation of my Tao seed? Wang Bao furrowed his brows. He raised his right hand and grabbed the illusory black wooden board. Then, he pressed it between his brows. He tried to shake his soul, trying to reveal the true form of the black wooden nail. The instant the illusory black wooden board touched Wang Bao's brows, his body shook violently. Overlapping shadows appeared. It was as if something of essence was about to materialize outside his body. At the same time, the entire Martian sky rumbled. The ground shook violently. Countless lives on Mars were shaken. They couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the sky. Whether it was Lu Daobin, Lin Yu, or the other Federation cultivators who lived on Mars, the moment they raised their heads, they saw a blurry outline appear in the sky. This outline was a long strip, just like the wooden board in the storyteller's hand had been magnified several times. It materialized in the sky, and waves of pressure spread out, causing Mars to seem as if it was about to deviate from its trajectory, causing everyone who saw it to. Regardless of their cultivation level, all their minds were thrown into turmoil. At the same time, on the other planets in the solar system, including Earth, all the cultivators, regardless of which side they came from, could vaguely see a giant floating tree in the starry sky falling towards Mars. Before anyone could utter a word, the image disappeared again. The illusory image in the Martian sky also disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared before. The pressure disappeared as well, causing everyone's hearts to empty. As everyone was confused, Wang Baol, who was in seclusion in the new Martian city, turned pale. His body swayed a few times as well. The overlapping images of his body returned to normal. The illusory black wooden board that had touched his glabella passed through his body and appeared behind him. Wang Baol was silent. He furrowed his brows again, but a moment later he broke into a smile. "It's all my fault. The black wooden nail is me, and I am the black wooden nail. If that's the case, why do I have to create it?" Wang Baol shook his head and adjusted his thoughts. "Using myself as the seed, I will create the ultimate Wood Dao foundation." As he spoke, he raised his hands and quickly formed seals based on the 8 extreme Dao refinement hand seals he had comprehended from the jade slip. Dermic imprints appeared instantly and floated outside his body. Wang Baol's actions became faster and faster, and more dermic seals appeared. In the end, due to his speed, Wang Baol's hands became blurry. Afterimages continued to appear, causing the number of dermic seals to reach hundreds of thousands. All of them floated around him, surrounding Wang Baol. However, his hand seals did not end. Instead, they were even faster. If someone were to look over, they would no longer see afterimages. Instead, it was as if Wang Baol had not moved. This was because his speed had exceeded the limit. The number of dermic seals exceeded 1 million and continued to increase. 3 million, 5 million, 8 million. Eventually, 10 million dermic seals had completely enveloped Wang Baol. If Wang Baol hadn't tried his best to suppress them, they would have covered half of Mars by now. Now, they were confined in seclusion. There were often thousands of dermic seals overlapping on one dermic seal. At that moment, even with Wang Baol's cultivation, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The light in his eyes shone even brighter. He didn't know how other people cultivated the 8 extreme Dao to refine Dao seeds, but he could vaguely sense that the method he used to refine his own body might be unique. It even gave him a sense of life and death danger. After all, refining Dao seeds had something in common with refining artifacts. If he failed, the dermic artifact would naturally be damaged. However, Wang Baol was betting that his original body wouldn't be damaged. That was why he was even more determined now. He had no idea that as he refined all the planets, big and small, throughout Mars and the entire solar system, all the plants, all the living things that were based on the wood attribute, and even the cultivators and living beings that cultivated this Dao all trembled at that moment. The plants and trees shook on their own, as if they were being summoned. The cultivation bases of the cultivators who cultivated wood power fluctuated violently, and their bodies couldn't help but look toward Mars. It was as if there was something there that they had to worship. The person who felt it the most was fellow Taoist Gue. At this moment, he had completely prostrated himself and was trembling violently. His cultivation base allowed him to clearly sense that there was an indescribable aura on Mars, an aura that was like the source of wood was rising. However, in the next instant, all the living beings in the solar system that were related to wood trembled once again. The aura that made them worship him instantly stopped. The grass and trees stopped swaying. The cultivators who cultivated the wood attribute were all at a loss. On Mars, Wang Baol's body trembled. One of the seals around him had collapsed. One collapse affected everything. The tens of thousands of seals had all been destroyed. Wang Baol's face was pale, and his spirit was unstable. It took him a long time to recover. He sensed his body and realized that he was only mentally exhausted. He was fine. He narrowed his eyes. It's as I expected. My true form is beyond my imagination. Even if the refinement fails and I'm shaken, I won't be harmed in the slightest. That way, no matter how difficult it is to refine this Dao seed, I can still try countless times. However, if the 8 extreme Dao is already so difficult in condensing the Dao seed, I will still need to find heavenly treasures suitable for other Daos in the future. It is difficult to begin with, and it is easy for the refinement to fail. Once the Dao seed is formed, the subsequent cultivation will be to comprehend this Dao until it reaches the pinnacle. There shouldn't be too many twists and turns in the process. However, if all 8 Daos are like this, Wang Bail thought for a while resting his mind. He already had a solution in his heart. I'll do the wood Dao myself. As for the other Daos, I'll need to gather all the armament masters in the entire solar system to do it together. With that thought in mind, Wang Bail sensed his soul and formed another seal. Time passed slowly. Soon, 3 months passed. During these 3 months, all the plants and vegetation in the solar system, as well as all the wood elemental cultivators, felt the vast aura come and go time and time again. They had also realized that the patriarch was cultivating. Even though he was still shaken, he was much more used to it than before. It wasn't until this day, after Wang Bail had tried refining at least 100 times, that the aura that affected the wood elemental attribute from his body suddenly spread throughout the entire solar system. It was no longer limited to the solar system. Instead, it continued to spread towards the left Dao holy region. Wherever it passed, regardless of the starry skies, regardless of the stars, regardless of life, regardless of all living things, as long as they were related to wood, they would all tremble in shock. The spread didn't stop. Instead, it was like a storm. In a short period of time, it swept through the entire left Dao sacred territory, causing an uproar among countless civilized families and sects. That was because they had already discovered that all the plants and vegetation were slowly bending their backs, and they were all heading in the same direction. It was the solar system. At the same time, all of the cultivators involved, regardless of their cultivation bases, began to have a consciousness in their minds. This consciousness seemed to be the source of their cultivation, causing all of them, regardless of which sect they came from. At that moment, they had no choice. Just like the plants and vegetation, they all began to kowtow in the direction of the solar system. Not only that, even the natural laws and laws in the left Dao holy region were affected. As they twisted and distorted, the heavenly Dao of the Weiyang clan also manifested. It let out a roar, and its eyes were filled with fear and anger. That was because it could sense that some sort of authority within its body was being stripped away and transferred. This process lasted for 8 whole days. During these 8 days, the Weiyang clan also paid attention to it. In fact, the war with the Dark Sect had even paused for a moment. The Dark Sect's gaze was also fixed on the solar system. At the end of the 8th day, when everyone was shaken, a vast, shocking, and unprecedented aura rose up in the solar system amidst the worship of the vegetation and the wood cultivators. It was as if it had turned into a vortex that swept through the entire left Dao holy region. In that instant, all the wood cultivators began to tremble violently. They could clearly sense that in the distance, the source of their cultivation had appeared. In that instant, all the plants in the left Dao sacred territory swayed violently, as if they had become supremacies. In that instant, the heavenly Dao of the never-ending clan let out a shrill howl. The sound of something breaking could be heard. The laws and regulations on their bodies no longer contained the 5 elements would in the left Dao sacred territory. In that instant, the 5 elements would in the left Dao sacred territory belong to only one person. Wang Bail. This was only the formation of the Dao seed. One could imagine that if Wang Bail reached the level of the polar wood, then regardless of whether it was the side door or the Weiyang central region, the 5 elements would definitely belong to him alone. All the powerful cultivators in the entire Weiyang Dao domain were shaken, especially those in the left Dao holy region. All the plants, all the cultivators who cultivated wood elemental cultivation techniques were shaken. In the solar system, in the new Martian city, in the seclusion area. Wang Bail, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Countless imprints surrounded him. These imprints were closing in on him. It was as if Wang Bail himself had become a black hole, causing all the dermic imprints to glow with extreme light. They were all absorbed by his body, and eventually, they all disappeared from his body. However, in reality, Wang Bail had tried hundreds of times, and in the end, the tens of millions of imprints that were formed without any mistakes didn't disappear. Instead, they gathered in Wang Bail's body and formed a Dao seed. This was the Dao seed of wood. It was the Dao foundation needed to cultivate the first Dao of the 8 extreme Dao, the extreme wood Dao. The moment the Dao seed was formed, All the wood power in the entire left Dao sacred region appeared in Wang Bao's senses. He felt as if he had returned to the feeling of a god he had felt in his previous life when he was on the heavenly fate star. That was because he could sense the existence of all the plants in the entire left Dao sacred region. Every single plant seemed to have formed an inseparable connection with him. They could become his eyes at any time, become his avatar that descended. At the same time, all the cultivators who cultivated wood power turned into countless specks of light that surfaced in Wang Bao's senses. If he wanted to, he only needed a single thought to decide the fate of these people. The specks of light were ordinary or dim, but they weren't completely affected by them. On the other hand, the brighter they were, the more strongly they would be affected by Wang Bao. They could even influence their thoughts and make them live and die to make them die. They were willing to die. To a certain extent, it was as if another line of fate had been added to fate. The reason for this was that Wang Bao was now the source of the Tao for these cultivators. The more they cultivated, the closer they were to Wang Bao, and the more they would be influenced by him. In the end, if the source was evil, then those who cultivated their Tao would naturally be evil. That was the Tao. That was the Almighty. That was the God. When one cultivated the Tao, one had to be the master and serve the people around him. At that moment, Wang Bao felt all of this, and a strong shock rose in his heart. He finally understood the meaning behind what Wang Yi's father had said. One could use the techniques of others to kill, but one should not comprehend them too deeply. That was because one would never know if there was a figure at the source of the Tao one cultivated, and if the figure that existed had its own consciousness. If it had its own consciousness, it would be either good or evil. Because of all this uncertainty, all cultivators, from the moment they stepped into cultivation, had already handed over their fates. Of course, if their cultivation base was average, it would be fine if they didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao. However, those with profound cultivation bases who walked a very long path of enlightenment would never be able to escape. This was the secret of the cultivation world. This was the cruelty of cultivation. This was hurting the starry skies. To a certain extent, the purple moon's cultivation of the Tao of stars only borrowed from the true supreme laws of the starry skies. There was still a huge gap between the two. Wang Bao's breathing quickened slightly as he recalled his life. He felt chills run down his spine, and his heart palpitated. The more he understood the great Tao, the more he respected it. However, his Tao heart did not waver, on the contrary. His belief in the Tao of freedom was stronger and more persistent. At this moment, he had finally touched the threshold of the highest laws in the entire universe. Only then could he truly be called a mighty figure. It was also at this moment that Wang Bao finally realized how terrifying and powerful Wang Yi's father was. The stone-steel world is nothing. Outside the stone-steel world, in this truly vast and boundless universe, perhaps even the emperor is nothing. However, there is no doubt that they have all reached the pinnacle, becoming the source of one or more great Tao. At their level, the strength of the source of the Tao itself is the basis of everything, Wang Bao muttered. He knew that his wood Tao had only touched the threshold of the universe's supreme law, but it already possessed such unfathomable power. If he really reached the pinnacle, the terror of it would be terrifying. It's impossible for me to turn the 5 elements wood Tao into the true source. At most, I'll reach the pinnacle here in the stone-steel world. In reality, compared to the wood Tao in the real universe and the supreme law, my current wood Tao is only a very thin branch. This great Tao of the 5 elements has been around for countless years. It's impossible that no living creature has occupied the source. Wang Bao's eyes shone with a strange light. He finally understood why the jade slip of the 8 extreme Tao had recorded an even more mysterious Tao technique. This Tao technique was known as the Traitorous Sutra and the Deviant Tao. The so-called 8 extreme Tao was actually a sequence of 5, 2, 1. The 5 represented formlessness, and the second represented the 2 extreme Tao that had the same source. The first was a variable. In the first 7 great Taos, the cultivator had to walk infinitely close to the source. However, it was not at the level of the source. It was like walking on a tightrope. There was a crisis. Because the traitorous sutra deviated from the Tao, it was as difficult as turning the heavens upside down. After all, when one cultivated other people's Taos to a certain degree, even if one abandoned the Taoist magic and destroyed their cultivation base, they would still be unable to escape. Because of the cultivator's physical body, divine soul, and even the mark of existence. They would be imperceptibly influenced by the Tao techniques of others. They would no longer be able to control their own life and death. However, once Wang Baol succeeded in following the traitorous sutra of the traitorous Tao according to the Jade Slip, he would be able to avoid danger. Then, at the final moment, he would be able to burn his first 7 Tao techniques and treat them as fuel. As he burned them, he would be able to open up his 8th Tao technique. It would be as if he had accumulated a lot. The 8th Tao was the core of the 8 extreme Tao. That was because it was a perfect Tao that completely belonged to the cultivator himself. No wonder Wang Yi's father said that the origin of the 8 extreme Tao was ownerless. That was because there were countless possibilities in the origin of this Tao. No one could truly become the master of the origin. As he thought about this, Wang Baol was filled with emotion. After a long while, he gradually calmed down. Thankfully, I haven't reached the limits of my understanding of Tao techniques since I started cultivating. Wang Baol took a deep breath. The wood seed in his body spun suddenly, and his Tao aura left his body. He stared at himself, looking at his entire life, the origins of the cultivation techniques he had cultivated. As he looked, Wang Baol saw that a large number of threads had appeared on his body and even his soul. Each of these threads represented the cultivation techniques and abhijnas that he had learned before. However, most of them were relatively shallow. Only a few of them were very deep, including the flame spirit art that he had cultivated and the laws of his Tao stars. There was also a star map that arranged the tens of thousands of threads that appeared on the tens of thousands of special stars. They looked densely packed, but, other than one of them, all the remaining threads were broken. They even formed a closed loop without a source. Wang Baol's eyes narrowed. After careful examination, he realized that all the threads had been cut off at the same time and point in time. Wang Baol deduced in his mind, and after a long while, a look of emotion appeared in his eyes. He had deduced the answer. Be it the time point or the remaining aura, they all told Wang Baol that the one who had cut off all the threads was Wang Yi's father. The only thing that hadn't been cut off was the newly born Wood Tao. It was extremely thick and earth-shattering, like a towering tree that extended into the void. Wang Baol had no way of knowing where the end lay. However, he could sense that the void at the source didn't seem to have any will. This didn't mean that no one was occupying the source. Rather, it meant that there was a high probability that the one occupying the source of the Wood Tao wasn't a sentient being. This was in line with Wang Baol's guess. The 5 elements were the supreme great Tao, after all, and they were definitely one of the cornerstones of everything. If a sentient being were to occupy the source, the entire universe would be thrown into chaos. Wang Baol heaved a sigh of relief. His Tao aura spread, and his body, which was sitting cross-legged in meditation, raised his head slightly. He was about to get up when suddenly, his expression changed, and an almost whimsical guess appeared in his mind. Is it possible that my true form, the black wooden nail nailed between the Empyrean Lord's brows, is the source of the Wood Tao of the 5 elements great Tao? Wang Baol was puzzled by this thought. He didn't think it was impossible, even though the probability wasn't high. After all, if his actual body was the universe's 5 elemental wood, then his current polar Wood Tao. How could it have taken him hundreds of times to form the wood seed? Furthermore, if my actual body was really the 5 elemental wood, then who would be able to wield it and nail it into the space between the Emperor's brows? Also, why would I use the 5 elemental wood essence to nail the Emperor? Logically speaking, the wood of the 5 elements is an independent entity. It is one of the most fundamental elements that form the laws of the universe. It is unlikely that it has its own consciousness, and it is also unlikely that anyone would be able to touch it. Unless no one is able to touch it, the wood of the 5 elements is acting out of instinct, and it has some sort of motive. Is it because the Emperor is trying to touch the wood of the 5 elements? Many thoughts surfaced in Wang Bao's mind. In the end, he laughed. He didn't think that it was too absurd, but he didn't really care. In the end, he still felt that it was just a guess. When a wood seed is formed, the Tao is considered to be at the initial stage. It can be considered to be at the initial stage. After that, I will need to continue comprehending it until I can incorporate the 5 elements wood from the side door or the unending central region into my wood source. Then I will be able to reach the middle stage. If I integrate all of them into my wood source, I will be able to attain perfection. What I want is only perfection. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. After pondering over the matter regarding the wood Tao, he continued his seclusion to deepen his wood source power. At this moment, after cultivating the wood Tao, although his cultivation hadn't increased by much, his combat strength had increased by a lot. One reason was that the remnant Night Tao technique contained an overbearing power. Wang Bao knew very well that once it was unleashed, it would shake everything. On the other hand, it was because in terms of understanding of the Tao, Wang Bao had already reached the threshold of the universe's supreme laws. Every word and action, and even every gaze, contained his Tao charm. As for exactly how much it had improved, Wang Bao had never really fought against a universe-level cultivator. Although he had a certain level of judgment, it was not a reference. There's no rush, Wang Bao smiled. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in comprehending the wood Tao once again. As he did so, all the plants in the left Tao sacred region began to shake. All the cultivators who cultivated the wood Tao. They grew even more respectful. As Wang Bao went into seclusion, his consciousness seemed to split into countless parts. They gathered on every single plant, watching the passage of time. They surfaced in the depths of the hearts of every cultivator who cultivated the wood Tao. They used the cultivator's own senses to gain enlightenment of all traces of Tao techniques in the outside world. It could be said that at that moment Wang Bao was everywhere. Time passed once again. The war that occurred in the central region of the never-ending world spread more and more widely. The level of the battles also increased gradually. The impact was the same. The battles between divine emperors became more and more frequent. Bone Emperor, Spirit Burial, Serene Saint, Light, Dishan, and Xianxia also attacked more and more times. Because of the manifestation of the dark sex heavenly Tao, reincarnation could not be formed by itself. The dead could no longer be revived with the help of the heavenly Tao of Weiyang. Therefore, while the casualties were heavy, the number of ghosts in the underworld river also soared. This made the underworld sect grow stronger as they fought, and the Weiyang clan found it strange. They knew that if this continued, the underworld sect would grow stronger, but they still chose to throw people into the meat grinder on the battlefield. Both sides seemed to be deliberately delaying the final battle, and were planning something. It wasn't just the Weiyang clan that was like this. The unorthodox and unorthodox also found it difficult to remain unscathed. They first arranged more sects and clans to enter the battlefield, and then even some powerful experts had to go under the orders of the Weiyang clan. There were those who tried to delay the battle, but the Weiyang clan didn't hesitate to suppress such a sect. The sects that wanted to avoid the battle trembled in fear and had no choice but to join the battle. It was a good thing that a force like the Federation, as well as the top 5 great sects and clans in the various saint domains, still had the resources and qualifications to not participate in the battle. However, it could be predicted that as the battle escalated, the sects that were able to withstand the pressure would become rarer and rarer. The sects that were able to withstand the pressure would become fewer and fewer. However, judging from the current situation, the status of the Federation was still very high. Because of Wang Bao, the Federation cultivators who had been sent to the Weiyang Dao domain to gather intelligence were not affected. Both the Weiyang clan and the Dark Sect seemed to be intentionally avoiding it. Just like that, another 3 years passed. In these 3 years, most of the sects in the left Dao holy region had their numbers drastically reduced. The battlefield between the Dark Sect and the Weiyang clan had already seriously affected the left Dao holy region several times. In fact, half a year ago, the battle between the Bone Emperor and Xianxia. They had all entered the deeper parts of the left Dao holy region, affecting thousands of civilizations, causing the left Dao holy region to tremble. In the end, the blazing flame ancestor chose to attack. The nine-path sect's ancestor also used a special method to release Dao rhythm across space, forming a pressure that caused the Bone Emperor and Xianxia to restrain themselves. However, after restraining themselves, Xianxia and the Bone Emperor looked in the direction of the solar system. Xianxia narrowed her eyes, while the Bone Emperor was even more direct, revealing a hint of contempt in his eyes. He was beaten to the door of his home, but he actually didn't appear. Looks like the Federation's Dao Master has gone deeper, and his guts have become smaller. Perhaps the arrival of this battle was a test that the two of them had tacitly agreed on. Therefore, after they stopped, even though the Blazing Flame Patriarch and the Nine Path Sect's Patriarch were both exuding a suppressive force, the two of them still suddenly fought before they left. The speed of this battle was extremely fast. It whistled as it approached the solar system rapidly. Clearly, Wang Baol had been in seclusion for many years and had never appeared in front of the experts from the stone-steel world. Therefore, the Unending Clan's test had arrived, and the Bone Emperor clearly had his own selfish desires and had chosen to cooperate. They had come to test the solar system together. Seeing that, the Patriarch of the Tao of the Nine Prefectures chose to stop. He didn't stop them but paid close attention to them. As for the Blazing Flame Patriarch, he frowned. He sat cross-legged on Earth in the solar system, opened his eyes, and was about to get up. But in the next moment, in the left Tao sacred territory, all the plants and trees instantly exuded killing intent. They all stood up, as if sharp blades were pointed at the starry sky. There were even threads that spread out and merged into the void. At the same time, all the cultivators who cultivated wood power trembled. A vortex appeared between their brows. There seemed to be invisible threads floating out from within the vortex and disappearing into the void. In the blink of an eye, outside the solar system, the Bone Emperor and Xianhua's figures were approaching each other as they fought. However, at that moment Wang Baol's Dharma idol, who was sitting cross-legged outside the solar system, slowly raised his right hand. As he raised his hand, threads appeared out of thin air from all directions in the surrounding starry skies. They converged on his right hand and eventually formed. A huge finger formed from countless wooden threads. The finger was too big. It was like a star in front of it. It was only the size of a fingertip. It contained all the power of plants and wood cultivators from the left Tao sacred territory. As it raised its hand, it pressed down on the Bone Emperor and Xianhua's approaching figures. The Bone Emperor and Xianhua's expressions turned grave. They separated in an instant and stopped fighting. They attacked at the same time, and a bone giant appeared behind the Bone Emperor. Xianxia transformed into a black lotus flower with 15 petals. Each petal had a distorted face, and it collided with Wang Baol's finger. At that moment, all the powerful cultivators in the entire Weiyang Dao domain were shaken. They used all sorts of methods to observe the battle. Everyone's thoughts focused on the spot where the wood Dao finger had made contact with the two universe-level cultivators. The void collapsed, and there was no sound. The bone giant retreated. The mystic flower disappeared, and so did the bone giant. It was impossible to see who had won and who had lost. As for the finger, it paused. Wang Baol's giant Dharma idol opened its eyes. Chun Qingzi, Wei Yangzi, give me an explanation. Almost as soon as Wang Baol spoke, outside the left Dao sacred territory, the Bone Emperor, who had just stepped out of the area, suddenly trembled. Chun Qingzi, who was beside him, stepped out. He raised his hand and pressed down expressionlessly. He didn't give the Bone Emperor any chance to explain himself. He struck out with his palm. With a loud boom, the ancient emperor's body shattered into pieces. He disintegrated. Although he reassembled in the next instant, he was clearly much weaker. He looked at Chun Qingzi with fear and didn't dare speak. Chun Qingzi nodded at the left Dao holy region and turned around to bring the Bone Emperor into the void. As for Xianxia, the Weiyang clan didn't react at all. They allowed Xianxia to enter the void and return to the Weiyang clan. Seeing this, Wang Baol, who had been in seclusion on Mars for many years, raised his head. It looks like I'll have to go out and exercise. Ever since his seclusion, Wang Baol had gained many insights into the cultivation of the wood Dao. At the same time, he had a plan for his choice of the next Tao. The focus here depended on which of the four Tao, metal, water, fire, and earth. He would be the first to find a supreme treasure that could be used as a Tao seed. Wang Baol had been in seclusion all these years. He had gathered all the vegetation in the left Tao sacred region and all the thoughts of the wood cultivators. He had scanned the entire left Tao sacred region. There was indeed a supreme treasure in the left Tao sacred region that met the requirements. Wang Baol didn't know the exact name of the treasure, but he could sense that this supreme treasure was a water-type item that existed in the 9 prefectures Tao sect. Based on Wang Baol's judgment, this item should be the carrier of the Tao that the 9 prefectures Tao ancestor had attempted to break through the galaxy and reach the universe realm. Its value was immeasurable, and to the 9 prefectures Tao ancestor, it was the basis of his Tao. It definitely couldn't be taken lightly. As for the Tao of fire, it didn't exist in the left Tao of the holy region. Even though his master, the blazing flame ancestor, cultivated fire as a minor element, according to Wang Baol's observation, this fire was more derived from a curse than his own Tao. The dark fire was also included, but it was still someone else's Tao. The source was limited, and it wasn't the best burning item. Based on the discussion between Wang Baol and his master, the blazing flame ancestor thought of a legend. According to the legend, there had been a type of fire in the Sidor holy region. The fire had burned through time and had grown over time. It had appeared a few times, but no one had ever managed to obtain it. Wang Baol felt that this might not have been what he had thought. Besides the dark fire, there was also the Xianxia from his previous life. This caused Wang Baol to ponder over the Tao of fire for a long time. There was also the Tao of metal. In the left Tao of the holy region, there was also a lack of items that could carry the Tao. However, Wang Baol already had a direction for the Tao of metal, and it seemed like he was also in the other holy region. As for the final Tao of earth, according to Wang Baol's senses, perhaps it was because of the connection between the Tao of wood and the Tao of earth, he could vaguely sense that the Weiyang clan had items that were suitable for him to carry the Tao. However, the current federation was considered neutral. If he wanted to obtain these items that could carry the Tao, he needed a reason to act. Just as he was thinking about what reason to act, the Bone Emperor and the Mystic Flower arrived. Wang Baol was slightly surprised by the former, but he wasn't surprised by the latter. Perhaps it should be said that this was within his expectations. The arrival of the 2 divine emperors and their provocative actions gave Wang Baol an opportunity. Chun Qingzi's reaction made Wang Baol sigh softly. He had cultivated to his level. How could he not see that the Bone Emperor and Xianhua's arrival was clearly under his instructions? Perhaps they had other motives, but perhaps they were using his methods to help Wang Baol. After all, under the current circumstances, this was the best reason for Wang Baol to make a move. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Wang Baol's Dharma idol, who was sitting cross-legged outside the solar system, slowly stood up and walked towards the starry sky. At that moment, a large number of gazes were focused on him. The patriarch of the 9 prefectures Tao, the Tao demon child from the side sect, the Weiyang clan and the dark sect, all the powerful cultivators in the stone-steel realm were looking in Wang Baol's direction at that moment. Under the focus of a large number of gazes, Wang Baol's majestic body became smaller and smaller as he walked forward. When he passed by the galaxy where the 9 prefectures Tao was located, he turned into an ordinary person and stopped in his tracks. The moment he stopped, the 9 prefectures Tao ancestor's expression immediately turned extremely solemn. His cultivation was activated naturally, and even the Grand Array formation at the 9 prefectures Tao College's mountain gate was activated. An intense pressure spread out from Wang Baol's body. It enveloped the 9 prefectures Tao College's galaxy. Countless cultivators within the galaxy were shaken, but Wang Baol didn't even look at them. After a pause, amidst countless sighs of relief, he walked past the 9 prefectures Tao College's mountain gate and arrived at the edge of the left Tao sacred territory. Standing there, Wang Baol paused once again. He had never truly left the left Tao sacred territory. His gaze was calm, as if he was deep in thought. His pause once again caused countless gazes to focus on him. They contracted slightly. In the side entrance of the sacred territory, the Tao child from the Seven-Spirit Tao College narrowed his eyes. He stared at where Wang Baol was and muttered to himself. "What is your combat strength now?" He didn't understand the Bone Emperor and Xianxia's actions. It could be said that Wang Baol had won, but it could also be said that the Bone Emperor and Xianxia had retreated first. As for the specifics, perhaps only the person involved would know. At the same time, in the Moonstar sect, in front of the waterfall at the back of the mountain, Patriarch Yuxing sat cross-legged and meditated. He opened his eyes as well, his eyes filled with anticipation. In the central region of Weiyang, the Xie clan's patriarch narrowed his eyes. He looked at the Weiyang clan, then at Wang Baol, who was standing at the edge of the left Dao holy region. He fell into deep thought. It was the same in the Weiyang clan. The moment Mystic Flower returned, she chose to go into seclusion. She didn't reply to any voice transmissions, which was rather strange. There wasn't a single sound from Patriarch Weiyang. It was as if she was in the middle of something that couldn't be interrupted. Even Divine Emperor Jijia, who was her clone, didn't know the exact reason. This was something that Patriarch Xie had guessed. The Divine Emperor of Light and Jijia, who were in charge of the Weiyang race, could roughly guess that it was Chun Qingzi of the Dark Sect who took advantage of this matter to deceive karma and attack again. This made the Divine Emperor of Light somewhat solemn. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Divine Emperor Dishan, who was fighting outside, telling him to return to the race as soon as possible. At this moment, Dishan clearly did not think much of it. He was currently burying his spirit with a universe-grade expert of the Dark Sect. He was leading an army to battle outside the Underworld River. There were countless divine abilities on the battlefield, and Dao techniques shook the void. 2 of the 3 quasi-divine Emperor-grade powerhouses from the Weiyang race were also participating in the battle. One of them was Daoist Yang, who came from the Black Sheep race. His true form was shockingly a black sheep that had existed since the creation of the world. It was incomparably savage and had a shocking aura. If it was not for some special reasons, he would have long stepped into the universe grade. The other person was a woman. She wore a black robe and had countless eyes of all sizes embroidered on it. She looked very strange, causing one's mind to be shaken. She was the ancestor of the Demon Eye clan. It was said that her true form was the eye of an expert from the previous era. After the change of the era, that mighty figure still had one eye, which was preserved until this era. These 2 were terrifying existences with monstrous cultivation levels. They were infinitely close to the universe grade and possessed the combat strength of a divine emperor. On the battlefield, the 2 of them noticed the divine thoughts that Emperor Dishan had received and looked over. He's just a little kid. The light is being overly cautious. Dishan had met Wang Baol before. At that time, Wang Baol had been like an ant in his eyes. If it hadn't been for Chun Qingzi's interference, he could have destroyed the entire town with just a single thought. Wang Baol, Demon Eye Patriarch, asked hesitantly. Without waiting for Dishan's response, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distant starry sky. Daoist Yang and Demon Eye had sensed something as well. They looked in unison. The Dark Sect Spirit Burial's expression changed slightly as well, and he turned his head instantly. Just as the few of them turned their gazes over, at the edge of the left Dao sacred region, Wang Baol had already taken a step forward and landed in the Weiyang central region. The Dao rhythm of his divine thoughts erupted, sweeping across the entire Weiyang central region. He could sense the battlefield where Dishan and the others were. There were people there, and they were speaking their names. His gaze was calm as he took a second step. His target was the battlefield. In the central region of Weiyang, outside the Dark River, the Dark Clan army was engaged in battle with the alliance of the Weiyang clan. The sounds of battle filled the air. There were countless divine abilities, and the ripples of Dao techniques spread in all directions. At that moment, as Wang Baol lifted his feet and landed, Dishan, Daoist Yang, the ancestor of the Demon Eye clan, and the Spirit Burial from the Dark Sect, who were on the battlefield, were all shaken. They all looked over. Compared to the 3 from the Weiyang clan, the Spirit Burial felt even more intense. That was because his true form was a Spirit Burial tree, and the tree was a plant. It was one of the Wood Dao. Even though Wang Bao's Wood Dao only enveloped the left Dao sacred zone, as the Dao essence spread before it arrived, the spirit burial still felt an intense suppression and mental turmoil. However, he wasn't too surprised. To be more precise, the spirit burial was one of the few people who had noticed Wang Bao's connection with Xianxia. The reason why the other divine emperors were unable to see through it was because they weren't cultivating the Wood Dao. However, the spirit burial's Wood Dao allowed him to understand that Xianxia had gone into seclusion immediately after his return. That was because Xianxia had also cultivated the Wood Dao. No matter how strange the black lotus with 15 petals was, no matter how much it changed, it was difficult to change its essence. Therefore, even though Xianxia was at the universe grade, the moment he came into contact with Wang Bao, his essence was still shaken. He was shaken to the core, something that others couldn't understand and couldn't understand. The spirit burial understood all of this. That was why he didn't hesitate at all. The moment Wang Bao's Dao aura spread out, he immediately retreated. His instincts told him that he couldn't get close to Wang Bao. The deepest feeling he had was that Wang Bao was like a whirlpool. Once he got close, he would be swallowed. The aura contained within the whirlpool was like the source of his Dao. The suppressive force that seemed to exist naturally, like a hierarchy, made him feel powerless. Unless he could rebel against the scriptures and leave the Dao, or if Wang Bao was beheaded, this suppressive force would continue to exist. It was getting stronger and stronger. I think that's what Mystic Flower is feeling right now as he retreated. The killing intent in Dishan's eyes exploded. Ripples rippled across the starry sky at the end of his vision. Wang Bao, dressed in white and with his long hair draped over his shoulders, emerged from the void with a calm expression. He walked out step by step. It was as if his figure had been drawn. First, his outline, then it became clear until he stepped onto the battlefield. The moment he appeared, his Dao aura had spread out and enveloped the entire area. Both sides on the battlefield, be it the Dark Sect or the Wei Yang Clan Alliance, had different heavenly Daos. However, the power of the 5 elements was their foundation, which was why they all had some of it. That was why the expressions of the cultivators on both sides changed as they retreated. The spirit burial could sense it even more clearly. After seeing it with his own eyes, he had the urge to pay his respects. Fortunately, his cultivation was high. He used the Dao of the Dark Sect to forcefully suppress it, and his body retreated rapidly. This scene caused Dishan to narrow his eyes slightly. As for Taoist Yang and the Demon Eye Patriarch, their pupils constricted. Wang Bao's appearance wasn't too unusual, but his appearance had caused such a stir. That was something the two of them couldn't do. What shocked the two of them even more, and everyone in the area, especially the Wei Yang clan, was that within the second breath after Wang Bao walked out, the ripples in the starry sky rose once again, and a shrill cry rang out. It seemed to reverberate in everyone's minds, and the void instantly distorted. A giant golden beetle, carrying supreme might and shaking the souls of all living beings, suddenly appeared. This was the heavenly Dao of the Wei Yang clan. Due to Wang Bao's arrival, it appeared on its own. Madness appeared in its eyes, and there was hatred and hatred that surged to the heavens. It roared continuously at Wang Bao, as if hating Wang Bao for depriving it of its authority over the wood. Noisy! Wang Bao's expression remained the same. He looked around, then faced the howling heavenly Dao and spoke calmly. He raised his right hand and pointed at it. In the eyes of others, the heavenly Dao, which was like a god to them, was nothing more than a pet to Wang Bao. No one else could do anything about it, but that didn't include him. With the gathering of the wood seeds, Wang Bao's personal status, he had already reached an extremely high level. With that one finger, a suppressive force suddenly appeared, causing the heavenly Dao of the never-ending clan to retreat rapidly. He was still roaring, but his eyes were filled with fear. This scene caused the cultivators from both sides to feel even more shaken. Taoist Yang and the Demon Eye Patriarch felt their hearts thump. They couldn't imagine why Wang Bao had the combat strength of a quasi-deity emperor. However, Wang Bao made them shudder. Even when they were facing Dishan, they had never felt this way before. In the entire Weiyang Dao domain, they had only felt this way with Chun Qingzi and the Weiyang primogenitor. As their hearts trembled, the killing intent in Di Shan's eyes exploded. He took a step forward, instantly blurring. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Wang Beol. He raised his right hand, he pressed his palm against Wang Beol. The instant he pressed his palm against Wang Beol, a towering mountain appeared behind him. His cultivation erupted. The Dao intent of a universe-grade cultivator spread in all directions. Spreading through the starry skies, the entire area was enveloped in some sort of seal. Di Shan's Dao would reach its peak in this area, while the Dao of others would be suppressed indefinitely. "You yellow-mouthed brat." Wang Beol's expression was calm. He didn't dodge the attack from the universe-grade cultivator. He raised his right hand and waved it forward. Immediately, the wood Dao around his body materialized and affected the surroundings, causing the entire battlefield to. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators on both sides trembled. More than half of the cultivators had green threads spreading out from their bodies. This was the law of the wood Dao. As the 5 elements were the foundation, most cultivators would have come into contact with it during their entire lives. As long as they came into contact with it, there would be traces left on their bodies. Unless they could be like Wang Beol, where the threads were cut off. Otherwise, according to Wang Beol's senses, these traces of the wood Dao could become his own power. With a slight pull, the green threads that had spread out from the bodies of more than half of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators immediately rushed towards Wang Beol. They circled in front of him violently, forming a vortex that rumbled in all directions. They also wrapped around Di Shan's palm and the giant mountain behind him. For a moment, even Di Shan felt as if he was being restrained. He snorted coldly, and the mountain rocks collapsed on their own. He was about to suppress them again, but Wang Beol had already taken a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. The moment he disappeared, Taoist Yang and Demon Eye Patriarch's expressions changed drastically. The two of them retreated without hesitation. However, it was still too late. Wang Beol appeared right beside Taoist Yang. He raised his right hand coldly and pointed at the spot where Taoist Yang had been. Even though the spot was empty, Wang Beol's words reverberated in all directions. Waning moon. As the two words appeared, Taoist Yang's face was filled with shock. His cultivation might have reached the heavens, but it seemed to have been restricted. Time began to warp around his body, and his figure seemed to have been reversed by time and passed in an instant. He appeared where he had been a few dozen breaths ago. It was precisely where Wang Beol's finger had landed that caused his finger to land directly between Taoist Yang's brows. Boom! The magic of the waning moon appeared in the eyes of the divine emperor. It was so profound that it caused the spirit burial, who had been watching the battle from a distance, to fall into a state of shock. It wasn't just him. Di Shan was the same. An unprecedentedly serious expression appeared on his face, as were the divine emperor of light and the patriarch of the Xie clan, as well as Dao Mozi and the patriarch of the Moonstar sect from the 7 Spirit Dao. So were the patriarchs from the 9 prefectures Dao. The few highly ranked cultivators in the entire Weiyang Dao domain were all in a state of shock. Taoist Yang wasn't weak to begin with. He was an existence that could fight against a universe-grade cultivator. Although he wasn't a match for him, it would take a lot of effort to severely injure or even kill him. He would even have to pay a hefty price. But now, the Dao of time that Wang Beol had displayed had the power to turn the decade into something magical. It even gave off the feeling that time was in Wang Beol's hands and that he could manipulate it as he pleased. It was to the extent that Taoist Yang. His body seemed to be under control as he took the initiative to deliver himself before Wang Beol's finger. With a loud boom, Taoist Yang let out a deafening roar. 2 curved black horns instantly appeared above his head, as if he wanted to fight back. He was, after all, a universe-grade combatant, even though he was slightly lacking at the moment as the loud boom reverberated. He risked his injuries and spat out blood. He risked the appearance of cracks in the black horns. In the end, he forced himself to retreat from the deadly situation. He retreated tens of thousands of kilometers away. He didn't pause. He teleported instantly and fled. Even so, the shock that he brought to the crowd was still intense. After all, he was a peak-level fighter with the combat power of a universe grade. Such a powerful fighter, in front of Wang Beol. It was just a finger, but he didn't dare fight anymore. Even though the finger was a trick, no one knew if Wang Beol had any other tricks up his sleeves. After all, any universe had many trump cards. Wang Beol. The killing intent in Dishan's eyes exploded. He shook his body and broke free from the wood Dao threads around him. He wanted to charge at Wang Beol, but as Wang Beol waved his hand, more threads materialized and continued to entangle him. His figure disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he was already beside the demon Patriarch, who was fleeing into the distance. "Did you call out my name?" Wang Beol's voice was calm, but when it fell into the demon I's ears, it sounded like thunder. Her face was pale and she didn't hesitate. Her body turned into a demonic fog with a loud bang, and she retreated rapidly. As the fog churned, one could see that there seemed to be an eye hidden within it. The eye was filled with blood. It seemed to be able to see through the void, causing the starry sky between the demonic fog and Wang Beol to collapse. After the collapse appeared, the bloodshot eye doubled in size. As it retreated, it shattered the void, as if it had sunk into time and disappeared without a trace. Wang Beol gasped in surprise. This was the first time he had seen an existence that could cast a time spell in the stone-steel realm. His interest was piqued. He didn't activate the waning moon. Instead, he raised his right hand. He pressed lightly against the spot where the demon eye had disappeared. The water moon spell was activated abruptly. In that instant, it was as if water droplets had fallen onto the surface of the water. Layers of ripples reverberated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. Wang Beol raised his foot and stepped into the ripples. 100 years ago, in the starry skies of the Weiyang Central region, the demon eye patriarch was charging forward. In the next instant, Wang Beol walked out. With a single finger, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. 200 years ago, the demonic eye grand ancestor was in seclusion. However, her expression changed instantly. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. A hand reached out from thin air and pressed between her brows. 500 years ago. 3,000 years ago. 8,000 years ago. 20,000 years ago. Who are you? In the river of time, the demonic eye grand ancestor, whose cultivation had yet to reach the quasi-universe realm, let out a shrill scream. There was a hand in front of her brows that pulled out a blood-red eye from between her brows. Time changed again in the midst of the tragedy. They arrived in the dark sect universe and arrived at the initial stage of the universe's reboot. The eye, which was the remnant of the previous universe, was floating in the starry sky. Its life force was slowly awakening. However, in the next moment, a hand appeared from the starry sky and grabbed the eye in its hand. Wang Beol's Dao rhythm spread out, once again shocking everyone in the area. Everyone who was paying attention to the battle felt waves of shock in their hearts. Some even stood up abruptly from their knees. 20 breaths passed. It seemed like 20 breaths, but in reality, too much time had passed. Wang Baolai's figure also reappeared from the blur. His figure remained the same, and his expression was the same. Only an eyeball that exuded an ancient aura appeared in his hand. In front of him, the spot where the demon eye patriarch had fled suddenly distorted. The demon eye patriarch returned, and the moment he appeared, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Wang Beol as if he had seen a ghost. If it had been anyone else, they might not have been able to figure out what had happened to them. However, she had cultivated the Tao of time to begin with, so she knew better than anyone else how terrifying Wang Beol was and what she had experienced. She had been chased by Wang Beol countless times in the river of time. It wasn't until the initial stages of the universe, before her will was fully formed, that she was snatched away by the person before her. It would have been fine if she had been snatched away. That had happened in time after all. However, Wang Beol had somehow taken her place until now. The eyeball that had appeared in his hand was her core. Her core, which had been her core, had now become illusory. It was as if compared to it, her core was fake. The Tao of time contained within was too deep and complicated. Even she was unable to comprehend it. She only felt that Wang Baol before her was extremely terrifying. "Since you called my name and you do have some abilities, you can be a handmaiden," Wang Baol said casually as he played with the eyeball in his hand. Demon Eye Patriarch was silent. She lowered her head in anguish and bowed. "Greetings, young master." As if he had done something insignificant, Wang Baol ignored Demon Eye. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Dishan, who had already broken free from the wooden Tao thread. In reality, Dishan had already broken free. However, Wang Baol's Tao of time had caused a strong sense of fear to rise in his heart. So, he didn't make a move. Even though he was at the universe grade and his opponent only had the combat power of the universe, he was now very clear that he didn't have any confidence. To be more precise, he had no confidence at all. "Fellow Taoist Dishan, are we going to have a battle?" "I'm here for an explanation," Wang Baol said calmly. Dishan fell silent. After a long while, the air behind him distorted, and a figure suddenly walked out. It was the Divine Emperor of Light. After he appeared, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Wang Baol. However, in the next instant, the Dark Clan's universe-grade Dark Saint appeared from afar. The Spirit Burial Spirit, who had been avoiding the battle, narrowed his eyes as well. He released his aura and locked onto the battlefield. For a moment, be it Light or Dishan, he could only remain silent. After a long while, Dishan's eyes turned cold. He looked at Wang Baol and spoke slowly. "Fellow Taoist Wang, I want to see your other abilities." "As you wish," Wang Baol smiled. He released the 5 fingers on his right hand, and a red sun appeared in his palm. The entire starry sky, the void in all directions, and in that instant, there was clearly light. However, in everyone's perception, in that instant, it turned pitch black. Only Wang Baol's voice rose slowly, reverberating throughout the universe. "Last night, Wang Baol's remnant night was slightly different from Wang Yi's father's Tao techniques. It was still the art of slaughter, but in Wang Yi's father's hands, it was the Tao itself, which made it even more vast and profound. This meaning was profound. As for Wang Baol, he had tried his best to restrain himself from trying to understand the origins of the Tao of Remnant Night. That was why he had started it now. The meaning wasn't profound enough, and neither was the meaning. However, the art of slaughter wasn't bad at all. That was because Wang Baol had added his own Nightmare Eye art and the art of killing into the Remnant Night. He had even integrated all the killing intent he had learned throughout his life into the Remnant Night. With such superimposition, the art of the Remnant Night, which was based on the art of killing, had been pushed to its peak by Wang Baol. The ultimate killing technique. The entire starry sky wasn't pitch black at that moment, but to everyone's senses, it had turned into an indescribable darkness. It was like the sky before dawn, and it wasn't just the people here who felt it at that moment. Be it the Divine Emperor Jijia from the Weiyang clan, the Xie family patriarch, the Tao demon child from the 7 Spirit Tao, the 9 Prefectures Tao patriarch, or anyone else who was qualified to watch the battle. All of them were overwhelmed with shock. The waning moon spell had already moved them. The water moon mirror flower had shocked them even more. However, compared to it, the waning night that Wang Baol had displayed was even more earth-shattering. Everyone who had experienced it felt. Their hearts were filled with a deafening roar. It was as if a great danger, a great crisis, and a great life and death were about to descend upon the world. The Spirit Burial and the Serene Saint on the battlefield, the 2 universe-level powerhouses from the Dark Sect, had a change in expression. They retreated without hesitation. As for the Divine Emperor of Light, who had appeared beside Dishan, his expression changed drastically. He was about to attack together. However, Dishan, who was beside him, let out a loud roar. "Light! This is my battle!" As a universe-level cultivator and a Divine Emperor, even though he was only at the initial stage, Dishan was still proud. That was because he was the fastest person in the history of the Weiyang clan to advance to the universe level. He had a domineering personality and cultivated the Tao of the mountain. This Tao was extremely powerful, and it was a path of suppression. Therefore, when faced with Wang Bao's attack, his personality, his pride, and his Tao, he was not allowed to ask for help from others. A mere celestial domain-grade cultivator. Di Shan was shocked. He trembled. But his dignity did not allow him to lower his head. As he roared, he raised both his hands. His universe-grade cultivation erupted at that moment. Instantly, a mountain appeared in the pitch-black starry sky. A mountain appeared. It was a divine mountain that seemed capable of suppressing all living things in the world. Even the starry sky couldn't support its will. The mountain seemed to be infinitely large, and as soon as it appeared, a powerful suppressive force erupted out. Everyone felt an intense pressure weighing down on them. The starry sky was collapsing, and cracks spread out in all directions. This was Di Shan's trump card. It wasn't a Taoist magic, nor was it a divine ability. It was his Dharma idol. Inside the Dharma idol, Di Shan's expression was vicious, and his body was like the core of his Dharma idol, causing the mountain to grow even more majestic. Inside the Dharma idol was Di Shan's Tao body. It was the foundation of his life. As his cultivation base erupted with power, the entire Weiyang Central region began to tremble, and the sticks began to roil. A tempest sprang up in the galaxy where countless civilizations and clans resided. The battlefield was dented by the intense power of the Tao arts, causing the laws and regulations of the entire Weiyang Central region to tilt in this direction. However, just as the laws and regulations of the Weiyang Central region tilted and Di Shan's Dharma idol rose into the sky, in the pitch-black starry sky, where Wang Bao was, suddenly, a ray of light appeared. If the starry sky was likened to the sea, then this was the first ray of light on the sea. If the starry sky was likened to the heavens and earth, then this was the first ray of dawn. If the analogy was not used, then this was the first ray of light of all living things in the entire universe. As the ray of light appeared, the darkness split apart. The entire starry sky rumbled at that moment. It was as if all the black colors were rolling and boiling under the ray of light. However, it was not just one ray of light. In the next instant, 2, 3, and then countless rays of light. Shockingly, they erupted from the same spot. As the light spread out in all directions, and as the darkness seethed and seemed to be dispelled, a sun appeared in the pitch-black starry sky. It surpassed a star and contained boundless light. Although it was only a sun, not a complete red sun, it still caused the darkness of the universe to distort intensely. Wherever the light went, it had no choice but to disperse. Even Di Shan's Dharma idol did not have the right to continue existing in the process of the first sun becoming a red sun. Therefore, in an instant, as the pitch black will continue to roll back and the light descended into the universe, Di Shan's Dharma idol, the degenerated holy mountain, also roared. It was as if it had become a hindrance to the descent of the light. It continued to rise in the first sun. More than half of the red sun could no longer withstand the pressure, and a crack appeared on the mountain. With one crack, there would be 10,000. In that instant, more cracks appeared. Within them, Di Shan's eyes were bloodshot. He roared as he unleashed his cultivation base at all costs. He wanted to hold on. But the darkness would eventually be dispelled. The rising sun was destined to turn into a red sun. That was why, when the red sun was fully formed and rose from the starry skies, Di Shan's dermic projection, the deity transformation mountain, collapsed. It was torn to pieces, and Di Shan's Tao body inside spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The light from the red sun enveloped the starry skies, and his Tao body as well. "Destroy," Wang Baol said calmly. A loud boom reverberated in the air. The laws and regulations in the Weiyang Central region, which had tilted to the side, were all broken. It was as if all living beings from nothingness were crying. As they reverberated in the starry skies, Di Shan, who was enveloped by the light from the red sun. No matter how hard he struggled, his Tao body was visibly melting. However, he was indeed a proud person. Amidst the extreme pain, he didn't let out a single scream. Instead, he stared at Wang Baol with his eyes wide open. There was a ferocious look in his eyes, as if he wanted to brand Wang Baol's appearance before he died. In his soul. However, how could the divine Emperor of Light allow this to happen? At this critical moment, his hair flew in the wind, and an intense light erupted from within his body. The Tao he cultivated with the Tao name of light was also light. At that moment, as his cultivation erupted, his body flashed, and like light and dust, he appeared before Di Shan. Just as Di Shan's Tao body was about to disappear, he curled up his body. He pulled out his soul and retreated rapidly. At the same time, in the Wei Yang clan, the Jijia Divine Emperor, who was Wei Yangzi's clone, also appeared. He was not at the light. Instead, he appeared in front of the Spirit Burial and the Serene Saint, who were trying to stop him. He raised his hand and pressed down, causing a loud boom to reverberate in the air. The Spirit Burial and the Serene Saint were one step too late. In the next instant, the light retreated with Di Shan, who was left with only his soul. Jijia retreated as well. The two of them didn't say a word. As they retreated, their figures didn't stop at all. They stepped into the air and sped forward. The eyes of the Spirit Burial and the Serene Saint flashed. They stepped into the air and chased after Di Shan. As for Wang Baol, he stood where he was and watched everything happen. He didn't continue to attack. He wasn't at the universe level after all. It wasn't easy for him to use the remnants of the night technique. He couldn't use it a second time in a short period of time. If the light hadn't stopped him, he would have been able to kill Di Shan. However, the current outcome might have been even better. Di Shan's life and death were no longer important. His Dharma idol had been destroyed. His Tao body had been severed, and only his soul remained. It was as if 80% of his cultivation had been cut off. He was no longer a threat. He hadn't truly broken off ties with the Weiyang tribe. He had also revealed his battle prowess, creating enough of a threat. Such an outcome was more suited to his needs. He still needed some time to perfect his 8 extreme Tao. As he stared in the direction of the Divine Emperor of Light, Wang Baol spoke calmly, sending out telepathic thoughts that spread in all directions. Fellow Taoists, sorry for the joke. As his voice spread across the starry skies, the Xie clan's patriarch was silent for a few breaths before he responded. Fellow Taoists, if you have time in the future, you can come to my Xie clan for a chat. Fellow Taoists are kind-hearted, and we didn't kill all of you. The Seven Spirit Tao supports fellow Taoists in this matter. The Weiyang clan has recklessly invaded your federation. We need an explanation. The Tao Fiend Sun spoke slowly from the side entrance of the holy region. Wang Baol's expression was calm. He cupped his fists and bowed, then turned and walked into the void. He appeared at the border between the Weiyang Central Region and the Left Tao Holy Region, then took another step and returned to the Left Tao. One battle, ascension to godhood. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe this battle as a deity ascension battle. Before this, although Wang Baol was considered to have the combat power of the universe, it was based on the suppression of the major sects after he had advanced to the star domain, as well as the 9 prefectures' Tao ancestors' submission. However, at this moment, if he was alone, the Weiyang clan didn't place that much importance on him. The Tao fiends from the 7 Spirit Tao were probably thinking the same thing. After all, quasi-universe level cultivators like Wang Baol existed in the unorthodox Tao realm, the unorthodox Tao realm, the unorthodox Tao realm, and the never-ending central region. Taoist Yang and the Demon Eye ancestor were at that level. They were both powerful cultivators who were at their peak. However, they weren't at the universe level yet. The importance they placed on Wang Baol was mostly due to the fact that Wang Baol's Tao was more complete than everyone else's. That was why they placed so much importance on him. However, that was only because they valued him. The real reason why they feared him was because of the relationship between the Blazing Flame ancestor and him. After all, a quasi-universe and 2 quasi-universes had completely different meanings. That was why in the early stages Wang Baol had gained the attention of others. What had truly made him rise to power in one leap and caused the Weiyang clan to be even more fearful of him was the formation of his wood seed. He had stripped the Wei Yang clan of their authority over the heavenly Dao realm and gained control over a domain's Wood Dao. This incident had shaken the entire Wei Yang Dao realm. After all, to a certain extent, it had never happened before. All the powerful cultivators seemed to have seen a breakthrough in this matter. That was also why Wang Baol's status had surpassed the blazing flame ancestor in the hearts of everyone. He had become the most eye-catching existence in the left Dao sacred zone. If he had consolidated his status, his authority would have been even greater. However, Wang Baol had been in seclusion all year round and had never made a move. That had led to a series of speculations from all sides. As the speculations grew deeper and deeper, a series of tests were conducted by the mystic arts. After realizing all this, Wang Baol decisively chose to reveal his strength and choose to intimidate. However, no one had expected that the test this time would allow them to see Wang Baol's strength as they wished. However, the strength he displayed was extremely terrifying and shocked everyone. It was just like fishing. No one had expected that they would catch a shark. The waning moon was already shocking to begin with, and the water moon was even more shocking. However, the final night had overturned everyone's understanding. The extreme light Dao massacre had been able to kill the Divine Emperor without any damage. One had to know that in other quasi-universes, if one were to risk their lives, they would have the ability to perish together with the Divine Emperor. However, that was only possible if they were to risk their lives. There was even a high possibility that they would die and the Divine Emperor would be severely injured. However, what Wang Baol was showing was an unharmed killing. The meaning behind this was completely different. Wang Baol could no longer be considered a quasi-universe. He was a true universe-level cultivator. In terms of combat strength, he could suppress early-stage cultivators. Therefore, this battle was a true battle of ascension. After this battle, all the universe-level cultivators in the Weiyang Dao domain viewed Wang Baol as their equal. In fact, the level of fear they felt towards him surpassed the level they felt towards the other divine emperors. If one were to rank Wang Baol in terms of combat strength, the power he had displayed during the battle was well-deserved. He was ranked among the mid-stage universe-level cultivators. In the Weiyang Dao domain, there were only 2 universe-level cultivators who were currently at the mid-stage. Ji Jia and the Dao Fiend's son. They were in the second echelon. The others, such as the Radiant Mystic Flower Spirit Burial and the Serene Saint, were only at the early stage. They were in the third echelon. As for those in the late stages and above, only Wei Yangzi and Chun Qingzi, who could display late-stage battle prowess, could do so. As for the Xie family patriarch, he was not in the late stages, but he was infinitely close. Therefore, even though he was in the second echelon, he was considered to be in the first echelon. From the looks of it, the power that Wang Baol had displayed was above that of the early stages. He was a stable second echelon cultivator. Such power caused great waves to rise in the hearts of the various factions and clans within the Weiyang Dao domain. This was especially true for the left Dao sacred region. The few great sects that had offended the Federation were already in a state of panic. Compared to them, the one who was the most anxious right now was Xianxia. After receiving Wang Baol's attack from Mu Dao, he looked normal, but his heart was filled with shock. That was why when he returned to the Weiyang clan, the first thing he did was go into seclusion and seal off all his senses. That was because he realized that he could no longer suppress his cultivation. It wasn't a breakthrough, but it was slipping away. It was as if Wang Baol had become the source of a whirlpool. When his Dao came into contact with it, it became more active than ever, and it became more and more out of control. That wasn't what frightened him the most. What frightened him the most was that there seemed to be an additional thought in his mind. That thought was to bow down to Wang Baol and approach him. Could not be erased. It was like a seed in his heart, growing stronger and stronger. Something's not right. This thought did not appear after the battle. It had appeared before. It was so weak that even I did not notice it. Looking at it this way, the reason why I had the thought of testing Wang Baol and even putting it into action was because this thought was causing trouble. Xianhua's face was pale. At his level of cultivation. Even if he could be fooled for a while, it was impossible for him to be fooled for too long. How could he not know the reason? The great Tao is of the same origin. Xianxia's face was extremely unsightly. The Tao he cultivated was the wood Tao. He had thought that even if Wang Baol had stripped him of his authority over the heavenly Tao, his cultivation wasn't at the universe realm, so it wouldn't affect him. In fact, the opposite was true. If he could suppress the other party, he might be able to strip him of his great Tao. However, he had never expected that he would have this thought long ago. Looking at it now, it seemed like he had been affected the moment the other party's wood Tao was formed. Then, when they engaged in close combat and the Tao came into contact, the level of influence instantly exploded. I can't give in. Xianxia's expression was twisted, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He used all his strength to suppress his cultivation. To him, the thought of suppressing it was like a mental demon. In reality, using the word mental demon to describe it was indeed appropriate. After condensing the wood seed, Wang Baol was able to transform all living beings who cultivated his Tao into mental demons. Xianxia's judgment wasn't wrong either. His thoughts indeed came from Wang Baol. The moment he gathered the wood seed, Wang Baol had already sensed the Xianxia of the Weiyang Central region. However, as a universe-grade cultivator, it wasn't easy to control the mystic essence. It was precisely because of his profound cultivation and Tao that he was unable to escape. That was why Wang Baol had allowed him to come into contact with him while he was in seclusion. However, without Chun Qingzi's cooperation, Wang Baol wouldn't have gained so much. Chun Qingzi's attack. It allowed Wang Baol to push his aura to the extreme in this battle. He had returned. The moment he stepped into the left Tao sacred zone, Wang Baol felt the struggle of the mystic essence. He turned to look at it from afar. Wang Baol smiled and ignored it. He played with the eyeball-like bead in his hand and returned to Mars. After returning to Mars, Wang Baol raised his right hand and waved it. The demon I Grand Ancestor materialized in front of him. There was nervousness in his eyes. The demon I Grand Ancestor had a charming appearance. He lowered his head and knelt before Wang Baol. He had deliberately revealed the curve of his buttocks. To her, it was an instinctive reaction to a powerful person. Greetings, young master. Make a trip to the Weiyang clan and demand an explanation on my behalf. As you command, young master, the demon I said softly. Her body swayed, and she disappeared into thin air. Yao Tong didn't know what Wang Baol needed from her, nor did she dare ask. She only knew that she was fantasizing about this trip. After all, she was at the quasi-universe realm, and she was of great value. If the unending clan patriarch were to make a move, she might be able to extricate herself from her predicament and regain her freedom. However, she wasn't confident because the core was in Wang Baol's hands. With all sorts of complicated thoughts in her mind, the demon I disappeared into the distance. The moment she disappeared, Wang Baol raised his head and swept his gaze across her calmly. He gradually narrowed his eyes. He didn't propose a specific item as the price. It wasn't an easy task to obtain the Tao-carrying supreme treasure that he sensed belonged to the Earth Tao from the never-ending clan. It required a certain amount of calculation. Therefore, after he had gone to the never-ending central region, the first person he had found was Dishan. This was also the reason why he hadn't chosen to chase after him in the end and had cleverly spared Dishan's life. Dishan's Tao was mountain. Mountain and earth were similar. If one were to trace the source, it was also a type of earth Tao. I was so heavily injured that only my soul was left. It would have been fine if it had been any other time. However, the price of losing a divine emperor during the battle with the dark sect. The Weiyang clan couldn't accept it. Then, if I want to restore it, the only way is to merge it with some supreme treasures that are similar to its Tao. A dark glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. If anyone had been able to see through Wang Baol's thoughts, they would have been terrified. If he had started planning from the very beginning, the Dark Hua faction would have attacked him. Wang Baol had charged into the never-ending central region in a fit of rage. He had gone into seclusion because of the Dark Hua faction. He had dealt a heavy blow to Dishan and displayed his full strength. What had happened? His grasp of the human heart and his calculation of the situation were too terrifying. Wang Bail smiled slightly, his eyes no longer narrowing. Whether he had planned this from the very beginning, or whether it had come to this at the last minute, no one other than himself knew the truth. As for what the truth was, it was no longer important. What was important was that Wang Bail had already achieved half of his goal. Therefore, he did not care too much about what price the demon I could ask for. That was because no matter what price the unending clan would pay, he would use that as an excuse to express his displeasure. He would then change from his previous neutral stance to a slightly more radical one. The Dark Sect and the Unending Clan seem to be engaged in a constant battle, but they both maintain a certain level of bottom line. It's most suitable for me to go there a little and touch the bottom line of the Unending Clan. With that thought in mind, Wang Bail closed his eyes and continued meditating. His true form was on earth. He opened his eyes, stood up, and walked towards his master, the Blazing Flame Ancestor's residence. He needed to discuss some of the following matters with his master. Soon after his discussion with his master, the Federation held an alliance meeting. The powerhouses from the various civilizations in the solar system gathered on Earth. Time passed slowly. During the alliance meeting, Yao Tong returned. She had been extremely depressed on the way back, but there was nothing she could do. She hadn't seen Patriarch Wei Yang at all during her trip to the Wei Yang clan. Perhaps he really wasn't there, or perhaps he didn't want to further antagonize Wang Bail because of her. In the end, she had no choice but to return to the solar system with complicated matters. At the same time, she brought with her a large amount of resources provided by the Wei Yang clan. This was the price the Wei Yang clan had to pay. Wang Bail's victory over Dishan had given him considerable qualifications, especially with the existence of the Dark Sect. The never-ending clan had no choice but to put up with the matter. After all, Wang Bail had a certain amount of logic behind it. Logic wasn't of much use to the weak. However, to the strong, it was often effective. With the invitation from the Xie family patriarch and the support of the Dao Fiend son from the 7 spirit Dao patriarchs of the side sect in the Holy Region. Faintly, there were signs of division within the Weiyang Dao domain. So at this time, if they could not forcefully suppress it, then they could only endure and stall for time. Obviously, the former was not realistic. It required a certain amount of boldness and also enough strength. The Weiyang clan, unless the patriarch gave the order, the other divine emperors did not dare to gamble. Hence, the current situation. After these thoughts surfaced in his mind, on the 7th day after Demon Eye returned, under the suggestion of the Blazing Flame Patriarch, the Solar System Alliance meeting reached a consensus on one thing. The Solar System had broken away from the Left Path Holy Region. In name, it had broken away from the Weiyang Race Alliance and added the word Holy Land. It was eternally neutral within the Weiyang Dao region, the Federation's sacred territory. It had also announced to the entire starry cosmos that the sacred territory was open to all civilized sects and clans. They were welcome to join. The moment the decision was made, the entire Weiyang Dao domain was shaken. Countless sects and clans felt their hearts tremble. At first, they found it unbelievable. After all these years, it had been extremely rare for such a thing to happen. However, thinking about it carefully, it seemed like the Federation did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Under the current circumstances, the Federation had Wang Bail, who was one of the top echelon cultivators in the Dao domain. There were also the Blazing Flame Ancestor and Demon Eye, who were quasi-universe level cultivators, as well as a supreme treasure like the Realm Ascension Plate. It seemed like it was within expectations that such a force would be able to escape from the never-ending clan. However, even though this matter had caused quite a stir, and there were indeed many small sects and clans who had secretly discussed with the Federation and wanted to join in, most of the sects and clans in the Left Dao Sacred Zone were still watching with hesitation. It was clear that the Weiyang clan's long-standing pressure was too great, causing these sects and clans to not dare to make a rash decision. If the Weiyang clan were angered by this matter and started a war of extermination, they wouldn't be able to bear it. At the same time, the large sects of the Left Dao Sacred Region like the 9 Regions Dao were also hesitating over this matter. However, very quickly, the 9 Regions Dao Patriarch seemed to have seized the opportunity and immediately issued a decree. He severely criticized the Federation for this kind of behavior. The other great sects also responded. At the same time, the Weiyang Central Region did not express any opinions on this matter. However, the Divine Emperor of Light personally led the Weiyang race to pull out a portion of the clan cultivators outside the battlefield where the war with the Dark Sect had begun. They were stationed within the boundary of the left Dao of the sacred region. At the same time, an even more powerful and terrifying divine will pressure spread out from the Weiyang race and swept through the left Dao of the sacred region. Wherever it passed, all the stars seemed to be extinguished, causing all living beings to tremble. Eventually, the spiritual force landed outside the solar system and pressed down on the solar system. The entire solar system rumbled and shook, as if it was about to collapse. Wang Bao's Dharma idol raised its head and opened its eyes. It looked at the starry sky that was being transmitted through the spiritual force. Vaguely, it seemed to see that at the end of the starry sky, in the never-ending clan's emperor city, there was a god. He was looking at it coldly. Senior never-ending. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Wang Bao, don't overdo it. Do you really think that I can't be distracted to destroy you?" A cold, dignified snort came from within the divine thoughts before it disappeared. Although the never-ending clan didn't express its stance to the outside world, the presence of the Divine Emperor of Light and the divine thoughts of Patriarch Never-Ending made the civilized clans that were stirred up in their hearts afraid to continue interacting with the Federation. At that moment, the Federation seemed to be putting on a one-man show. However, in reality, all of this was within Wang Bao's judgment. Such a warning. It seems like it hasn't crossed the bottom line. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes, and a deep look appeared in his eyes. The Divine Emperor of Light is stationed at the border. The Tao of the 9 prefectures publicly denounces the Federation. The other 4 great sects are all active, advancing and retreating with the Tao of the 9 prefectures. The divine thoughts of Patriarch Weiyang arrived and warned me. Wang Bao smiled, but it was a cold smile. He could tell that the matter of the Federation's independence was still far from the bottom line of the Weiyang clan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the seemingly dangerous and ill-intentioned situation they were in now. Instead, the Weiyang clan had come to suppress him at all costs. If that was the case, the eternal neutrality clause in the Federation's resolution. Clearly, it had some effect. If that's the case, then I'll provoke him a little more. Xianxia has helped me, and out of morality, I'll help him. Wang Bao fell silent as he sensed the wood seed in his body. The wood seed was now completely embedded in his soul. If he wanted to achieve the level he needed, what he needed was no longer cultivation, but comprehension and the fusion of the other wood Dao energies. There's another method. That is to condense the other Dao seeds of the 5 elements. Once the 5 elements are complete and form a cycle, all the 5 elements will form a siphon effect. If that's the case, regardless of whether it's a side effect or the Weiyang Central Region, I'll be the source of all the 5 elements in the Dao seed. Then, the Earth Dao still needs to wait. The other Dao are far away. The only thing left is the supreme treasure that can carry the Dao of water. Wang Bao's eyes flashed as he looked in the direction of the 9 regions Dao. With his current cultivation level and his perception of plants and vegetation, he could clearly sense that there was something that could carry the Dao of water within the 9 regions Dao. He didn't know what it was exactly, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The Dao of the 9 prefectures. Wang Bao was silent for a few breaths, his eyes filled with determination. The Dao of the 9 prefectures and the other sects were actively criticizing him. The Divine Emperor of Light was stationed in the outside world, and Patriarch Weiyang had just intimidated him. If he gave up now, he wouldn't be able to hold his breath. Therefore, if he wanted to fight back and test his limits, he had to strike while the iron was hot. He had to show that he was someone who couldn't be easily humiliated. That was the only way. He could be more intimidating, at the same time it could help Xianxia and relieve his pressure. Furthermore, it could also allow Dishan to obtain the Earth Dao Supreme Treasure and recover his cultivation more smoothly. This is an overt plot. It's not a conspiracy. Even if Patriarch Weiyang sees through it, unless he doesn't do it, he will still have to deal with it this way. Thinking of this, Wang Bao no longer hesitated. He didn't use his actual body. Instead, his Dharma idol, which was outside the solar system, stood up and took a step into the void. As his foot landed, the starry sky rumbled. Circular ripples exploded in all directions. Wang Bao's Dharma idol, which was the size of an ordinary person, disappeared from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was outside the galaxy of the 9 prefectures Dao. When traveling in the universe, the minds of all living beings would be triggered. Those at the same level would be able to sense it. This was especially so for Wang Bao, who was currently in his prime. His every move couldn't be hidden. The moment he disappeared and reappeared, he was immediately sensed by many people. This was especially so for the 9 regions Dao Patriarch. He opened his eyes instantly in his seclusion, and a look of ferocity appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, the grand array formation of the 9 regions Dao was activated right outside his mountain gate. In Wang Bao's eyes, as the array formation of the 9 regions Dao was activated, the galaxy in front of him changed abruptly, turning into a gigantic whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, there were 9 chains that emitted a blinding golden glow. They swayed like dragons. There were countless runes on them, and a strong killing intent was contained within. At the same time, all the disciples of all the clans in the 9 prefectures Dao Galaxy sat down cross-legged. They contributed their cultivation and merged into the array formation. The other elites from the 9 prefectures Dao Galaxy flew out as well. They were like stars, erupting with their own pressure. Their hostility was at its peak. Behind them, Patriarch Nindas, who had been in secluded meditation all year round, opened the spell formation and walked out for the first time. He wore a long white robe and had a head of white hair. He looked like an immortal, and his eyes seemed to contain lightning. Ripples spread out from his body, like water ripples that spread out in all directions. There was even a mark of a water droplet on his forehead. Things weren't over yet. Almost at the same time that the mountain gate of the Dao of the 9 prefectures opened, 4 enormous gates of light appeared within the 9 prefectures Dao star system. They were all opened by the armies of cultivators from the other 4 great sects of the left Dao Saint Domain. Shockingly, the various sect starfields, as well as their patriarchs, as well as their various reserve powers were all brought over. As of this moment, the combined power of the 5 great sects had increased the power of the spell formation. Behind the 9 chains were a giant, a battle axe, a huge cauldron, and a meteorite. However, that was not all that the 9 prefectures Dao had prepared. The reason why the 9 Dao patriarchs had dared to denounce the Federation was because they had something to rely on. As for what they had to rely on, there was no need to guess. Only those who had the necessary judgment would know. They would know. It was the Divine Emperor of Light who was stationed outside. The moment Wang Baol arrived at the 9 prefectures Dao, the Divine Emperor of Light, who was at the border, had a look of determination in his eyes. He led the army of the never-ending clan and stepped into the left Dao sacred zone. At that moment, all the mighty figures gathered their gazes. The devil child of the 7 spirit Dao had already stood up. His eyes flashed, as if he was analyzing the situation. The patriarch of the Moon Star sect opened his eyes slightly, and a look of solemnity flashed across his face. The Xia family patriarch was silent. However, his right hand quickly formed a seal. There were no ripples from any spells. However, if anyone from the Xia family who was familiar with him saw this scene, they would be shocked. The Xia family patriarch had a habit of doing this. He would do this every time he needed to make a major decision. The faster he moved, the more important this decision was. At this moment, his right hand had already become blurry as he formed the hand seals. Ji Jia from the never-ending clan and Xianxia, who was in seclusion, were also present. The former was solemn, while the latter was within a seal. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the battlefield. The higher-ups from the Dark Sect were also watching. It could be said that the battle between the Dark Sect and the never-ending clan was no longer the main theme of this era. Wang Baol was the main theme. It was fine if he didn't come out from his seclusion. Now that he had come out from his seclusion, he was making big moves one after another. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind every single one of them. This was a pattern that people had to be wary of. As the powerful cultivator focused his gaze on the divine Emperor of Light, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. The figure of the demon I walked out and blocked the divine Emperor of Light. She was conflicted. Her expression was ugly, but she had no choice but to fight. Wang Bao's instructions to her from before surfaced in her mind. Stop the light. Young master, I can't do it. I can't fight the divine emperor unless you return the core to me. There's no need for that. 20 breaths will be enough. 20 breaths. Demon, I gritted her teeth. The moment she saw the light, her cultivation erupted, causing the surrounding time to distort and form a seal. At the same time, the patriarch of the 9 prefectures Dao stared at Wang Bao, who was outside the galaxy, and shouted, Wang Bao, why have you come? If you step into this sect, you and I will fight to the death. Wang Bao, who was standing outside the 9 prefectures Dao galaxy, had a strange glint in his eyes. He lifted his feet and walked toward the array formation. His voice reverberated in all directions. Today, I, Wang Bao, am here to destroy the 9 prefectures Dao College and take an item. Wang Bao didn't know when, but he realized that he had changed. He had become calmer and calmer. Perhaps it had been after he had understood the Tao of freedom. Perhaps it had been the moment he had stepped into the galaxy. Some of the shackles on his body were still there, but he had seen hope. Perhaps it had been because he had understood the meaning behind the word no doubts since he had started cultivating. Wang Bao didn't know if this change was good or bad. However, he knew that he hadn't changed in regards to the people he loved or cared about. On the other hand, he had become colder and colder towards those who didn't matter to him. These two extremes of perception made Wang Bao extremely cold in the eyes of many outsiders. At that moment, just like that, Wang Bao lifted his foot and stepped towards the array formation of the 9 prefectures Dao. The moment his foot landed, the entire array formation of the 9 prefectures Dao rumbled and trembled. Within it were 9 chains, meteorites, large cauldrons, battle axes, and giants. The manifestation of the 5 great Dao rumbled. The tremors shook the entire galaxy of the 9 prefectures Dao, causing all the cultivators and planets within it to tremble violently. A large number of cultivators from the 5 great sects coughed up blood. Their eyes were filled with hatred due to their different stances. Wang Bao could feel their gazes, but he could only remain silent. The 5 great sects' actions when he had been promoted, as well as their subsequent attitude with the support of the Weiyang clan, had already determined their fates. However, Wang Bao was still a person with principles and a bottom line. That was why when he took his second step, he didn't disperse his power to shake the foundation of the cultivators from the 5 great sects. Instead, he gathered all his power onto the Tao of the 5 great sects within the array formation. In that instant, the entire starry sky rumbled. The meteorites collapsed, and the giant cauldron shattered into pieces. The battle axe and giant couldn't hold on for too long. They exploded, and the 9 chains of the 9 prefectures Dao collapsed. As the shadows of the 5 great Dao collapsed, the array formation began to show signs of shattering under the violent force. A huge crack appeared. Even if it didn't want to, it couldn't be healed. It tore open, revealing itself before Wang Bao. Through the crack, Wang Bao could see the countless cultivators of the 5 great Dao sects within. 3 breaths had passed. Wang Bao was expressionless. He took the 3rd step and stepped into the crack. When he appeared, he was in the interior of the 9 prefectures Dao galaxy. The moment he stepped into the crack, the array formation behind him, the 5 great Dao sects that had collapsed previously. Under the full support of their respective sects, the array formation was formed once again. They merged with each other and transformed into the hand of the great Tao that had appeared outside the solar system. The hand was boundless and contained shocking power. It extended from the array formation and grabbed at Wang Bao. At the same time, low growls reverberated in the starry sky. There were more than 20 cultivators from the 5 sects in the galaxy. Figures appeared around Wang Bao. Each of them unleashed their full power and unleashed their strongest trump cards. They surrounded and attacked Wang Bao. From afar, the scene was soul-stirring. More than 20 cultivators from the galaxy, as well as the hand of the great Tao, seemed to have formed a deadly array formation that enveloped Wang Baol. If that was all, it might be able to do something to a quasi-universe cultivator. However, it was unable to do anything to a true divine emperor realm cultivator. However, it was clear that the trap was not that simple. In the next instant, 5 old men appeared behind the 20-plus elites from the galaxy. Each of the 5 old men exuded a sense of time. They were the patriarchs of the other 4 sections. They were not at the quasi-universe realm, however, they were all terrifyingly powerful in the galaxy. Each of them had brought out the foundations of their respective sects, creating a terrifying destructive force. As for the 5th elder, he was a corpse puppet refined by the 9 prefectures Tao. He had a mysterious origin, but his explosive battle prowess was equally shocking. The 5 of them worked together to create a second wave of suppressive force which trapped Wang Baol. It seemed like he was doomed. However, even so, the 9 prefectures Tao didn't stop. They were clearly more prepared. In that instant, countless cultivators from the 5 sects sat down cross-legged and began to chant strange scriptures. This scripture contained the intent to transcend. It seemed to contain the method of rebirth, but in reality, it was a death scripture. It was a mystic art of the 9 prefectures Tao. It could form a power similar to incense and kill with one's mind. The principle behind it was to gather everyone's killing intent and convert it into faith so as to kill everyone. Now, as the scriptures of the 5 sects reverberated, wisps of gray fog gathered from all directions, surrounding Wang Baol. As the countless wisps of fog arrived, they formed a huge vortex. Booming sounds continued to erupt, spreading across the starry skies. Within the 9 prefectures Tao sect, the 9 Tao patriarchs, who had walked out from their seclusion and stared at the battle with the water droplet mark between their brows, narrowed his eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand. Instantly, a large amount of water appeared out of thin air, transforming into an ice spear in front of him. The spear was completely blue and translucent. It was formed from Tao ice and contained the power of Patriarch 9 Tao's great Tao as well as his cultivation base. Although he hadn't thrown it out yet, judging from its fluctuations and aura, it was shockingly destructive. If it was demon eye here, unless he was going all out, he probably wouldn't be able to resist it. After all, Patriarch 9 Taos, who was in the 9 regions Tao Mountain Gate, was at the universe level. At that moment, he had only gathered the ice spears and was preparing to unleash them. He didn't throw them out immediately. However, the more he did so, the greater the threat he created. It was as if he had locked onto the chi dynamic. Once he found an opportunity, it would definitely be earth-shattering. 10 breaths had passed. It seemed like a calamity was about to erupt. However, at that moment, Wang Baol, who was surrounded by layers of cultivators, had a cold glint in his eyes. The power of the wood seed in his body spread out abruptly, instantly. At least 70% of the cultivators from the 5 sects on the battlefield shuddered violently. They all had more or less the power of the wood Tao on their bodies. 20% of them were affected the most. There was no struggle in the eyes of these cultivators. They immediately switched sides. There were even 4 cultivators from the galaxy and 1 patriarch from the 5 sections. Their defection was so unexpected that even they found it unbelievable. However, at that moment it was as if they couldn't control their thoughts and bodies. A loud boom instantly spread in all directions, and the entire starry sky turned pitch black. It turned pitch black. Can Yi, the 9 prefectures Tao Patriarch, knew about Wang Baol's trump card. He didn't hesitate at all. He threw the ice spear in his hand with all his might. Instantly, a series of explosions erupted in the starry sky. The ice spear turned into a long blue rainbow that exuded the will of the great Tao. It also had the charm of a universe-grade cultivator. It seemed to be able to penetrate everything and charge straight at Wang Baol. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky turned pitch black. The ice spear sank into it. A sun emerged from Wang Baol's body, forming countless rays of light that erupted in all directions. It was like a sea of light that surged and surged. The giant hand formed by the shadows of the 5 sects great Tao couldn't withstand the sea of light. It separated once again, collapsed once again. The 20-plus cultivators from the galaxy were thrown into chaos as some of them defected. Blood sprayed out of their mouths. 6 of them were even wiped out by the Sea of Light. The 5 sect patriarchs were in the same situation. 1 of them defected, 1 died. The other 3 coughed out blood and retreated frantically. All the cultivators from the 5 sect scripture recitals were in the same situation. Under the Sea of Light. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The ice spear, which had turned into a blue streak of light, was the only one that pierced through the darkness. It exploded with killing intent and appeared before Wang Baol. This was the opportunity that the 9 prefectures Dao Patriarch had been waiting for. All his preparations and attacks had been to neutralize Wang Baol's trump card and create an opportunity for him to attack. Water breeds wood, and water is the mother of wood. Wang Baol, you may have the wood Dao, but I want to see what you can use to destroy me and take my things. The 9 prefectures Dao Patriarch laughed loudly, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. He wanted to kill Wang Baol. It had been more than a day or 2. In fact, he could sense that if he really killed Wang Baol and swallowed his Dao, he would definitely become a true universe-grade cultivator, both within and outside the sect. Furthermore, such a universe-level cultivator was not ordinary. As the 9 Dao Patriarchs laughed and unleashed their ice spears, the Dao of water emanated from their bodies. The great Dao that they cultivated was ice, and it originated from the same source as water. Therefore, under the eruption of the Dao aura, the cultivators who had been affected by Wang Baol also trembled, as if the wood Dao in their bodies had been disturbed. The blue ice spear, with its endless sharpness and the Dao of water, shuttled through the darkness. Even with the morning sun behind Wang Baol, it didn't seem to be able to stop him much. That was because, at that moment, all the cultivators of the 5 sects, be it the starfields, the few surviving patriarchs, or the collapsed images of the great Dao of the 5 sects, seemed to have spared no expense as they gathered together once more. Their bodies had also changed. All the powers of the 5 sects had been transformed into restraints, suppressing the starry sky where Wang Baol was, his surroundings, his body, and his soul. For a moment, Wang Baol's soul seemed to freeze. He watched as the blue ice spear headed straight for his glabella. Wang Baol's expression remained the same. He looked at the water droplet between the 9 patriarchs' glabella and laughed. Actually, I was lying to you just now. I came here just to see what I need, Wang Baol said with a smile. The moment the blue ice spear arrived, water appeared around him, and his body disappeared at that moment. He turned into a drop of water and fell into the water, creating layers of ripples. The water moon technique was activated. The blue spear whizzed past, and all the seals around him lost their effect. Only the reverse flow of time was activated with the ripples. As long as I see it, it will belong to me. Wang Baol's voice seemed to come from the passage of time. He was indeed deceiving the 9 Dao Patriarchs of the 9 prefectures Dao. He naturally knew about the connection between the water Dao and the wood Dao, and he also knew that there would definitely be many ambushes here. How could he be reckless? That was why he had said that he wanted the 9 Dao Patriarchs to focus on their own lives. In reality, it didn't matter if the 9 Dao Patriarchs were indestructible when Wang Baol came here. The important thing was to retrieve the item. If he wanted to retrieve the item, it wasn't enough just to rely on his senses. He needed to see the item that could hold the water Dao with his own eyes, remember its aura, and then, in the passage of time, he would use the mirror flower technique to retrieve it. The battle between the mighty figures and the battles between cultivators was different. In terms of cultivation, even though the patriarch of the 9 prefectures Dao was a universe-grade cultivator in the sect, in terms of consciousness, he was still in the galaxy. He hadn't reached the level of the Dao, he hadn't reached the level of the Dao either. Wang Baol was different. His cultivation and consciousness had already improved by leaps and bounds. The difference between him and the patriarch of the 9 prefectures Dao was his understanding of the Dao and his understanding of the origins of the Dao in the universe. Such a difference in understanding could often determine everything in a battle between mighty figures. It was just like now water growing wood restraining earth and the 5 elements complementing each other. None of these were important. The level of the battle was different, and the understanding was different. The patriarch of the 9 prefectures Dao was still stuck at the physical level, but Wang Baol was in another realm. The region was still the left Dao. The galaxy was still the Dao of the 9 prefectures. The battlefield was still outside the mountain gates of the Dao of the 9 prefectures. However, time was different at that moment. It was as if there was an invisible river of time flowing. Wang Baol went against the flow, walking step by step in the direction where the river flowed. 100 years passed with each step he took. As he moved forward, his figure didn't move at all. What moved was the changes in time around him. Just like that, one step at a time, 100,000 years passed. Wang Baol couldn't remember how many steps he had taken or how many times he had used the water moon technique. Finally, at a time node, he felt a familiar aura. The aura was very weak. If Wang Baol hadn't seen the mark between the 9 patriarchs' brows with his own eyes and gained a deeper understanding of it, he wouldn't have been able to accurately sense the appearance of this object in time. "This is the place," Wang Baol said softly. He stopped in his tracks and lowered his head to look. In the river of time, he saw a group of 7 to 8 cultivators from the 9 prefectures Dao Galaxy. They were outside the mountain gates. A group of 7 to 8 cultivators was returning from the outside world. Behind them was a huge block of ice. This block of ice seemed very mysterious and couldn't be placed in a storage bag. They could only use their dermic powers to form chains and tie it up and drag it back. The color of the ice was light blue and crystal clear. Within it was a person sealed. It was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in armor and did not have any signs of life. He was already dead. No one knew his identity, and it was naturally difficult to find out his background. However, no matter what, one could tell that there was something extraordinary about this person. Wang Baol looked over, but he was not looking at the middle-aged man. Instead, he was looking at the block of ice that had sealed him. "This is it," Wang Baol smiled. He raised his right hand and pulled at the river of time. Instantly, the river churned, and the image within distorted. It was as if a large hand had appeared in time and grabbed the ice block. The surrounding cultivators didn't react, and the ice block disappeared. Wang Baol didn't want the corpse inside. As he raised his right hand from the river of time, the huge ice block appeared in his hand. It was melting rapidly, and it took only a few breaths of time. What appeared in Wang Baol's hand was the fingernail-sized blue ice that looked like water droplets. Holding the ice, Wang Baol lowered his head and stared at it. After a long while, he seemed to be deep in thought. "It looks like a tear," Wang Baol mumbled and picked up the tear. With a step, he walked out of the river of time. Time passed in an instant, and in the next moment, as he walked out completely, a loud boom was heard and a roar reverberated. The whistling sound was even closer. It was the sound of the blue spear approaching. At that moment, time returned to the present. The seals of the cultivators from the 5 sects were still there. As the blue spear approached, the person whose expression changed was not Wang Baol, but the 9 Dao patriarchs in the 9 prefectures Dao College. What did you do?" The 9 prefectures Dao patriarch's expression changed drastically. His body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his right hand and quickly touched the spot between his brows. The water droplet mark between his brows was still there, but it had become much dimmer. In Wang Baol's hand, the same aura was being emitted. The arrival of the blue spear accelerated the intensity of the aura. The instant it neared, the blue spear stabbed straight at Wang Baol's right hand. In an instant, it fused into the blue ice in his palm. It caused the tear-like blue ice to glow brightly at that moment. On the other hand, the water droplet mark on the 9 prefectures Dao Patriarch's forehead grew dimmer. His face was pale. When he looked at Wang Baol, it was as if he had seen a ghost. The fluctuations of his cultivation decreased drastically, and he subconsciously retreated. Wang Baol held the blue ice in his hand and took a step forward. In the next moment, his figure broke free from the seal. When he reappeared, he was within the 9 prefectures Dao Mountain Gate, right in front of the retreating 9 prefectures Dao Patriarch. "Wang Baol, you?" The 9 prefectures Dao Patriarch's face was pale, and he was extremely flustered. He was about to speak, but in the next moment, he saw Wang Bail raise his left hand. He could not fight back, and he could not even dodge. He pressed it between his brows. As the rumbling in his mind reverberated, the last thing he heard was Wang Bail's voice. "Thank you." After Chun Qingzi transformed into the Dark Sect's heavenly Dao and descended into the Weiyang Dao domain, there was no longer any chance for him to be resurrected. This was the same for both the Weiyang clan and their alliance sects. Because of the control of resurrection, this was the foundation of the war between the Dark Sect and the Weiyang clan. Otherwise, this war wouldn't have been necessary. Therefore, as the Dark Sect's heavenly Dao, Chun Qingzi had extremely strict control over this point. Most of the authority was used here. Even though the Weiyang clan had a lot of authority over the heavenly Dao, they were still lacking in this regard. Therefore, all those who had died over the years had truly perished. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe them as dead. For example, the moment the 9 prefectures Dao ancestor touched Wang Bail's forehead with his left hand, he was dead. His Dao vanished, his body and soul destroyed. In reality, if it had been a normal battle, under the combined efforts of the 5 great sects and the restraint of the water and wood, even if Wang Bail had used Kenyi, it would have been difficult for him to kill the 9 prefectures Dao Patriarch within his sect. However, the 9 prefectures Dao Patriarch, who had displayed the combat prowess of a universe-grade cultivator, had been killed so cleanly and cleanly. Wang Bail had taken advantage of this battle. First, he had used Kenyi to suppress the trump cards of the various sects. Then, in the River of Time, he had taken out the core of the 9 prefectures Dao Patriarch's Dao, which was the teardrop. The tear that he had taken out was, in essence, an illusory projection. However, between the illusory and the real, there was always a comparison between the strong and the weak. To a certain extent, it could be compared to a lie and the truth. When a lie was too powerful, when it was believed by everyone, it would be the truth. On the other hand, the truth could also become a lie. Illusion and reality were just like that. When the illusion was stronger than reality, then, who was the real one? Who was the illusion? This question wasn't easy to answer, but Wang Bail had used his own Dao techniques to prove it. His illusory tears, under the premise that he was clearly suppressing the 9 prefectures Dao ancestor, instantly weakened. As a result, in the end, he was no longer a universe-grade cultivator. He was only a quasi-universe. As for a quasi-universe, to Wang Bail, killing it was a piece of cake. Amidst the rumbling, the 9 regions Dao Patriarch's body trembled. He forced his eyes open until the very end. When he looked at Wang Bail, he no longer had the energy to speak. His vision blurred, and the essence, qi, and spirit in his body dissipated with a loud bang. As he dissipated, his body visibly aged. It was as if tens of thousands of years had passed in the span of a single breath on his body. His body turned into a pile of flesh and turned into ashes. He vanished into the 9 provinces Dao's headquarters. At that moment, the battlefield fell silent. The cultivators of the 9 provinces Dao were trembling as they stared at the scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was impossible to say who was the first to speak, but the sound of sobbing could be heard in all directions. Patriarch! Patriarch! As the sobbing echoed out, the cultivators of the 9 provinces Dao dropped to their knees to kowtow to Patriarch Nindaos. Their expressions were filled with extreme grief. It was Patriarch Nindaos who had created the entire 9 provinces Dao. It had allowed the 9 regions Dao to progress from a small sect all the way to where it was today. It could be said that he had paid attention to every single disciple here. Although to the outside world, he was a cruel and treacherous old thief, hated by countless people, to the 9 regions Dao itself, he was a god that protected everything. At this moment, the god had fallen. At this moment, the protection had disappeared. At this moment, their faith had collapsed. What followed was an endless sense of loss and fear for the future. All the disciples of the 9 prefectures Dao were filled with bitterness. As the cries reverberated in the air, Wang Bail's expression remained the same. There was no emotion or pity. He knew that if he had been the one to die in this battle, the 9 Dao Patriarchs and the 9 prefectures Dao sect wouldn't have come to sympathize with him. They wouldn't pity him either. This is the cultivation world. Wang Baol swept his gaze over the other four great sects. As he looked over, the cultivators from the other four great sects on the battlefield lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Even the patriarchs from the four great sects were terrified, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Submit. As they trembled, Wang Baol spoke calmly. We submit. As his words reverberated in the air, the patriarchs of the four great sects seemed to heave a sigh of relief. They immediately lowered their heads to pay their respects. Even the disciples of their respective sects knelt down to pay their respects to Wang Baol. As the cultivators of the four great sects paid their respects, Wang Baol raised his head and looked into the starry sky. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void. He saw that right now, outside the 9 prefectures Dao galaxy, he had transformed into a powerful beam of light and was charging towards them. However, the figure stopped abruptly the moment the 9 prefectures Dao ancestor died. It was the Divine Emperor of Light. His expression was extremely unsightly. He stared fixedly at the galaxy before him. His gaze met Wang Baol's, who was within the galaxy. He stared across the starry sky and let out a furious roar. Wang Baol! He was too late. The demon eye had risked everything to fulfill Wang Baol's request for her. It had delayed the Divine Emperor of Light for more than 20 breaths, giving Wang Baol enough time. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't leave, I'll kill you, Wang Baol said calmly. 1. You! The Divine Emperor of Light's entire body shone, and his aura exploded. There was a struggle in his eyes, but there was fear hidden deep within. He was about to speak when Wang Baol shouted out a second number. 2. As he shouted out the second number, the coldness in his eyes caused the Divine Emperor of Light's heart to tremble. He sensed the killing intent within him, and he understood that Wang Baol was not only capable of killing him, but he was also a decisive person. Therefore, even though he was unwilling to give up, he immediately retreated. In the span of a breath, he was about to leave the left Dao sacred territory. Send my handmaiden back. Wang Baol's voice rang out as the Divine Emperor of Light erupted with speed and retreated rapidly. The Divine Emperor of Light didn't hesitate at all. He waved his sleeve, and the demon eye, which was on its last breath, was thrown out. She threw it out from her sleeve. However, the moment the demon eye was thrown out, the demon eye, which was clearly very weak, revealed an intense hatred in its eyes. It seemed to have activated the potential in its body once again. Its body turned into a large mouth, and it lunged towards the Divine Emperor of Light's right hand. It instantly bit down. A snapping sound rang out. It was too fast. Under the pressure from Wang Baol, the Divine Emperor of Light focused all his attention on guarding against Wang Baol. He didn't pay attention to the demon eye, which had been severely injured by him. Furthermore, the demon eye had the combat power of the universe to begin with. For all these reasons, the Divine Emperor of Light was shaken. He let out a muffled groan, and his face turned pale. He had lost half of his right hand. You! Madness appeared in the Divine Emperor's eyes. He roared, and the pain caused his consciousness to tremble. What me? How dare you kill me in front of my master? The demon eye was also a ruthless person. He didn't retreat. Instead, he stood there and swallowed half of the hand in his mouth. He recovered rapidly and let out a sharp sound. The Divine Emperor of Light was enraged to the extreme. However, he could only endure it and retreat instantly. Wang Baol's figure had already appeared between him and Yao Tong in a blur. He opened his mouth and was about to shout the number 3. That was why the Divine Emperor of Light let out a loud roar and endured everything. He turned around and sped away frantically. Wang Baol's eyes flashed as he watched the figure of light leave. In the end, he gave up on the idea of attacking. Yao Tong, who was behind him, had a strange look in her eyes as she watched the figure of light escape like a stray dog. She had never seen the Divine Emperor flee in such a manner. She had never thought that one day, after swallowing the Divine Emperor's palm, the Divine Emperor would only growl and not dare retaliate. She understood that all of this was not because of her. It was because of the figure before her eyes. Gradually, a look of fervor appeared in her eyes. This fervor came from the bottom of her heart and came from her soul. It made Yao Tong feel something that she had never felt before. Following this feeling, she immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Greetings, young master. You did well." Wang Baol retracted his gaze from the divine emperor of light's disappearing figure. He glanced at Demon Eye, and a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. To Demon Eye, the admiration in his eyes. Instantly, she felt an unprecedented sense of glory. When she knelt down, her buttocks were raised even higher. If the battle between Wang Baol and Dishan was a battle of ascension to godhood, then under the combined efforts of the 5 great sects, they had still charged in, killed the 9 prefectures' Dao ancestor, and made the 5 sects submit to them. That was a battle of ascension to godhood. The emperor of the left Dao. At that moment, there was no longer any opposition to Wang Baol in the vast left Dao holy region. At that moment, in the vast left Dao sacred territory, the myriad sect clans, countless sects, and various civilizations, all acknowledged Wang Baol as their emperor. The 4 great sects were the first to respond. They began their pilgrimage, followed by the Dao of the 9 prefectures. After the death of the patriarch, if they wanted to continue living, they had to bow their heads. The Dao of the 9 prefectures didn't have the right to raise their heads. Therefore, after Wang Baol left, the existing upper echelons of the Dao of the 9 prefectures quickly came to a consensus. They bowed their heads to the solar system, to the Federation, and to Wang Baol. At the same time, the Dao of the 9 prefectures was the first of the 5 great sects to take the initiative to offer to integrate their own galaxy into the solar system. Although this was something that had to be done, it could be seen that the current authority of the Dao of the 9 prefectures. His attitude was indeed very upright. The other 4 sects saw this and made the same request. The current solar system was not something that any sect or family could join. Indeed, it was worthy of the word request. Wang Baol didn't bother with these matters and left them to the Federation president, Wu Mengling, to handle. On Wu Mengling's side, even though her cultivation wasn't high enough, her methods were extremely brilliant. The visitors from the 5 great sects didn't receive any additional benefits in front of her, but they could accept it psychologically. There were even a few female cultivators who were at the celestial domain realm who got along very well with Wu Mengling. As a result, the development of the entire Solar System Federation proceeded smoothly. Wu Mengling had already treated Wang Baol as her son-in-law, so everything was based on Wang Baol's needs. After Wang Baol returned and studied the tear, he proposed to have the various sects and clans produce the products and complete the required refinement. Wu Mengling immediately arranged for this to be done, and it was the first element of the assessment for joining the Federation. Wang Baol wasn't worried that others would find out about the work for him. He had the core, and all the sects and clans needed to do was assist him. Even if they communicated with each other, they wouldn't be able to recover. Very quickly, all the armament refiners in the sects and clans in the entire Left Dao sacred region began to get busy. Large amounts of half-finished runic imprints were sent to Mars and sent to Wang Baol. At the same time, as the solar system rose in the Left Dao sacred region, neither the side sects nor the Weiyang central region stepped foot into the Left Dao sacred region. Even the war token didn't continue to be sent to Wang Baol. This made Wang Baol's position in the Left Dao sacred region more stable and more intimidating. As a result, the solar system became extremely lively. Large numbers of sects and families from the Left Dao sacred region came to worship Wang Baol almost every day. It was difficult to keep Wang Baol's network of connections a secret. The sects found out about it, and the ethereal Dao College became the holy land of the holy lands. The same went for Ethereal City. Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya also fanned the flames of the sects and clans. They all came to pay their respects, and they didn't ask for anything other than a familiar face. Zhao Yaming was a little fed up with all this. She decided to go into seclusion. However, Zhou Xiaoya showed her abilities that she hadn't shown before. She was very methodical in dealing with these matters. She returned the greetings, causing the visitors to. Even if they didn't see her, they left gratefully. Just like that, under the operation of the entire Federation, with the support of the Divine Eye Civilization and the Purple Gold Civilization, and with the applications from one civilization after another being approved, the solar system's title as a sacred land. No one else needed to acknowledge it. If this wasn't the Left Dao sacred land, then there wouldn't be a sacred land in the Left Dao sacred land. Wang Baol entered seclusion once again. As he continued to study the drop of water, Wang Baol became more and more certain that it was a single tear. That was because every time he used his divine perception, he would sense a special emotion. It was a mixture of sadness and joy, but in the end, it was like nothingness. There was no joy or sadness, and it was calm and peaceful. What kind of almighty is this? A teardrop? A strange light shone in Wang Baol's eyes. He could sense that the teardrop contained a strong life force and a hint of obsession. It was as if it was a tear of love. Based on his judgment, there should be more than just one teardrop, but it was also very difficult to exceed 3 drops. Each drop contained an endless amount of Dao charm. Is it something from the outside world again? Wang Baol lowered his head to look at the teardrop in his palm. As he pondered, his expression suddenly changed. He could sense that there was an item on him that seemed to be emitting some ripples. Following the fluctuation, doubt appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He took out the source of the fluctuation. It was a small bottle. It was the wishing bottle. At that moment, the wishing bottle vibrated on its own. However, it didn't have the warmth of a wish. It gave Wang Baol the feeling that the story contained within the small bottle and the tear seemed to have a cause and effect. As Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, he faintly heard a soft sigh coming from within the small bottle. So, the third tear is here. Wang Baol's eyes narrowed. He stood up instantly and bowed towards the wishing bottle. Greetings, Senior. He recognized the voice. He owed the other party a favor at the bottom of the dark river. Make good use of this tear. Consider yourself returning the favor. After a long while, the voice coming from within the wishing bottle slowly faded away. Wang Baol's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists and bowed once again. He then put away the wishing bottle and looked at the tear in his palm again. The strange look in his eyes grew even stronger. Although he didn't know the origin of this item, he already understood that this tear was not simple. There's also that corpse puppet. Wang Baol's eyes were deep in thought. That corpse puppet had appeared on the battlefield of the 9 prefectures Dao, and there was nothing unusual about it. Therefore, there was a small chance that it was strange in itself, and there was a high chance that it had obtained this tear when the other party was still alive. It had fused with the tear in an attempt to absorb life force and revive itself. However, in the end, for various reasons, it had failed. Wang Baol didn't know the details, and that wasn't what he was concerned about at the moment. Therefore, he quickly retracted his thoughts. He formed a seal and the half-finished imprints that had been refined by the armament masters of the various sects and clans in the Left Dao Holy Region. He took them out and began the refinement of the water seed. The refinement was extremely difficult, and the number of imprints required was astonishing. Every failure would cause some damage to the tears. Although this item was extraordinary, it was still inferior to his original body. However, after failing 3 times, Wang Baol simply took out the wishing bottle, placed it aside, and made a wish. I made a wish. Even if the refinement of this item fails, there will be no damage to this item. He did not make a wish directly. It was unlikely that he would succeed, and his attitude was a little off. That was why he did not want to try. He knew that if he made a wish that the item would not be damaged, it would definitely succeed. It also represented his attitude. That was indeed the case. After Wang Baol made his wish, the wishing bottle calmed down for a few breaths. It emitted a warm current that spread around the tear. Seeing that, Wang Baol coughed. He knew that he had taken advantage of the situation. He stood up, bowed, and refined the bottle again. Time passed. With the help of countless cultivators in the entire Left Dao Holy Region and the continuous delivery of imprints, Wang Baol failed dozens of times. Finally, 3 months later, he sent tens of thousands of imprints into the tear. He poured them into the tear, causing the tear to shine brightly. It turned into a seed that carried the water Dao. In an instant, the entire Left Path Holy Region rumbled. All of the water-related Daos trembled, and the endless heavenly Tao wailed in pain. The water authority in the left path holy region was stripped away. The left Tao was in an uproar. The authority of the never-ending heavenly Tao had completely lost its authority over the law of wood and the law of water in the left Tao holy region. It seemed to have only lost two Daos, but in reality water gave birth to wood. The two Daos complemented each other to a certain extent. They could even bring the Tao of wood to its extreme. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was boundless. This was something that Wang Baol had felt intensely the moment he had succeeded in condensing the water Tao seed. He could clearly sense that in the entire left Tao sacred region, regardless of how many cultivation techniques contained the wood element, they were all completely under his control. With a single thought, he could use that sliver of the wood element as the foundation to kill all living beings. At the same time, he could sense even more strongly that the wood power in his current location could suppress all dermic powers. The water Tao was equally powerful, but it lacked support. Therefore, other than similar and slightly weaker dermic powers, it was more like the source, making the wood power even stronger. Wang Baol understood that once he condensed the metal Tao seed, the water Tao would be the same as the wood Tao. It would reach a boundless level. At the same time, the five elements would not only complement and counter each other, but they would also attack each other. With that, the water Tao would flourish, allowing the wood Tao to become even more majestic and improve once again. Similarly, if he condensed the fire Tao seed, then under the condition of wood giving birth to fire, the power of the fire Tao would increase to an astonishing level the moment it was formed. The 8 extreme Tao. No wonder it uses the 5 elements as its foundation. The 5 elements Tao is not only the foundation, but it also countered each other. If this cycle continues, one day, I will be able to attain perfection in the 5 elements. Wang Baol's eyes shone with a strange light. He himself was unable to determine how strong he would be when he attained the perfection of the 5 elements. And this was merely the foundation of the 8 extreme Tao. The following 3 Daos, or more accurately, the last one, was the true soaring of the entire 8 extreme Tao. Then, what comes next is the true ascension before soaring. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. At the same time, outside the solar system, the gigantic Dharma idol that was sitting cross-legged in the starry sky opened its eyes at that moment. He raised his right hand and pressed it gently against the solar system. With that, the solar system roared, and waves of ripples appeared. Then, the extremely large fixed boundary plate that enveloped the entire solar system appeared. One could see Ziyu sitting cross-legged in a corner of the fixed boundary plate that was once missing. Ziyu seemed to have noticed something as well. She raised her head and stared at it, then knelt down. When the fixed boundary is opened, all worlds can fuse together, Wang Baol said calmly. His voice reverberated throughout the solar system and the starry skies, causing the various civilizations that had submitted their applications to integrate into the solar system to instantly become excited. The Federation President, Wu Mengling, and the upper echelons of the alliance did the same. They immediately cooperated and issued an order for the various civilizations that had been waiting for a long time to fuse together. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 8,000 civilizations of all sizes in the left Tao sacred region. They shone brightly in different locations. Among these civilizations, 5 of them shone the brightest. They were the 5 great sects that once included the Tao of the 9 prefectures. The solar system's boundary plate was like a coordinate. The moment Wang Baol activated it, it pulled the 8,000 civilizations of all sizes from different regions towards the solar system. The first to arrive was the Tao of the 9 prefectures. Without any hesitation, the sect was the first to choose to integrate into the solar system. It was followed by the other 4 sects, followed by the 8,000-plus civilizations of different sizes. The solar system was like a huge whirlpool, attracting everything. It contained all of the 8,000-plus civilizations, causing its body to expand continuously. The edges of it expanded rapidly in all directions. If it were any other civilization, they would have been unable to hold on and would definitely have collapsed. However, the strangeness of the fixed boundary plate was completely revealed at that moment. It fixed the core of the solar system, causing it to remain stable even as it continued to expand. It remained stable. At the same time, as the 5 great sects and the 8,000-plus civilizations merged, the size of the solar system took a qualitative leap. All the life forms in the alliance had their levels of life greatly increased at that moment. Others might not say, but Wang Baol had benefited the most. However, his cultivation was too profound, and his foundation was too strong. Even though he had absorbed more than half of the power formed from the fusion of the 10,000 worlds, he was still slow in improving his cultivation. However, no matter how slow he was still steadily improving. He gradually reached the peak of the early stage of the galaxy, slowly reaching the great circle of the early stage of the galaxy. When the gazes from the side sect, the Wei Yang clan, and the dark sect gathered, and when more than 8,000 civilizations had integrated, and when the size of the solar system was 1/100th of the size of the entire Left Dao holy region, Wang Baol's body emitted a loud boom that shook the entire Left Dao holy region. Under the loud boom, his Dharma idol emitted a bright light and expanded rapidly. When it reached its limit, the light within his body circulated, and the pressure surged to the heavens. His actual body was in an even worse state. The starry sky within his body seemed to have been split apart and expanded endlessly. In the end, the instant his actual body opened his eyes, his hair grew endlessly, spreading across Mars and the solar system. His hair swayed in the starry sky and his cultivation. He had finally broken through from the early stage of the galaxy realm and stepped into mid-stage of the starfield. The moment he advanced to the mid-stage of the starfield, Wang Baol's suppressive force enveloped the solar system, which was now countless times more majestic than before. It was dazzling and resplendent. It made the patriarch of the side sect, the 7-spirit Tao, lower his head. It made the few divine emperors of the Weiyang clan breathe heavily. It made the patriarch of the Weiyang clan furrow his brows. The third step to the mid-stage. Judging from his aura, he is destined to step into the heavens. Within the solar system, Little Five was trembling. He couldn't help but look reverent as he mumbled softly. As the solar system expanded to an astonishing extent, and all living beings were shaken by Wang Baol's pressure, Wang Baol's thoughts were also boiling. He could feel his own strength, and he could feel the terrifying power that could cause a cosmic storm with just a thought. However, he quickly calmed down, as he thought of the follow-up path to the 8 extreme Tao. That was because after thinking carefully, he still felt that, after he had perfected the Tao of the 5 elements, perhaps he would still be dominated by the Wood Tao. That was because his Wood Tao was fundamentally different. Is it really as I thought it would be in the end? I believe that very soon, I will have the answer. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, and a bright light shone from the depths of his eyes. That bright light instantly spread and covered all his pupils. It triggered the wood seed and water seed in Wang Baol's body. In that instant, countless cultivators, countless living beings, countless plants, countless rivers, and rivers in the entire Left Dao holy region all roared. Countless rivers and rivers in the countless stars churned violently. All living beings that were attached to the water began to tremble. The plants shook, and the seawater roared. Almost all cultivators, regardless of their level of cultivation, instinctively knelt down in the direction of the solar system, their eyes filled with devotion and fanaticism. That place was their place of pilgrimage. That place was the pinnacle of their lives. That place was the source of their Tao. At that moment, all the living beings knelt down. At that moment, the heavens lowered their heads. At that moment, the starry sky rippled endlessly. The unending clan was watching. The dark sect was watching. At that moment, the entire unending Tao domain was watching. They were watching the rise of deity emperors Wu Dao, the shocking power of the Tao of water and wood. They were also watching what was about to happen, something that had never been seen before. The birth of the Lord of the Zhu Dao. From now on, the Left Dao holy region will be under my protection. Wang Baol spoke slowly on Mars under the watchful eyes of everyone. His words spread through the Tao, reverberating in the hearts and minds of all living beings in the Left Dao holy region. It reverberated between the plants, the rivers, and the sea. It reverberated throughout the entire holy region. Tao Lord, Tao Lord! Tao Lord! The first call came from somewhere. Then the call gradually spread. It spread from every planet, from every civilization, from every cultivator, from every plant, from every tree, and from the boundless river and sea. At that moment Wang Baol was the undisputed lord of the left Tao. Next, I shall establish dominance. No one knew what Wang Baol was thinking. At this level of cultivation, not even the patriarch of the Weiyang clan or his former senior brother, Qian Qingzi, could see through it. It was even more difficult to deduce. Every mighty figure at this level had reached a level where they could control their own destiny. Others could only guess and analyze their own trajectories, and could not rely on divine abilities or spells to find out the truth. This was the difference between a mighty figure and a cultivator. Therefore, the moment Wang Baol said those words and his voice reverberated throughout the left Tao's sacred region, all the living beings of the left Tao were filled with the desire to fight. It was as if they were really going to fight alongside Wang Baol to establish their might. In the side sect sacred region, the eyes of the patriarch of the seven-spirit Tao shone with anticipation. To him, Wang Baol was not an enemy. At the same time, there was the relationship between the 17 sons of his sect and him. What had once made him angry and ashamed had now become something that he admired and admired. The 17 sons of his sect were Wang Baol's sons. Even if they were only godsons, this relationship was clearly more advantageous than that of the other sections. That was why he felt that he and Wang Baol were natural allies. That was because their goals were the same. They both wanted to get rid of the Weiyang clan. The patriarch of the seven-spirit Tao had long wanted to get rid of the control of the Weiyang clan. However, before that, he couldn't do it on his own. Even though he was considered a powerful figure in the universe, the Weiyang clan had too many divine emperors and an unfathomable primogenitor. That was why he could only endure it for many years. However, as a universe-level cultivator, how could he be willing to submit to others? The appearance of the dark sect had given him hope. Wang Baol's arrival had given him even greater hope. That was why he looked forward to seeing Wang Baol fight his way into the Weiyang clan and open up a blue ocean for himself and himself. A blue ocean. He wouldn't just watch. He was already prepared to attack at any moment. He was just waiting for the right moment to arrive. At that moment, there was another person who was also staring. That person was the Moon Star Sect's patriarch. He sat cross-legged in front of the waterfall and watched everything. There was no joy or sadness in his eyes. However, if one looked closely, they would see the same look of anticipation in the depths of his eyes. He saw the same look of anticipation. At the same time, Wang Baol's voice was heard within the Weiyang clan. The expressions of the few divine emperors of the Weiyang clan changed. The divine emperor of light, in particular, felt waves of shock in his heart. His palm had recovered. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, causing him to cry out in shock. "Oh no! Where's the mystic flower?" The moment he spoke, Divine Emperor Jijia took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot. He appeared at the place where the mystic flower Divine Emperor was in seclusion. The moment he appeared, it was at the same moment that the mystic flower roared and went crazy. Wang Baol's water Dao seed was formed, and with power erupted, causing the mystic flower Divine Emperor to almost lose his focus. Then Wang Baol's cultivation broke through. It was like an invisible blow, causing Xianhua's already difficult resistance to crumble. His hair was disheveled, and Xianhua went crazy. He stood up, as if he wanted to rush out of his seclusion, out of the never-ending clan, and towards the left Dao holy region to pay his respects. However, he was stopped by the arrival of Divine Emperor Jijia, who suppressed him with all his might. He was, after all, the clone of the never-ending clan's patriarch, and his cultivation was higher than Xianhua's. With all his might, Xianhua finally regained some of his focus. However, Wang Baol's influence on Xianhua, it wasn't that simple. The difference was too great. At that moment, even though Xianhua had regained some of his senses, he was clearly unstable. Fortunately, The divine Emperor of Light appeared later and helped Jijia suppress him. This caused Xianhua's face to turn pale and his body to tremble. He was barely able to suppress the inner demon-like existence within his body. However, at that moment, Jijia's expression changed once again. Di Shan. As he spoke, the divine Emperor of Light's pupils constricted. He instantly turned his head and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the galaxy, and he saw that in the rear galaxy of the Weiyang tribe in a sea of stars. Di Shan sat cross-legged and meditated. It was obvious that he had recovered more than half of his body. Di Shan's physical body had been killed by Wang Baiol, and his soul had been injured. However, he had clearly received a powerful healing. Not only had his physical body been remolded, but the fluctuations of his cultivation were even stronger than before. One could imagine that once his cultivation had fully recovered, his battle prowess would leap up and surpass his original height. However, right at that moment, as the Divine Emperor of Light and the Divine Emperor of Keegan looked at Dishan, Wang Baiol, who was on Mars in the left Dao Holy Region solar system, had a dark glint in his eyes. He took a step forward and stepped into the starry sky. As his feet landed, his body blurred. When his figure became clear again, he had left Mars, left the solar system, left the left Dao Holy Region, and appeared in the Weiyang Central Region. He appeared behind the Weiyang clan in the Sea of Stars where Dishan was sitting cross-legged and meditating. This was the hinterland of the Weiyang clan. Normally, the myriad clans and sects didn't dare step into this place easily. However, today, Wang Baiol had only taken one step, and he had crossed the endless boundary and arrived here. His appearance immediately caused a strong ripple in the Weiyang Central Region. It was the collision between the Great Dao and the Great Dao. It was the effect of Wang Baiol's Wood Dao and Water Dao on the Weiyang Central Region. In an instant, countless cultivators from the Weiyang tribe trembled. It was as if the wood and water forces within their bodies were being pulled. It was fortunate that the power of the Weiyang Heavenly Dao descended and neutralized it. However, there was still a few breaths of time. The Weiyang tribe was affected. The super-array formation formed by their bloodline was affected as well. Wang Baiol was able to appear here without any problems. Dishan was indeed the Divine Emperor. He instantly sensed it and raised his head abruptly. The moment he saw Wang Baiol, his expression changed drastically. The light and Jijia were also affected. However, the two of them were unable to leave at that moment. As for Xianhua, the mental demons that they had been suppressing seemed to have been replenished, and they seemed to have been summoned. They erupted with a loud bang, forcing the two of them to use all their strength to suppress them. They were unable to rescue them in time. Wang Baiol. Madness appeared in Dishan's eyes. He stood up abruptly. He had a fiery personality. He knew that he was in danger, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he leaped out of the Sea of Stars and transformed into an endless mountain. He charged towards Wang Baiol. Dishan, I admire you very much, Wang Baiol said calmly. He didn't have much contact with the divine emperors of the Weiyang clan, but Dishan did have his own style. He was proud and persistent. He deserved to be called a mighty figure. That was why Wang Baiol had chosen to be surrounded by water and trees. He might not be as strong as Ken Yi, but he was still able to use the boundless Wood Dao. With a wave of his hand, the entire starry sky rumbled. Threads of wood elemental threads came out of thin air and gathered around Wang Baiol. They formed a giant wooden palm and slapped towards the approaching mountain. At the same time, Wang Baiol sensed the ripples of the dark sect's heavenly Dao within the Weiyang clan, as well as a low growl from afar. Chun Xingzi, do you really intend to fight me today? Wang Baiol was silent. He didn't speak, but his gaze grew deeper and his attacks became more violent. His mid-stage starfield cultivation erupted, and the Water Dao, as the source of the Wood Dao, was pushed to its limits, the 5 elements combined, making the Wood Dao the only bright star in the starry sky. In that instant, the palm formed by the Wood Dao and the giant mountain formed by Dishan came into contact. The starry sky rumbled. Where the two sides came into contact, layers of earth-shattering ripples spread out in all directions. Wherever they passed, the Weiyang clan trembled, and even the starry sky collapsed, cracks spread out. The first thing to fall apart was the enormous mountain formed by Dishan. Cracks spread out across the mountain, and in the next breath, the mountain, which seemed to be capable of suppressing all living things and all Daos, collapsed into pieces. A blood-colored figure was struck from within the shattered mountain, and was sent tumbling backward. Blood sprayed out of its mouth, and its body seemed to be on the verge of being shattered. It was none other than the bitter and unwilling Dishan. He was unwilling because of his pride. He wouldn't allow himself to fail. He also believed that Wang Baol was only a junior, and that his cultivation was only in the galaxy. Even though he understood the many secrets of the stone-steel world and could tell that Wang Baol's Dao was different, he still couldn't accept the fact that he had been defeated twice in a row by the other party. That was especially so now. His physical body had been remolded by the supreme treasure bestowed by the Patriarch, making his Dao even more perfect. His cultivation was higher than before, and the fusion of the supreme treasure seemed to have opened up a huge door for him. It was as if he could see the path to the future, and vaguely, he was about to find the direction for his breakthrough. But now, everything had turned to dust. This was because Wang Baol had grown at an unbelievable speed. He had been able to fight him in the previous battle, but now, everything. It was just a divine ability. The palm formed by the wood Dao contained boundless power. It was endless. His mountain Dao might be able to withstand it for a while, but it was ultimately without a source. It couldn't last for long. That was why, as he felt indignant, his heart was filled with bitterness. This isn't my destiny. Dishan laughed bitterly. The madness in his eyes was gone, replaced by a dull look. He stood in the starry sky and seemed to have forgotten to resist. That was because he had already understood that the gap between him and Wang Baol was too great. However, this decadent feeling only occupied his mind for a few breaths before it was forcibly dispelled by him. That was because he saw that within his nearly shattered body, there were waves of earthy yellow spots of light. They were constantly spreading out and floating in the starry sky around him. They seemed like different starlight, but they were also dazzling. It was just like his life. Even though it wasn't perfect, it was still exciting. If that was the case, why would he hesitate to die? The darkness in Dishan's eyes disappeared. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. His body suddenly burned, and he supported himself with his body. He charged out once again towards Wang Baol. He was like a moth, pouncing towards the flames. Wang Baol stood where he was, staring at Dishan's arrival. He saw Dishan's previous darkness, saw the light that had risen once again, and felt the desire to die that had appeared on Dishan's body at that moment. At that moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the distant void. Wang Baol, you dare kill my divine emperor. I will destroy your federation. As he spoke, the dark Dao rippled intensely. It was as if Chun Qingzi was making his move in the invisible void. There was no sound, but Patriarch Wei Yang's voice still pierced through the void. It reverberated in all directions. Chun Qingzi, if Dishan falls, the battle between our two sects will erupt. It's fine. Chun Qingzi's calm voice responded to Patriarch Wei Yang. Then, the void rippled endlessly and spread in all directions, causing the entire Wei Yang clan to tremble. Wang Baol remained silent. He looked at Dishan, who was charging towards him like a shooting star. He lifted his foot and took a step towards Dishan, crossing the starry skies at an unbelievable speed. He appeared right in front of Dishan. Without waiting for Dishan to explode, he raised his right hand and pointed it at Dishan. Waning moon! It wasn't the water moon, but the waning moon. He didn't step into the river of time. Instead, he allowed Dishan to return to where he had been 10 breaths ago. With the support of Wang Baol's water Dao source and the explosion of the wood Dao, the waning moon technique that had been activated under the explosion of the wood Dao suddenly moved. As the charm of the time Dao permeated the surroundings, Dishan's body was forced back involuntarily. Everything was going against the current. Only Wang Baol's body didn't go against the current. Instead, he took another step forward and appeared in front of Dishan, who had returned to where he had been 10 breaths ago. He hadn't been as injured as a moth, but he had raised his right hand. When he landed again, he had already pierced into Dishan's chest. His wrist had sunk into Dishan's chest, and he had grabbed viciously. With that grab, the earthen yellow spots of light that had spread out from Dishan's body flashed. In the next instant, Wang Bao's right hand, which had pierced into Dishan's chest, turned into a black hole, causing the scattered spots of light to be sucked back. They were sucked back in. They were sucked in together with the source of the earthy yellow spots of light in Dishan's body. It was a long story, but it actually happened in an instant. In the next instant, Wang Bao's right hand was pulled back from Dishan's chest. As he pulled back his right hand, Dishan's body was like a deflated ball. It instantly withered and turned into ashes. Only his soul remained where it was. He looked at Wang Bao and his right hand with an extremely complicated expression. There was now an additional object on Wang Bao's right hand. It was a yellow-colored lump the size of a palm. A vast wave of energy emanated from the lump of clay. It gave off the feeling that one could see the world, the heavens and earth, and the entire starry sky just by looking at it. There was also an aura that seemed to come from the same source as the universe. It spread out on the lump of clay, unable to be concealed. Even though Wang Bao was mentally prepared, he was still moved and his eyes narrowed. He had understood the origins of this object the moment he touched it. However, its origins were beyond his expectations. He had said that he was trying to establish his authority, but that wasn't the main point. It was just a facade. His true purpose was for this object. This was a ploy. It had been set up since the first time Dishan had been severely injured. Dishan was a divine emperor, and his temperament and talent were excellent. After his physical body was destroyed, Patriarch Weiyang would definitely find a way to restore it. The Mountain Dao and the Earth Dao had the same origin. Therefore, there was a high probability that Wang Bao would use the Earth Dao supreme treasure that he had sensed. Wang Bao had guessed correctly. That was why he had used the pressure of his cultivation breakthrough to suddenly come to this place. However, he hadn't expected that the Earth Dao supreme treasure would be even more extraordinary than he had imagined. The only thing that could resonate with the entire universe and make people feel as if they were looking at the world was the stone tablet. The stone tablet that sealed the entire universe. The material of this object was the stone tablet. More accurately speaking, this object was a part of the stone tablet. Wang Bao didn't know how the Unending Clan had obtained this object. However, his emotions were stirred. He clenched the piece of mud in his hand tightly. When he raised his head, he looked at Dishan, who had a complicated expression on his face. "Why didn't you kill me?" Wang Bao didn't say a word. Instead, he turned to look at the void. Regardless of whether it was out of admiration for Dishan or because of Xianxia, he had ultimately chosen to spare Dishan's life. "Xianxia, what exactly are you thinking?" Wang Bao muttered to himself. He sighed and spoke slowly. "Senior Unending, I am not here to establish my authority. I am here to explain the Unending Clan's invasion of our Federation for no reason and to stop me from unifying the left path today. I have taken the responsibility. If you have any hatred in your heart, you can come to the left Dao to find me. The position of the left Dao, being neutral, will remain unchanged." With that, Wang Bao cupped his fists and bowed, then walked toward the starry sky. As he left, the aura of the dark Dao slowly dissipated. When Wang Bao disappeared from the Weiyang clan, the unsightly Weiyang appeared in the starry sky. "Xianxia." Wang Bao, killing intent flashed in his eyes, but he forced himself to suppress it. "The time isn't right yet. It's almost time. It's almost time." After a long while, Xianxia closed his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept away the dim soul of Dishan and disappeared. The patriarch of the seven-spirit Dao in the side sect, the Holy Region, sighed. He had been prepared to move, but the fight hadn't started. At that moment, Wang Bao was also prepared. He had arrived at the left Dao Holy Region. He stopped and turned to look at the Weiyang Central Region. "Xianxia, what are you waiting for?" Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. He was silent for a long time. Then, he looked in another direction. There was the entrance to the dark sect in the starry skies. Xianxia. Will I ever have the chance to call you senior brother? In this lifetime? Wang Baol felt complicated. He had broken off relations with Xianxia because of his master. However, after Xianxia had helped him several times, Wang Baol wasn't a heartless person. This caused waves of emotions to rise in his heart. After a long while, Wang Baol sighed softly and walked towards the solar system. In the direction where he had been staring, at the entrance of the dark sect, Xianxia's figure appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in black. There was a wooden sword and a jug of wine. He stood there, staring, in the direction of the left path. Gradually, a warm smile appeared on his cold face. I've grown up and can protect myself. I'm finally at ease. Next, it's my turn, Xianxia murmured as he looked at the Weiyang clan. His smile disappeared, and an icy coldness rose into the sky.